we explain creativity in the workplace. This is Sean, a product manager working on the launch of a new sailboat. The presentation has to be ready by 9 a.m. tomorrow. Sean feels stressed because he's missing the big idea. Sean's supervisor, Vincent, wants to help him. He's read that creative spaces lead to creative work. So, Vincent decides to build the best workplace on earth, with open plan offices, common areas, and wellness areas for Sean to be resourceful. But Sean still doesn't feel creative when he's at work. Sean has his best ideas outside the office while running, chatting with friends, listening to music, or having a shower. Like Sean, the majority of people are not creative on the job. The main reasons are too many distractions, having no time, being too focused, or feeling stressed. So is it ever possible to have outstanding ideas at work? This is Lisa, Vincent's daughter. Lisa works on her startup in a garage with her two friends. Surprisingly, Lisa has her best ideas in the garage. Vincent wonders why. The garage isn't the best workplace on earth. Furthermore, he knows Lisa is stressed too. Being an entrepreneur is like jumping from a plane without a parachute and trying to figure out how to make one on the way down. So why does Lisa have her best ideas in the garage? What matters most for Lisa is her team. 1, they inspire her every day. They share their thoughts openly and have respect for their expertise. 2, there is a creative atmosphere. It's okay to be yourself and do whatever you want. Sing out loud, do a workout, or daydream. 3, they know creativity is required for their startup to survive and grow. How can Vincent help his employees to be creative? He works in a big corporate balloon. Vincent realizes that creativity in the workplace depends more on the people and the energy between them than on the environment. He identifies 4 key elements behind Lisa's creativity. First, surround yourself with people on your wavelength, folks you would like to go sailing with. These are people you are more likely to communicate with, which builds trust. Trust is a major element for creativity because people are more likely to give honest feedback and come up with daring ideas. Second, allow time to not focus. Under extreme time pressure, people are likely to focus too hard and hold on to a narrow point. Not focusing helps to widen the horizon. For instance, informal talks with colleagues help to see problems from a bird's eye view, offer different perspectives, and thereby open the horizon for unusual solutions. Third, demand creativity. To accelerate creative thinking, get a genius on board. A genius places high standards on himself, is passionate about his job, and inspires others to deliver creative excellence too. And finally, have a common purpose. If people are driven by the same goal, they help each other to have great ideas. 6 months later, Sean, Vincent, and his new colleagues go on a sailing trip to test drive the new boat. Like good friends, they have the time of their life, and they keep one promise.
So today's session is on what I've been asked to do is on body image and self-esteem. And I think everybody at some time in their life goes through with being conscious of how they look, how they feel about themselves, and maybe experiencing low self-esteem. So what I wanted to start with, rather than myself just come out and give you a lecture, normally the way I work is in a group setting and on a one-to-one basis. So the clients or the students who's with me will tell me what's going on for them. So this is where I'm asking you guys, what does body image mean to you? So I gather you're going to do the message on the chat. What does body image mean to you? how you view yourself, your own feelings of self-worth, okay? And is there anything you want to share about how you do view yourself? Or we can do that later. So that's open to that, okay? Anyone else about what does body image mean to you? Because it could mean different things to different people. It doesn't mean it's a set concept, just one doesn't fit all. And this is when it comes to mind. Mind doesn't work like that because it's from our own experience, what gets stored in our subconscious from the day we were born to the day we're here today. So everything gets stored like in a hard drive, and that's what actually creates our values and beliefs and what we learn about who we are and what we learn to believe about other people as well. So body image can be translated by, as one of the viewers said, is how we think about ourselves. So it's about, what do you think about you? What do you really think about yourself? And then our thinking relates to how we feel about ourselves. So how do we feel about ourselves, about our body, and how we believe others see us? It could be from judgments from others. I've got here judgment according to external standards, example in media and an environment. Yes, but that's true. But mainly, what is body image? What is it? It's about what we think about ourselves. Your body image to you is going to be completely different to how we feel about ourselves. How I feel about me is going to be completely different from how you feel about you. How we believe others see us. And do we know that for a fact, how people see us? Do we know that for a fact? Are we just making up those stories in our head? Or is it because of somebody had a comment you made, and that comment, you've made it into something else, and it might not even be true. Maybe they mean something else. We don't know this yet until we get into it. And so I've got a comment coming through. It's mentally draining comparing ourselves to others. Of course it is. Of course it is. It is draining because it's all going on in your head. It's going all in your mind. And what you're thinking, which mentally is the thoughts create your feelings. So where you're just saying is you feel quite drained, right? That's a feeling. And it's from your thoughts that you will get those feelings. So how do we think about ourselves? What's the things that people say about themselves? So this is just a few examples. How we think about ourselves, we might say, you think you're fat. Maybe when you look in the mirror, when you try something on in clothes, you're overweight because you're maybe not the size. Is it as a model walking past, it was I think it's a size 6 or an 8 in the magazines. And when you look at your clothes size, or even clothes sizes within the shops, different shops have different sizes, that you might be a 12 in one shop and might be a 14 in another. And when you pick up that item of, say, jeans or a dress, and you're thinking, oh my God, that's a size 14, but I was a size 12 just, I don't know, 2 months ago or something. And then you start thinking, it's just all these thoughts start going through your head. When you look in the mirror or you compare yourself to others, you might think you're ugly. And what does that mean for you? What is ugly? What ugly is? What's that comparison to? And then Islamically, can we be ugly? Allah's created us perfectly. The things we might think about ourselves is too short, or not tall enough, or too tall, can't wear heels. Some people talk about how they don't say I think this about me, but they just say I have bad skin, I have too many spots, or look at all this pigmentation on my face. everything is turned into a fact. Too skinny. I mean, I've started off with fat and overweight, but then there's people out there that say they're too skinny, they don't have any shape on them, they can't even look nice in a dress, or in this jeans, or if it's I don't know if there's any men on the call, on the session today. If there is, please do let me know, so it's related to everybody, but mostly I'm saying dress and jeans. People feel they're too skinny, they're just falling off them. They don't have the hips for it. All these things we're thinking about ourselves, and I've only picked a very few. I'm sure you guys can give me some more here, because this is meant to be interactive. So do please feel free at any time just to send your messages through, and I'll relate them to the presentation. But all these things, what you're thinking about yourself, aren't they negative already? Yes, they're negative. And then, as I said, thoughts create feelings. So the feelings are got to do with these thoughts. So then we feel sad when we're trying to lose that weight, when we're fat or overweight, or when we think we're fat and we think we're overweight. So we start doing the diets, or we start doing cutting down meals, whatever we're doing. We try to make this effort to maybe reduce the calories, or reduce what we're eating as the junk food, to shift that weight. And then we get sad when we stand on the scales, or sad those jeans still don't kind of fit as nicely, because you've not shifted that weight that you were looking at that's bothering you. Then you begin to feel unhappy. Unhappy is a feeling within yourself, and you're thinking it's because of my body shape, this body you own, this amanat that's been given to you by Allah. And it's amanat. It's only for this time and this earth and the dunya for you to look after. And what do you think happens to it when you have all these negative thoughts and negative feelings regarding your body? What do you think happens with that? Okay, I'll wait to see what messages we get through. And gratitude. We're negative towards our bodies. Yeah, but why are we negative about our bodies? Let's come back to that. Why are we very negative towards our bodies? So feeling less than perfect in size. We're in size. What is the right size? Who says that's that size? Who says size 6? I don't even know, what is size 6 really? It's a kid's, sometimes it looks like a kid's size, but if somebody fits in, if their bone structure fits into a size 6, might work for them. But why is that the perfect size? Or why is size 8 or 10 the perfect size? And then we all strive. When you're saying we're comparing ourselves, yes, the media, exactly, we see it everywhere. But then you see it, but if you're seeing it everywhere that that's the perfect size, yes, it's training your brain. We get learnt those behaviors that this is the perfect. We start telling ourselves, we start believing it. And then what we do is just, if we're not that size 8 to 10, the perfect size, then we just beat ourselves up. Mentally, we beat ourselves up. So then because of that, we start feeling not good enough. I'm not good enough because I don't fit into that size. I don't look like that magazine. Or nowadays it's the Instagram or the Facebook or the Snapchat now with all the filters. Everybody looks perfect with filters. Who doesn't? Clear skin, gorgeous eyes, and the Snapchat filters. And I've only recently discovered Snapchat. So the Snapchat, you get makeup put on and they change your face shape or, funny things. But it could be okay if it is a laugh. You're doing it for fun. But if that's covering up how you really feel about yourself, that's still internal. You're feeling not good enough. That's something that needs to be addressed. Then you start feeling unworthy of love, unworthy of acceptance, unworthy of self-care, self-love, unworthy of being who you are. And then that brings you down even more. Then you start feeling unattractive. What is attractive? What does attractive mean? mean to you? Do we have a set right or wrong what is attractive? No, what's attractive to me might not be attractive to you. What's attractive to you might not be attractive to me. It's all individual. But what really makes you attractive is your nur, is your inside, is your beauty from within. But we sometimes forget that, or a lot of the times we forget that, and we forget it because of the society and the community, and the environment we actually live in. And the other thing we've got about body image, what body image mean is how we believe others see us. We don't know by fact that others see us like this, but because here I've got here, these beliefs can be what we think of ourselves. So if you go back to the first column here, if we think we're fat, we think we're ugly, we think we're too short, we think we've got bad skin, we think we're too skinny, or well, we think that these beliefs, because we end up believing that, we're thinking that's what other people think of us. That's the way they're seeing us. Now, I don't want to go to that party now because I don't look that great in this dress or this outfit. And it's like, well, everybody's going to think I look fat. Everybody's going to think it's, I don't know. I keep coming up with fat. If that one doesn't work with you guys, you just send it through for me. I've never had the issue of being too skinny. Okay. However, this belief about how we believe other people see us. Another area is here. These beliefs can be constructed by what others say about us. It could be family, growing up with family, or with friends or students. What do your friends and your students say to you? It might be just small comments, but what do they mean? So at this point, if you can put in some messages there about what do you hear from others? What about school? What about in school when you were in primary school and high school? I know you guys are at university now. So, however, that doesn't take it out the scenario of what was said to you as growing up in your household, even from 0 to 5, 5 to 10. While you're at primary school, and then when when your big transition for you when you're leaving primary to go to high school. That is huge when you're the smallest people there because you're in first year. And when you're in first year or even at primary school, there's a lot of bullying going on at school. And the bullying becomes verbal abuse. And what is the taunts that they say? Maybe you were in the back end of that. Maybe getting the taunts with these things where we're saying you're fat, you're ugly. This could be racial taunts, etc. as well. These things you start storing all in your subconscious, and even when you don't really realize why you behave a certain way consciously. Subconsciously it's all stored. Subconsciously is all stored there. So even within family, and as my cousins, I was discussing this when I was doing the information for this webinar, and I remember my cousins, we were one of us in each family was just by fun or by love, you just called Fatty, come here, Fatty, whatever, however they say it, they call him Fatty. But when you look at the pictures and you look at them and you're thinking, oh my God, they were nowhere near fat. But maybe they say that they called them out of fondness, but just because my cousin, this cousin on this side, was the less thinner than her sisters and her brothers. And then the same with the other one. It was just because she was less thinner, but she was still really thin. She was nowhere near fat. But they've grown up with this self-image of being fat. No matter what, they still feel fat. And actually one of them is a size 8. The other one must be a maximum of size 10, even if she is that. She did a size 8. And till this day, she's saying, oh, my tummy is out to there. I've got fat. Where does that come from? Where does that come from? It's because I remember those days that they were just called that just for fun. And that is not even the bullying at school or taunting by anybody else or even your friends. This was family because you're being in that family on a daily basis. Is anybody out there relating to what I've said so far? Is this what has happened to you? Okay, so yes, a lot of adult insecurities do with body image, but do you mean that for yourself? Your adult insecurities has got to do with that? Are you meaning, yes, but are you meaning that, yeah, you're understanding what I'm saying, or you're saying for yourself? Because it would be good to know, and that way I can address for yourself. Okay, great. So this is where this point is, this next slide. I'll address everything as I go along, and don't worry, at the end I'll give you contact details as well, because the work I do is working individually with people who, and we can go back to that time or that area in your subconscious mind, because it's all stored in your brain, your mind. Alhamdulillah, it's such an incredible place of how it can store and create things for you, but unfortunately it can do all the negatives for you too. So look at the next slide here. Other than the absolutely gorgeous, cute baby here, you know, we were all like that one day. So innocent, carefree. We weren't born with these. We weren't born with self-esteem issues. We weren't born with worrying about body image. Where did it come from? Where did it come from? Just look at that picture. That's a sweet baby. This is how we were. We were born like this. Then we grew up, and growing up within that environment, growing up with that negative self-talk, growing up with what people have said to us, what we're seeing in the TVs, what we're seeing in adverts, what we're seeing in the billboards, what we see in social media, what we see in magazines. All that starts creating our values and our belief systems. But if you look back, really, this is where we started. This is where we started. So they're all learned behaviors. They're all learned values and belief systems. And they get stored in our subconscious mind. And with storing them in our subconscious mind, that's how they impact into the feelings and how we're going to do how we think, and then our behaviors and our actions. But really, body image, real body image, has nothing at all to do with your size. Can you believe that? Body image has nothing to do with your size and your shape. Right now, this moment, how do you feel about your body? How do you feel about your size and your shape? From 1 to 10, or 0 to 10. 10 being amazing, awesome, feel great. 1 being not so much, not good at all. So feel free to put your comments through. Okay, a 4. Okay. Anybody else? Okay, sure. I'll repeat that. How do you feel about your body just now? Your body image. So 10 is you feel great. The higher scale, number 10 is I feel great, I feel awesome, I feel amazing, I feel fabulous. 1 is you feel the opposite, not great at all about it. It changes. Okay, right now, today, how do you feel about it? Where are you with it just now? Okay, sometimes 6 and sometimes 2. Okay, we'll come back to that and we'll look at what changes that. Why do you feel sometimes 6, which is above 5, so it's coming closer to the 10, which is more positive, but 2 is very low. Okay, and the other comment was 4. And do you feel, is it normally 4 all the time you feel like that, or does it change for you? Okay, pretty stable. Okay, so we've got a 4, and then we've got a between a 6 and a 2. Okay, and if anybody else wants to jump on saying how they are. Okay, 3 to 5. Okay, I'll just get them in. No. Okay, so that's interesting, isn't it? And have you thought about it that way before? It's taking that moment to stop and consider how you feel about yourself. So body image hasn't got anything to do with your size or your shape. It's actually a product of peer pressure, of social concepts, of cultural values and family values. I'm not sure what the cultural background of the audience is here, but growing up in a Pakistani environment, and I'll give you an example of when people were looking at prospective marriage partners, and what I've heard and what I've seen with my friends, and even with myself when we were getting married, you know, it was when you were I know it's changed by the time when I was going through all this, but it was very traditional that the male's mum would call the house, and the cultural values of the ladies, or the cultural values of this community was they wanted to know the size of the girl, whether she was tall, whether she was fair-skinned. You know, everything was got to do with looks. So your body image. But this is not just the teenagers or the kids. This is adults. Is the adults, is the community, is the culture, is the families that are having that pressure. So never mind just peer pressure, it's pressure from them. That are you good enough to be even considered as a proposal for within their family, as in marriage? You know, where they're saying, is the girl A, B, C? Okay, whether it's fair skin, tall, slim, etc., etc. But you can see it happens daily. It happens all the time. It's all around us all the time. And because of these values, this starts beginning to influence our self-perception, how we think of ourselves and how we feel about ourselves, our self-worth, our self-esteem. And what do you think that happens with this? Okay, it drops and then it drops and it drops. If all the influence you're getting is all negative and it's all on just the way you look, then it does begin to start putting you in a dark place and feeling like you're unworthy, feeling like you're not good enough, feeling like you're not pretty enough to get out there. You start feeling pretty rubbish about yourself, which leads to then depression. So these negative influences that I can't even see my screen. Negative influences. Look at I've just put a range of people, you know, youngsters, adults, like siblings. These negative influences, that's what allows our lack of confidence. If we're already feeling low in confidence or low self-esteem, this makes it fester. It just takes it deeper and deeper into this dark hole. And if it's constant negative, if you're not getting positive in it, if you're not getting anything better out of it, how is it going to get better for you? How are you going to start feeling more confident? How are you going to start feeling high self-esteem, feeling good about yourself? Would you like at this point to say what your negative influences are? So as I've given you some examples of negative influences within family, within cultural, within even school, being bullied. Is there anything that you would like to share? You can feel free to do the messages and I'll go on to my case study. Overly honest, friends. I'll come back to that one. So this case study, I was just talking to one of my friends and I was saying, when you were growing up, what issues did you have at primary or high school? Was there anything that affected, knocked your self-esteem, etc.? And he goes, I was bullied. I goes, what were you bullied for? And he's saying he was bullied and he was called Bugsy. That's a first picture there, what's with the teeth. Bugsy because he had big teeth or unlined teeth and he had to wear braces later, but Bugsy Malone or something, he said, and it was about his teeth. The other thing, name calling, was Concord. It was called Concord, just made away, and that's about his nose. But then again, this is the nose Allah has given you. If we appreciate or understand that there's a reason why we're designed this way, Allah has created us perfectly. No one person is the same. Nobody's got the same fingertip prints because we're all unique. Yeah. So all these little things about facial, even the next one was Becky Four Eyes being called that. These little things, they're not little at that time though, is it? When you're at primary school, this is at primary school up to high school, he was saying this was happening to him. And I said, what did it do for you? How was the results of this? And he said, I was really insecure about myself. I started feeling really insecure. And then he goes, I was scared. And I goes, what were you scared of? And he goes, for anybody, just even a gang of boys just jumping me, if I'm walking across the road or walking in the street and I see a bunch of boys, I would cross the road to get away from them, even if they've not said anything. He was that insecure with himself because of all these taunts that it created this another level of fear of getting beat up. So he used to cross the road, and then the hard thing hit home. Okay, all this stuff knocks your self-esteem. Yes, but he said hatred. I goes, what hatred? For these people that were saying these things to you? He goes, hatred of myself. Hatred of myself. And that's scary to hear. If someone really hates themselves, what does that result to? Hating yourself. These are the things we're hearing nowadays with youngsters, teenagers, due to Instagram, due to bullying, that unfortunately people are taking their lives. Unfortunately, they're committing suicide due to bullying. But bullying's the outer product. It's what the bullying is doing internally. Okay, this is your part, guys. I think I've talked enough. Can you share your negative influences? So we've got here overly honest friends. So what are these overly honest friends saying? What kind of things are they saying? We've got Instagram. I suppose they're negative Instagram because what happens with Instagram is that you're seeing people only put up pictures that are perfect. And that's with Facebook as well. If you look good, then you put that up. If you don't feel that you look good, you won't put it up. You don't really share it. So with any of the social media, they're all about looking good. But when other people put up their pictures of looking good, if we are strong within yourself, then we would not compare ourselves to other people, yeah? We wouldn't compare ourselves to Instagram. We wouldn't compare ourselves to Snapchat. Let's compare ourselves to ourselves. If you're going to compare yourself, but okay, unnecessary honesty. Honest friends say you've gained weight. Okay, compare your body to theirs openly. All right, okay. Yes, so basically you're not asking them, how do I look? Do I look fat in this, or have I gained weight? They're just uninvitedly telling you you've gained weight. And they're telling you because they think they're being your friend. They think that they're being honest with you. And how does that make you feel? Have you ever spoken back to them? Have you ever told them? Have you told them that, I really don't like what you're saying to me, or I've not asked for your opinion? Have you communicated? No, because it's not too nice. But why is it not too nice? Okay, I don't know what the situation in that time is when your friends are saying it. Skin is a huge insecurity. I don't know what BC is. BC people? Because people, sorry, because people will always tell you you're tired when you don't have makeup on. And do you wear makeup all the time? And I suppose makeup is amazing in one way as well, because it does cover up if you are tired. You put a bit of concealer under your eyes and it does clear up imperfections, etc. But also sometimes it's a way of feeling good about yourself. Naturally, a lot of people don't need makeup. I have seen lots of gorgeous, beautiful girls, and sometimes I don't understand why they've got so much makeup on, because they're actually stunning without it. They're stunning without it. But then that again shows about self-esteem. Or sometimes, okay, fine, you put makeup on because you're going out. You're going out and it's, a night out, you want to get dressed up. But you have to wear it daily. So we've got skin, you've got, do they comment on skin? Okay, they do, because they say you look tired when you don't have makeup on. I suppose it's something what they're used to. Okay, so skin and feeling overweight. However, see if you can become so confident in who you are that no one's opinion, no one's rejection or behavior will be able to rock you side to side. You'll be firm. You could, wash it down, like they say, on a duck's back. It wouldn't waver you. Does that make sense? Inshallah, that is definitely the goal. Become so confident in who you are that no one's opinion or rejection or even behavior will rock you. And that's the focus of you, this focus of, they're all external. The comments that people make, the Instagrams, the social media, the billboards, the TV adverts, they're all external. But what's happening when you have the low self-esteem and body image issues? They're all coming internally. They're coming from your mind. So you have control over it. You are in control of that. You just have to learn how to overcome that. And you have the power. You have the power within you. And we just need to tap into it to connect you to. So how can we do this? You don't have to have a perfect body to have a good body image. Do you? No. You don't have to have a perfect body, and whatever perfect body means to you, to have a good image, body image. When you like your body as it is, right now, right this very moment, right now, today, that will boost your self-esteem. When you like your body as it is, right now, that will boost your self-esteem. So how are we going to do this? Self-awareness. Know yourself. Know your body. Be aware. Make a list of the things that what you like about yourself. Okay, fine. If your skin doesn't look so good, but do you have gorgeous eyes? And nice lips? What is it about yourself that you like? What do you have? What traits or what things about you that are just so unique to you and are stunning and amazing and beautiful? Please do put them in the comments when I say this. I'm just looking to see if any. Make a list of them for yourself, yeah? But tell me here too. And accept compliments. How good are we accepting compliments? Are you any good at it? And someone says, oh, you look great today. Oh, you look, never believe I'm terrible. That's not a good start. Well, that shows already about your self-esteem. Okay, so you never believe them. Why don't you believe them? If somebody's saying it, so somebody will say, oh, you look good in that dress. Oh, you look like you've lost weight. You will say, oh, no, it's just because it's black. I wore this today. It's just this top. Is this shape? Or, no, it's just because of this. You make excuses. You start making excuses for even the compliments, to not accepting the compliments. So when the positive influence is coming, don't push it away. Accept it. Own it. Say thank you. Just say thank you. And soak it in. You look great today. Thank you. Oh, wow, you look amazing. Oh, your eyes are so gorgeous. Thank you. Know and understand your qualities of what makes you good, who you are. You're not what the outer shell is. You're not the person just because of the way you look. True or false? You are the person that's within. And when that glows out of you, when you're strong and confident as that person from within, regardless of what size you are, whether you're size 20 or a size 10, that's what makes you who you are, your qualities, your other qualities of being kind, generous, always smiling, or, looking at the good of people. These all start shining out of you. Your smile, your laughter, making other people feel good. That's who you are as a person. And that's what makes you beautiful. Look at the beauty that is within you. And always focus on the positives of yourself. Some people don't like their upper body. Some people like the lower body. Some people say even if they're focusing on their tummy, but they've got great legs, then focus on your great legs. If you're focusing on if you've got bingo wings, I've heard people going on about bingo wings, and I'm like, I didn't even notice that. I didn't even see it. I didn't even think about it. Just the person is giving the negative talk that's normally internal to them out loud to other people with something they've not even thought of. Other people are not even seeing. So rather than doing that, we do self-awareness of all the positive stuff about us. We rewire our brains. We rewire our brains from all the negative comments that you say to yourself, all the negative comments that you might get from other people, and start creating new ones, new positive ones. And from these new positive comments, then you'll create new neural pathways in your brain. And that makes the new connection for your subconscious mind. And then build on them, and that will start generating the ripple effect of the behavior and your thinking and your feeling and your behavior, because it will start from the subconscious mind. Does that make sense? Rewire your brain by creating new positive pathways. So start thinking about things that you can say about yourself. So it's like that first bit there, self-awareness. Make a list of what you like about yourself. And when you've made that list, I want you to start telling yourself about it. Telling yourself, oh, I do have great hips, or I do have gorgeous eyes, or I'm not even sure where to go with this one. Whatever it is for you, I do have all the great things that you've got, even the great internal things that are not body related. Say them to yourself, say them out loud, like they say affirmations, say them to the mirror. Tell your friends if you want. Let them know you actually love this about yourself. Then be kind to yourself. And that's a part of being kind, is actually giving yourself those positive messages. Don't rely on others. Don't rely on the family. Don't rely on your friends. Don't rely on the culture. Don't rely on Instagram. Rely on yourself to be kind to yourself. What makes you feel good? If makes you feel good to going to the cinema, makes you feel good going for a spa day, makes you feel good going for a bath, even simple things like moisturizer. If skin's not great, what can you do about it? Look at what's practical things you can do. You can cleanse, tone, moisturizer, maybe eye creams, serums, whatever it is. Do something that's a routine, and that routine makes you feel good. It's not the effect of the actual creams. It's about the procedure of it, what you're doing, and you're stopping and taking care of you. So that's where it says self-care and self-love actions. Do things that make you feel good. Take a note, make a small list of things that make you feel good. It could be simple things, even if it's reading a book. What makes you feel good? Do them. Do more of them. And then lastly, I think you need to cleanse your environment. If social media is not any good for you, not good for your mind, not good for your mental health, your mental well-being, then maybe take a break from it. Take a small break or cut them out. Do what you need to do for you, because you're the most important person. You are the most important person. If you can't be in a great place yourself, with yourself, you won't be able to help others. Maybe cleanse your environment of negative friends. If they're not any good for you, possibly consider moving away from them. If they're making you feel worse about you, maybe they're not worth being around. Do they value you as an individual? Do they value you as a person? If they don't respect and value you, maybe they're not the ones that are right for you. I'm aware of time, but I'll try to speed it up a wee bit, okay? Spend time with people who make you feel good about you. So cleanse off the negativity and then inject the positive. And those people that are giving you the compliments, spend a wee bit more time with them, but also spend more time with just you, being you, writing a journal. Write stuff every day, a gratitude journal. That's an amazing thing, and it's really good. Not just the simple things of saying, I'm grateful for a house or food on the table, alhamdulillah for body. We've actually got 2 arms, 2 legs. We can walk. The basic things that sometimes we take for granted. But actually, what are you grateful for? Maybe in a journal, just write every night 3 things you're grateful for, and try to make them different, of course. And that's where you're spending time with you, and you can make yourself feel better. As soon as a negative thought comes into your mind, rather than letting it spiral and adding to it, and this whole spiral goes round and round and round and round and deeper and deeper and deeper because you keep adding to it, figure out how to stop it. Take it like a scissor, just cut. Don't let it spiral down. Cut. Be aware of it. Cut. You can do that. I've taught many people in coaching and counselling and therapy to do these things. So just try. You can do it. Lastly, be in positive environment where you are accepted for who you are. Now you know what that is for you, because this is about you. You're all unique. Your positive environment might be completely different from what my positive environment is. But another thing is really great is being in nature. Being in nature, take your socks off with bare feet and walking on the ground, and really being grounded with nature and taking deep breaths, really slowing down and meditating, as they call it. But meditating could be even, you can do zikr, you can do your salah outside when the weather gets a bit better, or even as long as it's dry. But that is incredible feeling when you put your head down for sujood on the earth. Absolutely amazing. You're really connected with you. You're connected with your soul. You're connected with your purpose. What's your purpose on the earth here? What's your purpose of you? You as an individual, what is your purpose? And then you start feeling that strength and that energy through that ground, coming right through your feet, into your legs, up, right over to your head and to your mind, especially when you put your head down. All of it's so connected, and it's an amazing, amazing experience. This is something you need to really do. Try it out. So this section is for question and answers. I'm not sure about time. Just now I know we're way over time because we started late, but we do have, I think it depends on what, 5 minutes. Okay, fabulous. Okay, 5 minutes. We've got 5 minutes for question and answer section. So I've just put on the last slide. So please feel free to send your messages through with your questions. And but in the meantime, I have put on the screen here what the website is, so you can have a look at the different areas I work with, and the Facebook page. I think we've got the link with FOSIS anyway, and it's Ash Coaching, and then I've put my email, and I've just noticed there's a typo in it because I did it so quickly. So Virgin Media. I don't know if I can just change that just now while you're on there. Okay, how do you balance having body positivity and being healthy and fit? How do you balance body positivity? So I think you need to start from the beginning. Okay, one of the things would be, how do you feel about your body? So with yourself, we had sometimes you're 2, sometimes you're 6, right? So that, like, that's quite a big. It's like sometimes you're feeling not too bad and then you dip to quite low. What is it that making you do that? What's happening? So we get the signal of it. What is it, a trigger? Has somebody said something you've seen? Is it something something's happened and you feel like you drop down to 2? Okay. So when you get that core thing, then you work out from there. Being healthy and fit, I gather that would simply be, being healthy would be looking at the way you eat. Okay. Being healthy is about your routine. So either too much sugar is not good for you, not just because of putting on weight and calories, also because it gives you that high. You get like the energy going straight up, and then straight away you're going to feel the slump of it. So that's not very good for mental health either, because you're feeling that drained after it as well. Fit, you need to see where you are in fitness. How fit are you right now? Do you work out? Do you exercise at all? Do you go walking? Do you go to the gym? Do you have a daily routine? Do you have a weekly routine? Do you do yoga? What do you do just now? So we have to really figure out where you are and then add on, because I don't do a generic message. And generically, you can find this anywhere. You can find it on Google or Instagrams. Being healthy is eat well, eat healthy, good salads, portion sizes, still have all your food groups of carbs, your veggies and your protein, and then being fit. Of course, being fit, then it's about exercising. So go out, and I would say, if you go, don't make things as a task. When it's coming to fitness, do things that you enjoy. So do you like yoga? Go and do it. If you like running, go and do it. Or even a dance class. Have you been to dance classes? There was a dance class and it was called Clubbercise, and I accidentally went to it, and you had glow sticks and it was all dark, and oh my God, it was incredible. It was incredible because I didn't mean to go to it, but I had so much fun. It was so much fun. I didn't feel like I was exercising, and it is something I took on from that class as well, where I noticed that nobody cared how they looked because the lights were off. Nobody cared about somebody looking at them. Nobody even cared about if they were doing the moves right, if they were going the right direction or not. They ended up, as long as they were moving and waving their arms and going to the music, they were having a great time. So they enjoyed it, and the people were coming back every week to that class. And that's what was helping them keep fit and feeling good about themselves. So you need to find things that you actually enjoy. Yes, we do become human nature, we become impatient for waiting for results. But this is where maybe we look at, what is the results? Are you looking for physical results? Are you looking for the results on the scales? Is that what you mean when waiting for results? Is it for how you feel in that pair of jeans? Because remember, your time of month changes how the jeans are going to feel if you're bloated. Also, if you're when you've eaten something, if you weigh yourself in the morning or you weigh yourself later, that might change the numbers on the scales. They're not really real results. So it depends what results you're actually meaning. I would suggest focus on the results of how you feel. How you feel. So when you go out for exercise class, if there's a friend you can get joining in with you to do something with you, or even netball, some sports, do something that you enjoy and you can have a laugh at. It feels fun, because when you do that, it doesn't even feel like you're not waiting for results. You're not there for a number on the scale, or fitting into by the next day or the next week, fitting into that pair of jeans. You're actually just enjoying yourself. And when you're enjoying yourself and endorphins are releasing, good serotonin levels in your body, then you're going to feel good about yourself, and that's going to bring your self-esteem right up. I started the gym, and after not seeing results for a month, I gave up. What were you doing at the gym? First of all, how often did you go? How was your eating when you were going to the gym? But actually, are you aware it's actually probably after the month that when you go to the gym that you'll start seeing the results? Because even though you need to know what results you're looking for, the results you might be looking for is you might be firmer, you might be more toned up. That's still, or you might be building a bit of muscle, and because you're building muscle, it's not going to change on the scales. So there's lots of things when you need to see the results. There's not one magic answer here, but don't give up. That's where I'm getting here. If you don't see the results, you've got those expectations. So maybe take a step back of what your expectations are, what you're actually looking for. Don't give up on yourself. If you give up on yourself, how can we expect others not to give up on us? We can't give up on ourselves. It's like that body has been given to us by Allah. That's your amanat. We're here to look after it. And if a way to look after it is fitness and health, but the way you treat your body, of how you feel about it, I gather that's amanat as well. How we feel about what Allah's given us. I don't know, it's just something to think about. However, the thing of gym, fitness, healthy, they're all external again. They're actions you can take. But before you take those actions and have them going on continued, you have to go back another step. You need to go back. It's like motivation. When they say motivation, where is the motivation coming from? It's coming from the mind. It's coming from internal. So what will motivate you to go and look after your body? What will motivate you to be healthy? What will motivate you to sustain it? So one thing you're saying is results. But what if we change the results over for you? And I'm happy. I know this is very, like, as a webinar is different when we're with one-to-one, maybe do a consultation and look at what's going on for you, because it might be something completely different than what you think it is. And then doing a few sessions, whether it's the stress or the anxiety off about the body image and self-esteem, if we just get that connection switched over from the right part, from the root cause, the rest will just fall into place. Then it's easy. And this is where we fail, when we're looking for the external, when we're looking for the external results, when we're looking for the external approval of others. That's all external. If we can sit down and look at ourselves and sit down and think about all the things we're grateful for, all our good points, all the wonderful things about us as a person, as an individual. That is our body image, and that's our self-esteem then. And that will give you what level you're at. And that level isn't determined by anyone else, it's determined by you. And only you can change it. Only you are in control of this. So if anybody's in a position, please seek help. Help isn't a bad thing. It's not, I know sometimes it's a taboo about going for therapy. If you need it, then get support. Go to someone and get it from the root cause, and then life will be easier for you. Okay, Jazakallah for that. I have just had a message come through, so if there isn't any other questions, I can tell you, I've been asked to give a small description of the coaching and how it works, so if you're okay with that. So what packages at the moment I do, so the areas I concentrate on, and you can have a look at the website for lots of areas I've worked with people. I mean, I've worked from children from the age of 10, to the last gent I was working for, he was probably in his 60s, but they're all in different areas. But anxiety relief therapy, I do that. That's over 2 weeks, and we clear the anxiety right from the root cause within that 2 weeks period. So it's a 2-hour session and another 2-hour session the week after. I have a life coaching program, which is a transformational life coaching program, which is on a 10-step program. And this 10 steps area covers everything. So like the things you're talking about just now, the physical things, the body image, the self-esteem, the eating, the emotional energy that you have there that you get drained with, the energy you feel physically. All these areas are all covered, and we look at where are you going in life. So the coaching is all about, it's not performance coaching, it's all about coaching about how you are about yourself. So it's all about self-awareness, and when you learn about yourself, then you can take the relevant steps. So I become the facilitator to take you through that route, take you to that path. And why the program's specialised is because I add in all the counselling, the NLP, the hypnotherapy. It's a bespoke service depending on the client that's in front of me, the client that's come to see. It's all designed around them. So I don't do a program that's one fit for all, because it's not the way it works. It's not the way it works. The other thing I do is empowerment events. So recently I've had lots of empowerment events. I do monthly empowerment events. So it's called, that's for women, it's Women Empowerment Tribe Meetups, and it's on the last Thursday of every month. So the next one's the 25th of April, and it's at the Glenhill Hotel at 9:30 to 12. And that's for everybody. It's for any woman that's there, and we do self-development workshops within it. And it's a good networking element as well. You don't need to talk about your problems if you don't want to. If somebody wants to discuss things, we can look at it. But it's all about networking and being in that environment, that positive environment. That's what I've created, a safe place for people to feel comfortable to be who they are and learn how to be better with themselves, be empowered to be a better version of you. Okay, so that's the 3 areas I'm focused on, and obviously I do the one-to-one sessions too, but really the packages are the best thing. So you can contact me on any of these, the Facebook, you can follow the page, you can have a look at the website and email me. On the website there is a contact me page, and you can complete it of what area that you want to look for help, and we can do a 15-minute consultation free over the phone. And then we can arrange a meeting if you like. Is there any other questions before we close for today? And I want to say a big thank you to the team who've invited me along to do the webinar, as it was my very first webinar. I'd never done it before, didn't even know how to work a webinar, but alhamdulillah, we got there.
Working with a more coaching approach to developing people, you may not have to do so much recruitment.
Business of Architecture UK, episode 41. Special announcement, the next BOA UK live event, the first one of 2019, is coming to you on Tuesday, the 5th of March. It will be held in the UNI offices, 7A Howick Place in Victoria, southwest London, and there will be a discussion panel of industry thought leaders, entrepreneurs, intrapreneurs, architects, discussing the 7 threats to an architectural practice. Now, early bird tickets are now on sale. I'm going to put the link and the information underneath this podcast. So book your tickets right away, and I look forward to seeing you there. Hello and welcome to the Business of Architecture UK. I am your host, Ryan Willard, and this week I'm in my favourite hotel on the Thames. It was a grisly, overcast day, but I had the fantastic opportunity of speaking with Rachel Birchmore and Louise Rogers about the topic of emotional intelligence. There's a little bit of background on both of these extraordinary women. Rachel is an experienced strategic marketing consultant, and she's been trained in business, personal, and leadership coaching. And about 6 years ago, she set up a company called RB. And she's got a lot of operational director experience before that, and she combines her coaching abilities with her marketing strategies and expertise, and works primarily with a number of architects. Now, Louise is also a business coach. She's an executive and business coach. She's got about 25 years of experience in public relations and communications. She was one of the founding directors of Niche PR, who are a company that works across a number of sectors from real estate, hospitality, and design. And she exited that around 2014. And together they've created Step Up, which is a new coaching program which is focused for associates and associate directors within architects' practices and other organizations in the built environment. So they've got a real deep understanding of the industry and how it operates. And they focus their work on emotional intelligence. And for me, and I've sort of alluded to this before in many podcasts about the importance of emotional intelligence, because it really is the underlying driver for every single decision that we make. And every part of our business is impacted and affected by our level of emotional intelligence, from how we hire staff to how we cultivate our teams, how we lead ourselves, the decisions that we make, the things that we do, the things that we don't do, our productivity. And of course, emotional intelligence in sales and in marketing, having a deep level of emotional understanding of somebody else's perspective, and also the underlying emotional forces which are, at play within our own identities, is a very, very deep conversation. And having a good understanding and grasp of it can really transform our businesses and take them into totally new, uncharted areas, and can be very, very exciting. So I'm going to leave you now, but please enjoy this fantastic podcast. It's filled with fascinating bits with Rachel Birchmore and Louise Rogers. Hello and welcome to the Business of Architecture UK. I am here with Rachel Birchmore and Louise Rogers. Pleasure to have you here. Welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for having us.
Absolutely.
Yep, nice to be here.
Brilliant. So we're here because we're going to talk about emotional intelligence and how that is important in the realm of architecture and architecture business. So the first question is, what is it that you guys do? What are your backgrounds?
Okay, so I'm Rachel, and I'm a consultant and I'm a coach. And my background, I've spent 25 years working with people in the built environment. Initially with a project manager doing business development and marketing, and that's my background. And then 5 years ago, I left there and set up my own business, which is RB, spelled AREBE. It's important, doesn't work on a podcast. And that business advises primarily architects, but actually consultants all the way across the built environment on marketing, strategy, business development. And then later, so 3 years ago now, I trained as a coach and as a sort of adjunct to that business. So that training gives me the ability to do one-to-one coaching with people, whether that be around leadership or business development. But it also gives a slightly different style to what I'm doing in terms of my consultancy work. So yeah, that's my background.
And Louise?
Well, my background is actually in public relations. I trained originally as a journalist, and then I worked in PR, mostly with organisations working in the built environment for 25 years, including being a co-founder of an agency, a PR agency that specialised in working with stakeholder communications. So doing really complex negotiations with local communities around developments that are planned for their area. So through that, I obviously met a lot of developers and architects, and I suppose some of my job was distilling their very complex messages into bite-sized chunks that could be understood by local communities impacted by development to help people get planning consent. And I left my business 5 years ago, and then I trained as a coach.
Right, so both of you have got the background in business coaching.
Yeah.
And so the topic for this afternoon is emotional intelligence. So what is it? What is emotional intelligence?
Well, it's one of those things, isn't it, that gets associated, perhaps because it's got the word emotion in it, with the kind of the soft skills that people need in order to run a business. And both Rachel and I feel that that is kind of underselling it. And I think what we would say is that it's about the things that make us human. Rachel, would you like to add to that? It's really weird, because it's one of those things that to define is really...
there's two things. There's an official definition of emotional intelligence, which, let's say it anyway, because I think it's important. So emotional intelligence is being able to recognize your own emotions,
right,
recognizing those of others, being able to regulate your own emotional responses, and being able to influence others. Which again, that word emotion, I think it really does undermine what it actually is, because it is actually, if you take away that emotion, you basically end up with a machine. So the machine that has technical expertise and an intellectual capacity for facts and information and technical things, but you take away everybody's thinking and beliefs and values and personality and all those things that actually make us human. And particularly when you're working on building projects, there are masses of people involved with those. So the process of designing and making buildings involves so many people, and therefore so much emotion and personality. Obviously, it's then crucial to that.
I suppose it's a kind of illusion that we think that emotions are something separate from our decision making.
Exactly.
And that we think that we're kind of intellectually, we're skilled professionals. We don't need to worry about emotions. Emotions are for at home or somewhere else. But actually, it's something that's driving us all the time.
Exactly.
And so what are the kind of problems that you've experienced with architects with not having emotional intelligence, or where does emotional intelligence or a lack of training in it cause problems?
Well, I wouldn't say that architects are particularly not emotionally intelligent, but what Rachel and I have both found in our work with architects is quite often the people at the very senior level have the same sort of comments about the people the level below them that we feel comes down to a need to see the development of emotional intelligence take place. So, for example, they say, I sent them on a business development course, but they still don't go out and do new business. Or I sent them on a networking course and they still don't come back, or they still don't want to go out and do networking. Because what they've done is they've given them a kind of layer of techniques and skills and tools that they may be able to use. But what they haven't done is actually increase their ability to use those effectively, because we don't know what might be holding people back from, until people understand that for themselves, they may not know what's holding them back from being able to use those skills and techniques that they've been taught. So what we've done is develop a program for mostly associate level that will enable them to step up into a leadership role by building on their ability to understand their own emotional responses and understand the emotional responses that other people that they're working with might have, and learning how to recognize what's happening, kind of name it in order to tame it, if you like, the things that might trigger certain impulses in them, and then work with those so that they become more effective across the board.
So what kind of obstacles, if you're, can training in emotional intelligence unlock, if you like, in an architecture practice? So that's a good example where you're saying that an architects might be giving training development to some of their staff, and then yet they're not implementing the techniques and the skills. And obviously that's quite a massive one. And
just to give you a small example, as Rachel has said, more and more people are working in really big project teams. And an awful lot about emotional intelligence. It's words that are used to describe building better relationships with people. So, as the public relations consultant or the public consultation consultant, I've been in those team meetings, and there is always an opportunity before that meeting starts to engage with the person sitting to your right or to your left, who might be a quantity surveyor or somebody from the development company, or somebody else involved in delivering a project. But you'd be surprised how many people will not take that opportunity to engage. They sit there and they look at their emails, and yet the person they're sitting next to could be their client of the future. And it's very simple things like that. It's about waking up their curiosity about other people and making them feel more comfortable about that level of engagement with other people.
I think one of the other areas that I see a lot, certainly when I do business development sort of coaching and advice, is around things like bidding for work. So one of the big areas around emotional intelligence is empathy. So being able to see things from somebody else's point of view. And obviously when you're initially doing networking, but particularly when you come to actually pitch for a project, the ability to see that project and the need from the client's point of view is absolutely paramount. And quite often when people are putting together a pitch, they can only actually see their own service and the things that they need to get across about their practice, rather than actually stepping out of that and coming at it from the client's point of view. And that is so, when you see people bidding, you see people who win, it is really when they've demonstrated that understanding.
Yes. Yeah, that's something that's key in sales and marketing.
Sure.
The more that you're able to communicate an understanding of what the client's genuine problem is and articulate it, you've got a way higher chance of being able to win that work and also create an effective relationship, because you're in the listening of the other person.
That's right. And obviously, as somebody who has spent a large part of their working life working with local communities to explain the complications around planning applications. I was telling Rachel earlier that I did once sit in on a public consultation really early on in my career, and I think architects have got a lot better since then, with an architect who was trying to explain proposals for a very large social housing development. And there was somebody in the room who said, "Will I be able to hear my neighbour's toilet flush?" And the architect just carried on explaining what he wanted to explain. And the person said, I want to know, will I be able to hear my neighbour's toilet flush? And in the end, he actually stood up and repeated the question for the third time before he got, and then he got some really complex explanation about soundproofing standards. And it's really, as I say, I think this was a long time ago, and I think things have improved since then. But it really is about that ability to put yourself in somebody else's shoes and see things from their point of view. And we're lucky in that that's something that we can learn to do better. We can all learn to do it, but we can't all learn how to be architects, but we can all learn how to do that better.
Do you think there's a stigma almost about learning about these types of skill sets and emotional intelligence? Because you're saying that the word emotional kind of suddenly people go in a particular direction with it. And I'm very much like you, that this work on emotional EQ is the root of absolutely every interaction that we have as human beings.
Yes. I think traditionally that has certainly been the case. There's people see technical expertise as more important than what's been called in the past soft stuff, the really difficult soft stuff. I do think that's changing. You can see in the new, as Louis said earlier on, in the new breed of architects, those sort of practices who are starting to be at the forefront of things now are led by people who have very high levels of emotional intelligence. So I think there is a change. And it's perhaps because to be successful now on the larger projects, as we've talked about, you do actually need to have that. So maybe it's naturally becoming that way.
Can you walk me through a sort of process that you might do with a client or an architect that might come to you and perhaps they've identified, even just being able to identify where there is perhaps a lack of understanding is a huge accomplishment in itself. What is it that you do, and how do you help them identify those types of things?
Well, I think there's obviously lots of different areas of emotional intelligence, but if we talk about one that comes up frequently, if you talk about triggers, so we all have buttons which can be pressed by certain people and certain circumstances, even certain words, and the emotional intelligence enables you to deal with those triggers or buttons in a slightly different way. So I was saying to Louise earlier on, I read something yesterday that said you can't stop the bird landing on your head, but you can stop it building a nest. But I'm not sure the bird lands on your head a lot, but I kind of get the essence of what they're trying to explain there. So with triggers, we would ask a client to work out, either by journaling or just by thinking about the last time that somebody pressed a button. And it's really about trying to remember back to the earliest feeling or reaction that somebody had to that. So is it that your stomach tenses up at that point? Is it that your chest goes really tight? Is it that your head starts burning? But generally you can work out the very first stage of an emotional reaction you can work out what the first part was. And it wasn't the point at which you threw something across the table and got very angry. It was probably 5 minutes earlier. It was a word that you heard or something happened. And if people can better understand those triggers, then they can start working out what it is about that word that makes them react in that way. And generally, there's something in between the trigger, so the word, and the reaction, which is generally a belief about something. So it might, for instance, I was in a meeting the other day and it ended in an argument between two people in the room, and it was brought about by the belief that one person felt that the other person didn't trust them. Now that was never actually stated, but one person said something, the other reacted very defensively. So there was a trigger, there was a reaction, but the bit that was unspoken and unseen was the belief that they're not trusted. And that's actually what somebody reacts to. So if you can identify those beliefs, then you can start to actually address them.
And something that is just so simple, which is learning how to listen better. Most people don't listen very well, and it's a fundamental, obviously, of coach training. But most people listen in order to respond. And somebody can be talking to you, and in your head, you're already formulating your response, which means that you're not actually listening to them. You're not listening with your whole self. So I think even by learning, by working with people to increase their ability to really listen. And I've done that with people in groups where you get one person to talk for 3 minutes and the other person's not allowed to interrupt and not allowed to ask a question. Actually, when we were training, we did it for 5, which with people who aren't training to be a coach, I would only do it for 3, because it's actually incredibly difficult to just sit and listen to somebody for 3 minutes without working out what you're going to say. If you, there's no pressure on you to say anything. In fact, you're really not allowed to say anything. And even practicing that can mean that people get the habit of not listening in order to respond, but listening in order to listen. And you can imagine how that plays out in an architect's life with their colleagues, with clients. You know, if you present a proposal to a client and the client comes straight back at you with a criticism, rather than letting all those triggers be pushed and leaping to a response, listen to what your client's saying and the way that they're saying it. Look for those verbal and physical cues that they give, that there may be something else that's happening in there, you know, that you're feeling, but is actually probably not to do with you. But at least hear them out and then think carefully about how you're going to respond to them, rather than immediately going on the defensive, which I think happens quite a lot.
Yeah. And it's kind of, they're linked, aren't they, I suppose, with the reaction. If you go straight into a reaction mode and you're not aware that you've gone into a reaction mode, you're going to be listening to the other person in a certain way, which has got nothing to do with that person. It's to do with you and
Exactly.
and the filters that you've just basically condemned that person to your way of listening to them about.
Yeah. Well, it used to happen an awful lot in public consultations.
Yeah.
And I can remember once being asked to kind of rescue a public consultation that had gone really badly wrong. So we were pulled in far too late because they'd decided that they could do it. The architects and the developers decided they could do it themselves. And I went to this public exhibition in a London borough, and I was and there was somebody who was standing looking at a display board, and, you know, with the plans all nicely outlined. And I said to him, can I answer any questions that you might have about what you're seeing on the boards? And he said, if I talk to you, I'm going to completely lose it. So I just need to stand here and absorb the information on the boards, and then we'll see. And so I knew to step back, and I knew that I was going to be dealing with somebody and when I did speak to him afterwards, he said, nobody has listened. This is the second public exhibition we've had. Nothing's changed. Nobody has listened to us. So, you know, if you're going to actually do something like a public consultation, then develop your listening skills so that you can listen and respond appropriately.
It's very interesting, because it's, again, that skill of listening is so key to every part of the design process. And I know for architects, you know, if you've negotiated a poor contract or you've got yourself into a little bit of a difficult situation, it's normally come down to both parties not listening to each other.
Yeah.
And in those first initial meetings as well, as part of like the sales process, it's kind of so important for you as the architect to understand what the emotional drivers are.
Exactly.
To why the project is happening.
Yeah.
And it's often very interesting to try and to dig and to also, I suppose it takes a lot of confidence as well to be able to ask questions that elicit certain types of responses.
Well, it does. And, you know, obviously, as trained coaches, that's one of the things that we do. But actually, you know, when I'm describing what coaching is to people, I often say a coach will be your thinking partner. We'll help you think, because we believe that you have the solutions in your head, and our job is to help bring them out. And I think sometimes an architect working with a client is the same sort of relationship, isn't it? That you've got to be thinking partners. You can't have two people coming in with completely separate agendas. You've got to have the ability to empathize with the other person, kind of walk in their shoes for a while, understand their point of view. And it is all about kind of basic relationship building.
Yeah, I think that you were going down the route of good questioning, and I think people don't sometimes ask enough questions to try and understand a bit more. I think sometimes we hear something which resonates with us and we almost go off down that tangent rather than listening to that and then going back with another question about the same topic and stopping us at another one of those triggers, stopping ourselves going off down the tangent. So yeah, great question.
Yeah, no, I've had that issue myself in conversations with clients where I've been held back and been like, actually, I shouldn't ask that. It's not my business. And then actually through external, you know, training and development, been able to, you know, go, well, actually, no, you can ask these questions, and it makes a big difference when you start probing and asking questions that you thought perhaps were too personal, but actually it creates a very different relationship in a very different space.
Well, people are different, aren't they, obviously? So the early relationship building, the better you've listened, and the more you've watched those facial cues and that sort of thing, the more you should know then about how far you can push your questioning.
Yes.
Because if that early relationship building bit hasn't been done very effectively, you might well get it wrong. And we've all seen that. You know, I've certainly done that myself, where you haven't quite got it right and you think, oh, no, that's too far, or didn't go far enough. Yeah.
So when architects engage with your services and your coaching, what are they coming to you with?
All sorts of different things. I mean, so one-to-one coaching, I do, and I know Louise does similar, lots around people stepping into new roles. So new directors, people about to be promoted, people who are maybe stuck in a rut, who are either looking to leave the practice or trying to find a way to refresh what they're doing. So want that promotion, don't understand why they're not getting it, but actually think it's something to do with them, not just the practice, so they're looking for help with that. And then lots around business, specifics around business development and networking. I mean, I personally do a lot of work with introverts who want to network better.
Right.
Which is fascinating as an area.
Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
Well,
Is that common within architects? Then there's a lot of, I suppose it's quite an introverted
I think it's
profession.
common full stop.
Right.
But yes, lots of architects and engineers are deep thinkers and full of technical expertise and fantastic at that. And lots of them are better within a smaller group than a great big dry event. Plus it's full of people that they're not particularly interested in sometimes, or perceive they might not be. So they're looking for different ways to do it. And I think the term networking, in lots of people's heads, sort of says big event full of old men in suits, and that's all they actually understand to be networking. Well, it's just not like that. You know, there's lots of ways to form connections and build relationships, which is actually that all networking is about, which doesn't involve going to great big events at all. If you can put a bit more purpose to it and work out who it is you actually want to speak to, it's perfectly possible to find ways of doing that really suits you and your personality. And no need for big events.
Could you give us an example of alternative ways of networking that might be more...
Well, the obvious one is cycling.
Really?
Which has overtaken our industry, I think, and lots of... Well, yeah, it's cycling's the new golf, isn't it? Which has become the cliche, I think. But obviously smaller groups around people's interests. So it doesn't need to be cycling. It could be a particular artist who's exhibiting somewhere who you know a couple of your potential clients are interested in. Well, why not go there? And because you're going to be more engaged with it, it's your area of interest. It shows you've listened to that client. And that's actually the person you need to meet. You don't need to meet the 250 people in that dry event up the road. So I think...
It almost sounds like fun as well.
But exactly. So, well, it can be, yeah. I mean, I suppose we all need to go to events that we don't particularly want to go to sometimes because our interests aren't the same as our clients. But generally, I think there are ways of doing it which suit people's personality better. Yeah.
Well, I've worked with practice leaders mostly and creative leaders of entrepreneurial companies generally. And I suppose what they all have in common is that they've got where they are because they're really, really good at what they do and not because they're really good at managing people. And it can be quite a lonely place to be. So I've worked with people on issues such as succession planning, you know, when they feel they're on a hamster wheel and they're working incredibly hard and really long hours and paying loads of people's mortgages and turning that dynamic around a bit so that your business is working for you rather than you working for your business is generally the objective of that. You know, what do you need to get from this, and what are your longer term goals for your life and for your business? How what's your path towards achieving them? So working with individual leaders I've probably done a little bit more of.
And say something like family succession planning within a practice. What are the kind of obstacles in that? Because that's something that's come up a few times in our conversations.
I think architects find that, in my experience, many architects find that very difficult, thinking about the succession planning. Some do it really well. Some do it less well. I mean, you know, obviously one of the things with architects is that an awful lot of them are called after people who no longer work within them. So it shows that they're not really thinking of succession planning, because the practice is still called after people that don't work there anymore. But succession planning is a really complex thing. And I think another factor that certainly I've come across before is that lots of creative leaders, not just architects, but they appoint people who are just below their level of competence. And they do it almost unconsciously, because they think that what they're doing is succession planning, but actually it's because they may find the challenge of having somebody working for them who is as good as them and has the potential to be as good as them actually quite challenging. We were talking about that this morning, weren't we? I think we've both come across
That's
that
fascinating.
a bit.
And I suppose it's one of those unaware emotional things that's kind of dictating the decisions, and those decisions are going to shape the business.
They're going to shape the business. And actually, if you're getting to the stage in your life and in your career where you're thinking, actually, I need to think about an exit strategy in the next 5 or 10 years, but you still want to have some connection with your business, then you clearly need people there who are going to be as good or better than you are. So developing your emotional intelligence so that you can recognize those people and play that role in their lives as of nurturing and developing them to one day, step into a leadership role, the leadership role in your business, is not an easy thing to do.
And how can architects, say, for example, in the hiring of staff, make sure that they're employing people that have a high level of emotional intelligence? Because I've heard business leaders in the past speak to me or have conversations, and sometimes it's one of the things they really think is the most important is not necessarily what's on the CV, but actually the emotional intelligence of a newcomer to a team. So how can architects or business owners ensure that they're kind of bringing emotional intelligence to those kinds of HR processes?
Well, I'm going to let Rachel answer that in just a minute, but I will say something that we both feel is really important, that by actually working with a more coaching approach to developing people, you may not have to do so much recruitment, because we would really argue that retention is a much better strategy than recruitment. It's cheaper. You don't get people setting up in competition to you. We both spoke to somebody quite recently who said we have one of two things. They either leave and set up on their own, or they leave because they haven't done that well here, and then they go somewhere else and they flourish. Now, what's that about? And isn't that a waste of your human capital? That's a terribly cold term, but you know what I mean. You've invested all this time and energy and even money into somebody, and then they leave and set up on their own or go and work for somebody else and do really well. So we would both argue that actually developing a more coaching style approach to management may stop that happening in the first place. And I'll let Rachel talk about recruitment.
Well, first of all, what does a coaching style mean? What does that mean to you?
Well, I'm afraid it's words that we've used before, like listening,
Right.
And empathy.
Right.
And developing that most people go to work these days, they don't want to be somebody different from the person they are at home. They want a kind of congruence between who they are at home and who they are at work. They want to be accepted for what they bring to the table. They want to feel that they're being invested in, that their strengths and values are being honoured, that they are part of a collaborative effort, that they've got some sense of purpose. There is less disconnect now between people at work and people out of work. And I think that, modern recruitment and retention strategies need to take that into account.
Yeah, I think just to add to that on the coaching style, there's a big shift in sort of leadership terms away from the sort of command and control, so person at the top of an organisation dictating down, and this sort of cascading of information down an organisation, into a position where actually leadership is much more distributed across, or needs to be distributed across the practice. So when somebody comes to a principal of a practice and says, how shall I do this? It needs to be less about, or a coaching style is less about, you do it this way, or try this, and more about, what have you tried so far? And asking questions to try and get that person to actually resolve it themselves. Because if you can do that, then obviously you can get all of your people in the practice to resolve day-to-day issues much more directly themselves, and therefore less pressure on these busy principles of practices. Back on the other question.
Yes, on the HR.
How can architects try and employ people with high emotional intelligence? I think that's quite difficult. So I would start with improving the emotional intelligence of the people doing the recruitment in the ways that we said, because if you've got low emotional intelligence, you won't recognize it in other people. In fact, worse than that, I think you'll actually then recruit lots of clones of yourself. And you can kind of see it in organizations who have people leading recruitment with low emotional intelligence. They just have a team of people who are all just like them. Whereas people with higher emotional intelligence, I think, are able to understand their own strengths and not worry too much about their weaknesses. They might be working on those things, but they're not worried about other people having that strength. They're not threatened by that in some way. So, yeah, I would work on principles and those recruiting improving their own first.
Fascinating. Thank you very much. If any architects listening to this wanting to get in touch or wanting to work with you, where do they start?
Well, we both have websites. So rbmarketing.co.uk.
And my website is idea.co.uk, and that's spelled EIDYIA.
Brilliant. I'll put all the information in the link below.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time and expertise today.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks.
Pleasure.
Thank you for listening. Now, don't forget, early bird tickets are now on sale for the next BOA UK live event, which is the 7 Threats to an Architectural Practice, happening Tuesday, 5th of March, 2019. Book your tickets now. The views expressed on this show by my guests do not represent those of the host, and I make no representation.
Here at the Giver Marketing Network, we don't leave you drifting out in space. We connect you to a coach who will help you build and grow your marketing business. Our process acts as a guide on how to connect with other businesses, maintain good relations, and establish a presence on the Giver Marketing Network. Each member within this collaborative group will have the opportunity to leverage your talent and influence, a true network effect. If you are looking to collaborate on more projects, welcome to the Giver Marketing Network, the most trusted and highest rated collective of specialists on the planet. Here we have a group of like-minded professionals who focus on making valuable introductions and helping each other grow by teaming up. Imagine Upwork meets a network and a coach. The talent collectively includes services like visibility and SEO, creating logos, designing websites, managing social media, outreach messaging, visual storytelling, and much more. Think of what you could do with laser-focused allies, strengthening your business while offering your talent to the entire network. Click near this video for more information.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on when and where you are tuning in from. We are here with Joel Snyder at the Giver Marketing Network, and also representing Kingdom Warriors Holders Group as well today, and streaming in all different places. So Joel, thank you for coming in and helping us take a deep dive into this nurturing conversation around marketing. Like, how do we nurture or follow up or continually be in front of our audience in a way that doesn't bother them, but it makes them feel more connected to you and more trusted in the relationship. So really appreciate your superpowers in this area. Joel Snyder is from Coax Consulting, and he's part of the Giver Marketing Network. He's also streaming here on Kingdom Warriors Holders Group as well. So he's kind of by proxy part of that group and community. And so we're excited to have Joel today. So Joel, do you want to share anything, maybe a little bit of your origin story? How did you get into the marketing world?
Oh, yeah. Hey, thanks, Tim. It's really always great to be here. The Giver Marketing Network has been instrumental in the growth of my business, and it's just been a really awesome team to lean on to fill in gaps in our team structure when needed. And so being able to share some of my experience with the network is always a great pleasure. I come from the corporate world, dealing with the employees in the incentive industry, working on productivity programs and consumer incentives, and really connecting the psychology of human behavior with the benefits that relate to the bottom line of the business. And so my transition came from that to wanting to relate that to the local business, the regional companies that are supporting their community and employing people and providing jobs, and just taking the knowledge that I gleaned from a full career in the corporate world and bringing it to a level where the entrepreneur, the small and regional business person, can apply these best practices to build the profits within their own organizations, to allow more jobs, higher wages, and support the community in different ways.
It's amazing how the small business has similar or the same tools that the larger corporations have now in their business when it comes to marketing, especially in their respective ventures and organizations. And you tend to bridge that gap and say, hey, when it comes to follow up or nurturing or putting a retargeting ad out there that kind of nurtures your audience that you're already been in front of, you can do this just like the multi-million-dollar or the billion-dollar company down the road. Like, you can do the same thing they do. Just let me help you as kind of the mastermind or the maestro behind the scenes, orchestrating all that. And you've done that with us. You've helped other clients. You've helped multiple layers of clients, associates, clients, and all sorts of other projects that I've been able to hear about, see firsthand, and we've presented in the past before. But this is new content. This is content you're coming up with fresh for the audience today. And so with that, Joel, thank you for sharing your story and alleviating the pain of the small business when it comes to nurturing. I love that you do that. So if you're having trouble following up with those prospects and staying in front of them, and they always tend to end up in kind of a cul-de-sac somewhere, kind of a dead end somewhere where you don't know if they're interested still or not. Joel is the guy you want to contact, and look him up even now while you're listening to this and watching this. Look him up on LinkedIn, look him up on some of the other social channels. And at the end, he'll give you a goodie today that you can have some time with him at no cost. And I know your time is worth hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars per hour, Joel. But you being able to offer a little bit of your time to our audience today is just a gift. And so thank you for doing that. With that, do you want to do some show and tell? Are we ready for that? Do you want to do that?
Bring it on. Absolutely.
Okay, let's go. All right, so we got nurturing for growth, or a deeper dive into nurturing. Joel, at this point, this is your baby. Take this. I'll click on some of the slides. Stacy, I know you're behind the scenes trying to help. I'll click on some of the slides because I'm seeing some of the kind of the rhythm of the presentation today. So Joel, you and I, man, let's do this together.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, we have had some opportunities to talk about retargeting and different ways of nurturing a database over time. And I've been getting, a lot of requests for a much deeper dive. And so what I want to do today is really just kind of deconstruct the nurturing process and show lots of different applications, as well as some best practices and some sequences that will help, anyone, can do this from an organic perspective to a paid perspective. But the biggest thing is we want to lead with value. And we talk about this in the Giver Marketing Network all the time. So, my goal here is to give the information that empowers organizations to exponentially grow by closing that loop, right, between the cold traffic and the conversion, because in the end, we want to develop a brand ambassador. We all know word of mouth is always the best advertising. And every time we can get testimonials, any type of case studies, anything that shows credibility, it's always a great way to do that. But it tends to come with some work. So what we want to do is leverage some automated workflows, and this is what we're going to talk about more today, to help that business grow and foster a value-first mindset.
So when we talk about value first, if you don't mind, I want to ask just genuine, authentic questions as we go along here, because we're always learning from each other, right? So value first, lead with value, bring something of value to the marketplace. These are phrases that tend to be used quite a bit in our own industry. What about for those who are watching that own another kind of business, or maybe lead a purpose-driven nonprofit of some kind of venture or organization where they feel like they have value inherently in the organization? That's part of their mission. But how do you recommend people communicate that on the kind of the tail end of or the beginning of a nurturing process, or the tail end of marketing process right before somebody's about to purchase or donate or engage in a deeper way? How do we do that?
Yeah, well, and this presentation really digs deep into that subject. And I think, the biggest thing is we have a tendency to sell rather than educate. And there's something that's unique about you in your industry and in your business that cannot be sourced on the internet. You have some specialized knowledge that will come up. You may have heard this phrase, "He's forgotten more than I know," on that topic, right?
Yeah, they've forgotten more than we know, or something like that. Yeah.
Right, because they have so much knowledge that it's not going to all be out front, and it's not already. So if we can determine some really unique, specialized knowledge that you have in your industry that can't typically be sourced by someone just typing in a search term, now you're delivering value beyond what is, in the pedestrian
right
kind of audience.
In the common audience. Okay. So somehow it's got to be if I'm hearing you right, it's got to be some kind of application or deeper insight to how the mechanism or how the flow works, so that you can use emotional intelligence. You can use some things that really, whether it's a typical word search or an artificial intelligent aggregator of information, it's more than information, it's wisdom. You're applying this in a way that brings extraordinary value, not bottom of the barrel value, not value anybody can offer in your industry, but specialized value. Something
I think wisdom's a good word for it. Yeah.
Okay.
For sure. What to watch out for, some best practices, things like that.
Application of that knowledge. Okay, great. Why does nurturing work, Joel? Tell us more about some of this.
So there is this marketing trap, right? We're small budget marketers. Now, that may be an individual company marketing for themselves, or it might be a solopreneur who's just helping some of the people in their community, or they've picked up Uncle, Bill's company to help them. And they may have a background in marketing, but it's a small budget, right? So their main focus tends to be on cold, new transactions, and very few of them really spend effort on retargeting all that acquired traffic. And they lead with a gimmick and disqualify non-purchased data. And this is where
explain that, because there's a couple of terms in there that, as marketing professionals, we understand it. But let's say that some of our audience is just either growing or learning or wanting to revisit this topic. Can you explain that a little bit more?
Yeah. So when you go out and trying to build your business, you're acquiring some kind of traffic, either to your website or in your email, even phone calls, right? You're acquiring traffic that's coming to you. And typically we're leading with a gimmick of some kind, a coupon, a discount, a freemium, right? And then but we've disqualified the non-purchase data. So there's all this opportunity to collect data from the market that's going to tell you how to sell to them. And instead of listening and quantifying all of that and putting it into a system, we ignore it because we're looking for the lowest hanging fruit. We're looking for that immediate benefit, that immediate transaction.
So you're saying that if I'm hearing you right, the prospects, the data, the people, the information that's coming in that we already have in our containers that are sitting there, rather than letting them kind of rot or not be as productive, you're saying put some of our efforts and our time into the containers we already have in front of us. That's actually a better low-hanging fruit than somebody who might just be kicking tires and maybe have a little bit of a desire for something.
Yeah, believe it or not, the decision to purchase was made, a long time ago before they ever got to you. And so you'll see in the financial section, we know that we're going to leave about 40% of our revenue on the table by focusing on an immediate transaction versus the recurring relationship.
Okay. So
right?
Eventually they're going to buy because they do have everybody has some sense of a need or want for what you have at some point if they're in your ecosystem. It's just a matter of when and if you're still in front of them or if you've kind of forgotten about them. Okay, I got you.
And if you think, I just pulled this little stat from Facebook. They're saying, you want to spend 5 to 10% of your Facebook ad budget. I say no less than 10%. And I actually coach my clients to look at 20 to 30% of their ad budget for retargeting ads.
And retargeting means, ladies and gentlemen, for those who aren't quite aware of that, is people that are already in your database, you're just getting back in front of them again. You're re-engaging them.
Right. You're inviting them back in.
Love it. Love it.
Let's go back one last point I wanted to put on this, the ignored opportunities. Most consumers are spending money on multiple products that only partially resolve their issue. So when we go back to our initial comment about not disqualifying non-purchase data, the question is, are you listening to that data? Because they're asking for it, right? Can you solve my issue? And they're out actively buying solutions that are only 2/3 adequate, right?
Got it. And when you say non-purchase data, you mean organic engagement and engagement that's happened without you purchasing a particular ad or list of some kind, correct?
No, what I'm talking about is the data that you acquire by the traffic that comes in that didn't buy.
Got it. So the people are the non-purchasers in that phrase.
Any of that traffic, any of that data that's being collected in your Google Analytics or in your website data, regionalism, how many bots versus actual visitors. I mean, we could go on and on and on. There's just tons and tons of people that didn't buy or tons of activities that happened that were not transactional that are of high value. Because
so in a way, you could almost say non-purchaser data.
Mm-hmm.
It's the data from the non-purchasers.
Right.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
So if you're listening to that, it'll tell you what the next steps are. So let's go ahead now. So we're talking about solution-based marketing, really. Nurturing is the buyer is not asking what I want to buy. They're asking, who do I want to buy from?
That's what we're assuming here. Yes.
Right. So self-education, research, this buyer has already gone several steps before they got to you. Nobody wakes up in the morning and says, oh, I think I'll put on a new roof. Right. It has to be a need. They've done some research. They've got some pricing. They've talked to friends. Now they're looking for who.
So we're assuming that in this conversation that they've gone down a journey where they've been aware of their need or want. They've done a little bit of research. Now it's our job to bridge the gap between just being aware of us to actually engaging well with that, so that the trust goes from like a 3 to like a 7 or an 8 or a 9, so they can actually make a decision.
Right. And if you think of all the stuff we've talked to up to this point, it's all about that, right?
Yep.
So now what we're talking about in retargeting is looking at intent and behavior as the driver. The who is your who is the beginning of the blueprint, right? The marketing blueprint. We're already down the funnel a little ways. Now we're saying, okay, intent and behavior, that's what's going to drive my next action. And we also know that nurturing is going to be less expensive than buying cold traffic, right? Because it's data we already have. It's people we've already captured, people on our email list or database. We saw a nice question come through. Is that people that joined your list and didn't buy, or, whatever. So yeah, hopefully this answers that question. And then we're going to add automated workflows, right? So yes, Corey, that's exactly right. So automated workflows save time and provides valuable feedback. And we want to make it a simple design that gives the customer the information they want at the time they're ready to receive it. So I think another trap is in cold traffic, especially, we're looking for a transaction and we're just spewing information that the consumer's not ready for, or the buyer's not ready for.
So the fire hose effect is not a good thing, Joel? You don't want to like just absolutely automate them to death and just kind of like throw all the data at them right at the beginning? You don't want to do that?
Yeah. I mean, think of your own experience, right? Do you go and get a manual on how to install a roof? No, you start at the beginning and you kind of work your way through aesthetics and materials and costs. And then you think about how much time it's going to take and what you have to do to accommodate that, right? And there's a series of questions that you present to a vendor. So all of that is happening in the mind of the purchaser, or the mind of the consumers. And we're saying, here's the end at the very beginning, rather than saying at the beginning, these are things that are going to be important to you, and this is how we're going to solve it. Okay. So that's solution-based presentation. That's that value-based information that we're talking about.
And it's got to be valuable to the audience, not just valuable to you, right? We got to think, we got to have an emotionally intelligent, like others awareness. Like this is where they're at. It's not about what's valuable to me. What's valuable to me is a sale. What's valuable to them is a solution, correct?
Right. And they're going to tell you how to do that with intent and behavior. So let's go on and dig a little deeper, because we've got a lot to look at. So tracking everything, we talk about that all the time. We want to make sure that we're delivering salient value. So not just what we think is value, but like you said, what's valuable to them. And we want to do that with specific workflows. And Corey, I've got some really good tips for you here coming up. Positioning, right? We want to position ourselves as the only option. And I put this term, beating the scratch test. This actually came from one of my coworkers, one of my business partners. And what we talk about is, can somebody scratch the name off of someone else's brochure and put their own name on it and hand it to the consumer? Right? So your information needs to be unique. Your value proposition needs to be specific, and that you position yourself as the only option, so that no one else can take your name off, put their name on, and say, yeah, I can do that too.
So it's not enough to have just a unique personality or a smile. You got to have something tangible, or something you can articulate very clearly that's unique, correct?
Yeah. And if we're in a solution-based marketing mindset and you have unique knowledge, now we're delivering true value, right? And then we're going to test each step for responses. We're not testing for sales. We're looking at what I call a series of mini sales, little tiny sales, right?
Little conversions, right?
Yeah, little agreements along the way. How many yeses does it take to get to a sale, right? So if I can provide this solution and you agree that it relates to you, you're going to take the next step, right?
Some call these breadcrumbs, or micro experiences or something, right?
Yeah, but more than that, like you're talking about, emotional intelligence, it's can I relate, right? Does this
Mm.
apply to me? The consumer or the buyer has to see themselves in that situation. We've had some great talks about story brand and being a guide,
Mhm.
things like that. So, these are little miniature points of agreement that bring them closer to you.
And
And
it's not always just knowledge. It's some kind of application of that knowledge or some kind of experience, or it's knowledge plus.
yeah,
It's
I mean, why would
specific
you
to this.
Why would
Yeah,
it, why do you stage a house in real estate for people coming in the room,
yeah.
right? You don't leave the previous family's stuff laying around
Hmm.
because we want that person to see themselves in the space, right?
Ah, that's a good analogy. That's good.
And then of course, be authentic, be honest, no tricks, no bait and switch, all that stuff.
That's what I love about you, Joel, and a lot of the folks that we're spending time with, our clients even. There's a whole group of people that I'd say most of the people we work with are just screaming for authenticity and transparency and the real numbers, the real expectations, the real solution, not the gimmicky solution like you were kind of alluding to before, but the real solution to your particular problem. Because I was listening, and I
Mm.
love that. That's super good.
So yeah, so we talk about some of the different tools. So CRM, of course, we want to track all the activity and move people through these automated processes. Specific email sequences. So you want to think about what's the next thing they need to know. What's the next thing they need to know, right? Based on their actions. We know that it takes 4 positive interactions to create a brand ambassador, meaning they have to repeat purchase from you. And so it's a nice positive experience. They're continuing to engage with you. And it only takes 1 negative one to get a bad review, right? So
Yeah.
we know that, we used to say it takes 10 good customers to create word of mouth, and it
Mm.
takes 1 negative customer to create 30 bad reviews. So we have a real job to do. So this whole being authentic and providing value and allowing people to connect with you is so important, because in the end, the brand ambassador is going to multiply your business exponentially.
Do what you say what you do, give them expectations that are clear, no bait and switch, just stay real with it. CRM, what does that stand for, Joel?
Yeah, so customer relationship management. So let's go on to the next slide. I want to dig into this a little bit more. So when you have a workflow overview and you're using a good contact manager, then you can create these automations. And I'll show you how this all kind of fits together here in the next few slides. So the automation model. So we're adding a prospect to the top of our workflow. That action is going to be based on their intent and behavior. Do we need to send them a message? Do I just need to classify them in another way? Do I need to invite them to a meeting or to a webinar of some kind? And then will my system update them by creating a note, or move them from one stage to the other in the buyer's journey within my system, right? And then customize these notes so that it appears on their contact record, using little trigger fields to update information about that. And a little pro tip I put here at the bottom: if your system allows it, set up browser and mobile notifications so that you receive a personalized message when your contact moves from one stage to the next. So if you have good automation, and we put people in the top of this automation, and based on their intent, they're getting a sequential set of activities. Now I want to be notified when they've moved maybe down 2 or 3 stages, right? In the meantime, I don't have to think about it. So
Now there's a comment here that automation is great, and these are a big part of what we have to do in order to leverage the technology that's available to us, especially the smart business owners. What about like the phone call? Like when one of these triggers, and you notice somebody goes into the next stage, can there be places where we make a quick phone call or a text message or a conversation that's maybe you notice something and then that triggers you and then you can take an action? Is that what you're alluding to here?
Right. So if you take the pro tip and you get that notification that a customer has moved from one stage to the next, then maybe in your sequence that point is when you make an personal outreach.
Got it.
Go to
Okay.
a phone call or you send them a personalized email, so let's move on. If there's more here on this. So we've got to prepare the workflows ahead of time. So automation only works because we know what's needed, right? So we have stages where we've added classifications and tags. So if I put someone in a prospecting stage, they get the right tag, they're then segmented, we give it a score, right? So all of that is in there. Then the messaging, so that they're getting the right message at the right time. Maybe they need a proposal. Maybe they need to know what the next steps are. Maybe they need to be onboarded in some specific way.
And most of this can be done in what you were talking about before, in a CRM or some kind of automated software that allows you to kind of track and walk that journey with the client. You can give them certain tags, which is certain phrases or words that will help you search for those type of folks later. There are certain categories. It's basically categorization at another level so that you're not having to overthink and try to remember every stage that every potential client is at, correct?
Right. Yeah. And, we've done some things with clients based on their ability to get into a presentation and then another set who post the presentation.
Right. Yep.
Right? So all of these stages and messaging are all pre-programmed. And then we want to look at reviewing and refining based on exiting. So, we're all so focused on putting people into the top of our funnel, we forget to go back to figure out why people haven't exited the funnel. Or maybe they have exited the funnel, but we don't know exactly why it was unsuccessful.
Right. So that more real and gritty data.
Right. And we're just chalking it up to, not a fit. Right.
Yeah. Good point.
But there may be something, deeper in there that's going to help you. And then the days at each stage is kind of an important piece of data. How long are they sitting in that prospecting stage? How long are they sitting in the middle of the funnel, right? How long have they sat in that pre-exit step, right? We want to know that and why that's important. And so our little pro tip is when you're creating all of these, make sure you add instructions so that your team is on the same page with you. They're using the same language, the same intent of that stage, right? The application of that particular workflow is only used in this specific way. So that if you have a team of people that are out prospecting and creating leads and using your contact manager, you want to make sure everyone's using it in the same way.
Got it. Okay, that's really good. I love that.
So nurturing can also be used in discovery. So one of the things that we're finding is lead generation clutter. So in the beginning of your lead gen process, you've probably got a bunch of potential deals that are in the early stages of your pipeline, but they're just not ready to move forward through the sales process. We're not going to delete them. They're not really lost, but that creates a lot of clutter in your pipeline, right? So we can use nurturing as a way to score and qualify these potential leads. So there's a couple of examples I give in here of lead scoring. One is BANT, which is budget, authority, needs, and timeline. So you could do a sequence around that. And that just identifies leads worth pursuing, right? Do I want to spend any time with them? Well, if they've met these 4 items in a positive way, then yeah, it's worth pursuing. Or we need to nurture them from one stage to the next within the BANT profile. CHAMP is another one: challenges, authority, money, and prioritization. And that's a lead qualification process to determine how likely they are to actually buy from you, right? So we may move people from one lead scoring process into another lead scoring process. So we may have 2 or 3 workflows that we've pre-designed so that we could nurture and discover.
So you may end up with some categories, A, B, and C, or hot, warm, cold, cool, or something like that is based on some of those things you just said.
Yeah, I mean, lead scoring can be a rabbit hole of its own, but what's fun is you want to find the one that works for you. But you want to see, in a scale of 1 to 10, 1 to 5, whatever it is, right? That gets them more and more into points.
What about the people that are saying, "Hey, Joel, I just have a small business. I don't know about all this nerdy stuff, like the CRM and the nurturing and trying to categorize everybody and then giving them a score." How long does it take to set some of this up?
That's a great question, and I think the biggest thing I can't stress hard enough is that if you're a small business or a solopreneur, this is foundationally vital to your growth.
Tell me more.
You cannot have an extraordinary lifestyle working out of the back of your head and on Post-it notes. You've got to have something that is tracking all the money that you're spending generating leads and traffic, all the time that you're spending trying to move the needle. You've got to have this system in some form or fashion as a foundation.
So if I'm hearing you right, Joel, this is, I was a preacher for years, so I'm just going to use this word, okay? This is a matter of stewardship.
Good point.
You're stewarding your mental space, your mind space, your revenue, your potential revenue, your time, and just in general. How many times do we sit there and try to manually do something that we know needs to be recorded on some kind of spreadsheet or something like that, where it could actually be automated, categorized, and spit out for you every week, if not every day? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, and if you're a salesperson listening to this, and I've been in your car, I've had lots of windshield time. And how many times have you driven through a community and going, "Oh yeah, I need to get back to that guy," right? Because you went by their property for some reason or another, or you saw a truck go by, or something spawned a memory.
Or you're scrolling on social media and you're like, "Oh, I forgot to connect with that, follow up with that person."
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So one of the things we talk about in Giver Marketing is some of the different tools, and one is Trello, which is a classification Kanban board system, and you can utilize customized Kanban boards, and you can track leads and alter the stages of your leads that way, just to suit your business needs. So it doesn't have to be overly complicated, right? It can be a simple board structure. So start somewhere, right? But you want to start somewhere. Let's go. Gee, Joel, what do I tell them? Well, I can't make it any simpler than this, right? If you do a competition graphic, it will tell you what to tell people, right? Here's convenient, inconvenient, affordable, expensive. Where do you fall in this graph? Where does your competition fall? Why are they in one quadrant versus another? How do you compare to that, right? So now we're talking about solution-based marketing and providing value, because we're leading people to see that it's convenient and it's affordable. Whatever solution you're providing to them, and I don't care what the price tag is, you're going to demonstrate a return on that investment. Otherwise, why would they do it, right? So we're going to demonstrate value to them, and we're going to make it easy and convenient for them to work with us. So this is a great content starter.
Where did you get this concept right here? This little quadrant concept?
This actually comes out of the structure of agile marketing.
Okay.
So if you were to take a deep dive into agile marketing and workflows and systems, you might see something like this.
Take a screenshot, ladies and gentlemen, or go back and watch this, or pause this if you're watching the replay, because this right here is for certain minds. The simplicity of this is, even if you can't read all the lettering, you can read most of it. Just the main 4 words there, just that alone is worth kind of thinking about or drawing out or sketching out just right now as you're watching this. So I'm leaving it up on the screen just for a second, because if you can screenshot this, follow up with Joel, ask him about it, this alone will help your mind not get so inundated with, because we get, as business owners and nonprofit leaders, we get inundated with information too. It's not just the prospects, we do as well. So we got to figure out a way to kind of categorize this, especially with the amount that we're having come in. We got to organize it, man. We got to get it dialed in so we can use that information and those experiences well. So I love that. Thank you, Joel. This is a great visual. Not a good one, a great one. This is a really good visual. Thank you.
You betcha. So growth strategy. So using nurturing as a growth strategy for introducing products and new services. So you want to have some timing and feedback elements built into your nurturing process. So what you might introduce as a new service or a product, you would roll out to a high profile group. And that will help to establish your market position.
Okay.
Right. And then we're going to bring it out to a mass group. And the mass group is going to give us feedback. We can look at social media and get some of those comments, testimonials, those sort of things we've talked about. That's collecting, again, adding some more credibility to the product and the service. And then lastly, we're going to take all of that data and adjust so that we're reaching the market in the way they want to be reached. And I use this term when it comes to communications, when it comes to content. We have to talk to people in the way they want to be talked to. And we want to give them the language that they can hear.
Hey,
right?
Say that again. That's really, 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 really good. Say that again.
Yeah. So we want to talk to them in the way they want to be reached and the way they want to be talked to. And maybe it's texting, maybe it's email, maybe it's on the telephone. Ask them, right? And the market will tell you. And then we would need to talk to them in the language that they can hear. So you may be using terms and phrases that are common in your industry, but are not common to the ear of the person hearing it. So we want to make sure, and that's what these great master classes are doing to the audience, around marketing, is we're translating a lot of these concepts and a lot of these idioms that you read about and turning it into something that you can hear and take home and make practical for use, so that you can grow, right? So if we can gather this feedback and adjust to the market, now we can use our nurturing to give us that data so we can grow exponentially.
What about for the business owner or nonprofit leader that says, I don't really need to adjust anything. I just need to keep doing what I've been doing for 10, 15, 20 years. My audience either comes to me, they like me or they don't. What about that comment?
Fantastic. Do what you always do and you'll get what you always get. So if you're happy with what you're getting, to keep doing what you're doing, but don't expect to grow.
In fact, you'll probably end up do a slow decline and you won't even know it.
Yeah, if you follow the 80-20 rule, 20% of your business will drop off every year. So if you're not adding at least 25% to your business every year, you're probably declining.
Okay. All right. That's real talk. All right. So you gotta have a system there that's built for you. It's not meant to be uber complex. It's just meant to put it together, maybe the major pieces once and then make minor tweaks along the way. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah. So going back to what the CRM data architecture looks like, right? We would just want to help the organization to virtually manage agile workflows. And we use the word agile because the human element needs to step in there and make modifications along the way so that it's delivering the best experience possible.
Got it. And if somebody wants to get a hold of you, Joel, and talk to you about like what CRM is the best, how much does some of the software cost? Some of the software you mentioned today doesn't cost anything. You just need to help guide them how to set it up. Correct?
Yeah, exactly. And they're all over the board. I mean, you can spend thousands of dollars a month.
Mm-hmm.
You can spend tens of dollars a month. You can have it for free, right? But what we need to know is what's going to work for your business so that you're evaluating your tech based on how you run your business and how you manage your work. So I could come to you with an incredible tech stack of applications that could bust the bank and give you a fire hose of information that you will never use because it doesn't apply to you, right? But it applies to such a large group that there's parts of it you could use. So what we really want to look at is how you do business, how your customers interact with you, what information is going to be important to them, and then put together a system and a workflow.
Kind of set it up the main pieces once and then just adjust a little bit along the way. I love that. It's great how you've been able to help so many people with this process. And ladies and gentlemen, take a screenshot of this or pause this, scan this QR code with your phone. If for no other reason, just to have some fun with your QR code reader, like just have some fun with it, right? Look up Joel Snyder on LinkedIn if you want. Freeideasession.com. Did I say that right, Joel?
Yeah, that'll get you 30 minutes with me to sit and really talk about some real solutions. It's not a sales pitch. It's designed to give you a little bit of coaching to start you on your journey. If we can help and supplement you in some way through the Giver Marketing Network, those are always options, and people there's tons of genius in there to fill in, and there's plenty of people that'll give you a few minutes of their time to help coach you and point you in the right direction. If you use the QR code, you'll go to my virtual business card that has all my links from LinkedIn to Facebook and everything else, so you can connect with me in any way that's helpful to you. And then, of course, you can jump on my calendar at freeideasession.com. It just goes right to my calendar. You can pick a time and just answer a couple of quick questions. So
I love that, Joel. You're a classy follow-up specialist. You're a classy nurturing specialist. And one question you and I had conversation about at one point, and I'll leave this screen up for like 10 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. This is your last chance to grab it. So then we're going to pull it down. But one of the questions we had early on was, how much is a new client worth to us? And if it's in the thousands, then maybe another way to phrase it is, how much would you pay a professional to go find you a new client today? How much of your budget? How much would you pay in dollars or euros or whatever it is? How much would you pay for that new client? And a lot of people are like, well, 10% of revenue or 20% of revenue or whatever it is. Well, what is that number? What's the average lifetime value of a client? Maybe take 10% of that minimum, put it to the side and say, I'm going to put this into my nurturing and my marketing and my nurturing systems, because if I get just one new client every X amount of time, depending on your volume, one new client every day, or one new client every week, or even one new client every month, how much revenue, what's the impact for you on that? And if nurturing systems, and they are a system, okay? Business is full of systems. This is a nurturing system. You set it up once and you make minor modifications. That's it. It's not as complicated as some of these people on YouTube make it, okay? Yeah, we're streaming to YouTube. We're a part of that big mix, but we're not the guru that says, Oh, it's so complicated. You can never do this yourself. Hire me for $47,000 and I'll do it for you. And you don't even need to know how it's done. No. Take somebody that wants to walk with you like Joel and do it that way, because this system can be set up once and create, it's like a fishing net. It'll just keep catching fish. It'll just keep going. And it won't, the classy way you do this, Joel, is super impressive to me, because when you're approaching us, me personally, some of our team members, others, you're saying, look, we're not the spammy kind of follow-up systems. That's not what we do. We'll send a quick email reminder out here, or a quick social media thing here, or we'll follow up. We'll just get pinged when they comment on social media, or we'll stay in front of them in a different way. However they want us to stay in front of them. That's how we stay in front of them. Not what's easiest for us. It's what's easiest for them. That's what we're going to do. And so that other-centered approach to marketing, you're not forcing a square peg into a round hole. You're not trying to push somebody into a room. They're asking to come into the room, and you're just opening the door. And I love the fact that we can nurture in a classy way with Joel Snyder, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you, Joel, for today. We have some guests that want to come in and have a conversation. Are we ready for that, Joel?
Let's do it. Let's have some conversation. I love that part. And
all right, Laura, Ingrid, give me a thumbs up if you want to jump in the room and have some fun. Give me a thumbs up. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, we're going to have some fun. Okay.
Hey.
So this is the roundtable part of our masterclass, ladies and gentlemen. This is where we bring other marketing professionals in, put Joel a little bit on the hot seat, make him squirm a little bit, ask him some really fun and interesting questions. And we're all streaming live, so this is going to benefit thousands of people over time. And so we just want you to be, and keep asking questions in the comments, ladies and gentlemen. If you're a lot of folks have been asking questions, making comments in the social feeds that you're seeing this on. And by the way, we're here same time on this channel, the one you're watching, every week, like clockwork. I think we skipped one year. We skipped because it landed on Christmas. But every Tuesday, 8 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Eastern, or do the time conversion if you want. But bottom line is, we're here on this channel that you're watching. People like Joel and Laura and Ingrid and Stacy Stockford and other people that talk about different aspects of marketing. So as we talk about nurturing and CRMs and follow up and these kind of buzzwords that tend to always come into our business and organizations. What questions do we have for Joel, or what stood out to you, Laura?
I've always loved Joel and his follow-up and his nurturing. I'm curious always about different techniques of follow-up. So is it good to stick with one or maybe two different ways of following up, or having different types of ways and getting creative with that in how you follow up with your potentials and your leads? What do you think is better?
So the best is the way that lead wants to be followed up with. Mm-hmm. So in the three real key indicators that is going to drive your decision-making process: cost of acquisition, cost of conversion, lifetime value of a client. Mm-hmm. So cost of acquisition is going to be made up not only of dollars, but time and resources. Do you have to give something away to move people from one stage to the next? That would be part of your cost of acquisition, right? And then once they finally converted, how much acquisition costs led up to the conversion, so that we know, okay, every sale is going to cost me, call it $500. Every acquisition might cost me $200, right? But the lifetime value of that client might be several $1,000s, right? And so, and I had this wonderful conversation with a client last week, where we have this large marketing stack made up of several different layers, which includes email, direct mail, IP address, banner ads. There's a whole system around nurturing from a predetermined list. So these people are getting hit in multiple different layers, right? So now we're reaching them in the way, we're finding them in the ways that they can find the can get the information. Cost of acquisition is what drives how much of that stack we dedicate in that early stage of nurturing.
So basically, it's either worth it or it's not.
Exactly, but
Like, there's a number there where there's a kind of a cutoff range where you're just like, it's just not worth it to pay this much for a new customer.
Right. And so in our case, we had 20 pieces of direct mail in the initial marketing stack, and we whittled it down to 3 stages and put 4 in each stage. Right. So we've cut some of that cost of acquiring that lead.
Love it. Good question, Laura. Nice. Thank you. Ingrid, do you have anything that stood out or any questions around a particular language set or conversation point?
It was definitely all good. I liked how you came in the back door of systems through nurturing, something that was positive to, the entrepreneur as opposed to that which is less appealing, say, of systems. I do have a question in regards to, do you have a tweak or an alternative for those who you do not want to exit your nurturing process, but to re-enter and to ascend to, say, a new offer or another stage?
So yeah, good question. I mean, I think the exit analysis is when that lead is burned, right? So they're just gone, right? And we just need to know why that happened, right? So when you're reviewing your exits, you're reviewing reason, sequence, elapsed time. Maybe they weren't served in a way that was timely for them, right? But that doesn't mean you can't have nurturing workflows and additional sequences. One of the things that we do is we have a client where we actually evolve them in 30-day increments. So they're in a workflow for 30 days. Then they go to the next sequence, which is a 60-day. They go to a 90, a 120, and then they exit. That exit is not a burn of that lead. It puts them into a new email sequence where all we're doing now is delivering industry information. So now we're always top of mind, because these people are going to always be prospects of some point and sometime. We don't want to burn them unless they actively unsubscribe.
So if I'm hearing you right, Joel, there's a way to evaluate or automate, and then evaluate then automate the sequence being maybe a little bit less frequent or less just more intelligent in how it's done. And ultimately, the only way they end up off of your radar is when they opt out, and they literally say, we're not going to be working together anytime soon. They're opting out. Mm-hmm. Just to follow up to Ingrid, because that was a great question. Do we ever go back to the opt-outs and do anything of like, hey, are you interested in re-engaging this conversation like 6 months later? Or is that not even worth it? Like, what's your thoughts on that for most industries?
Well, I mean, we can even think about a large purchase like a home or an HVAC system or a landscaping job, right? Eventually, there's a limited life, right? Mm-hmm. To all of those things. And for years, people changed their residence about every 5 years. Mm-hmm. So we knew that in the real estate market, once they got to that 4 or 5 year mark, they were new prospects, right? Because now they may be thinking about changing their environment.
Ah, good point.
Right. So just because they're in an exit stage doesn't necessarily mean that they're gone forever. We're just going to have to be smart about how we're going to communicate with them, because they're not going to be any closer to you than where they are right now until that life cycle burns.
And that works for products, that works for service-based industries, that works for many of us are coaches and consultants of some way, shape, or form. That works for all different business nonprofits. Big donors will donate a piece of real estate or something like that, and then maybe we circle back, even after they've opted out or kind of disappeared for a while. Maybe we circle back and say, hey, and re-engage in a classy way. Keyword classy. Keep it classy, San Diego. That's what I say when we talk with Joel. He's the class of the he's the class of the class, ladies and gentlemen. So I love that. Well, good questions, and we're coming against the clock. Joel, I'm going to bring up your contact information one more time. So this is literally your last chance, ladies and gentlemen, to grab his freeideasession.com. We're proud of our team members. We're proud of everybody who jumped in from the green room today to ask questions. You can always look them up online. Laura, if you want to put your first and last name, people can look you up as well, just to kind of connect with some good people. But Joel Snyder, ladies and gentlemen, SNYDER. Look him up on LinkedIn. And more than that, freeideasession.com. That's worth hundreds of dollars, ladies and gentlemen. Joel has helped us on thousands and thousands of dollars worth of advice, and probably a lot more than he bargained for when we first started connecting. And he's just poured into the network and poured into clients and poured into prospects and projects. And gosh, what we just love having Joel around, because he's always thinking about I'll leave you with this, ladies and gentlemen. There's a pre-sale nurturing that Joel is super good at, but don't forget about the post-sale nurturing. Mm-hmm. There's a sandwich there, and Joel is really good at making sandwiches. Really good. So you definitely want to connect with our friend here and make sure that he's available. And if you make a comment and you tag Joel Snyder, he will get that ping. He will follow up with you. He will do his due diligence. So at least reach out to him and see what he has to say about one or two of your questions. He's just good to have someone on your team, honestly. Like just connect with him that way too. But anyway, any last comments, Joel? Are we good?
I think we've covered it all, and just keeping in mind that it doesn't have to be overwhelming. It can feel overwhelming in the beginning, but if you work the equation backwards, we can create simple steps. And that will help to remove the anxiety of how do I do this? So, and that's something I'm happy to talk you through. So let's have a conversation and let's find out what's going to help you scale your business.
God bless, ladies and gentlemen. See you at this time, this channel.
In the next module in creating educational technologies, we're going to be exploring artificial intelligence. Now, during this module, we're going to be examining the various aspects of artificial intelligence as it relates to education and exploring it as an educational technology, a tool for use in teaching and learning. This week, we're going to examine the concept of artificial intelligence, the fundamental theories behind that, how artificial intelligence is being applied to education, and some of the opportunities that are arising from that. And then we're going to narrow in and look at a particular application of artificial intelligence, and that is around chatbots. And the particular tool that you're going to be using in your portfolio assessment in creating a chatbot using the tool BotLibra. So first off, there is a document in the course material that explores the concept of artificial intelligence and how it can relate to AI in education. So I'd like you to read through that document. It's not incredibly long, and there's sort of small snippets within there, but it's about 30 or 40 pages. So skim through that, but look at some of the fundamental concepts that are behind artificial intelligence. Now, you don't need to understand them in great depth, but you do need to have a general overview of what we mean by artificial intelligence in education. So look at the text Intelligence Unleashed, and through your examination of this document, it explains how the general model for the use of artificial intelligence in education is that we have not just one model, but three. Over time, we've found that trying to address all of artificial intelligence as it relates to learning and the teaching processes can't really be encompassed in a single model. So the general philosophy currently is that there are three fundamental models that make up educational artificial intelligence applications. The first is a domain model, and this is a model that relates to the content of what is being taught. So often this is in a rule-based model, a whole lot of key words that relate to particular topics and explanations about what those terms mean. Or it may relate to a body of knowledge that's been trained in various artificial intelligence applications to be able to interpret what the content is about and provide learning context around that content that students can engage with. Now with that, we then have a pedagogy model, which interacts with the domain model, and it engages in various ways of teaching. So it may be presenting information in small chunks and quizzing students on their understanding of that content. Or it may be interpreting students' questions and interpreting how best to provide answers to that. And more commonly now, it may be adaptive in that it will adjust the responses based upon the perceived understanding of the learner. And this is where we bring in the third model, which is the learner model. So it's an understanding of the learner. What are their strengths, their weaknesses, what pedagogical approaches best work with that learner, how that learner has developed, what level they are at in terms of various hierarchical instructional processes. But it encompasses a portfolio of the learner that the AI systems, the domain model and the pedagogy model can interact with and customize things to suit the individual needs of the learner. So those three models represent different processes that work interactively to create a interaction with the learner, with the AI system that's helping them with their learning. And together this creates what's called a learner interface, and generally it has interactive content, which is tailored to suit the particular needs of the learner, and a process of evolving that adaptability, which we call, well, it's defined around data capture. But there's a range of AI systems where we collect data on how the student is learning, how they're interacting with the pedagogy, how they're interacting with the content, what sort of words they're using, which words are generating a correct response, which words are creating incorrect responses. And a lot of AI systems rely upon the capture of data about their learning interactions. And then they refine that process. And the best AI systems refine those automatically, and we call that machine learning, where over time, the AI tutorial or tutor gets better and better because it has been trained on more and more students and more interactions with different students, and it learns over time how to be a better teacher. And that's what really differentiates an AI application, and particularly a machine learning supported AI application, from a simple programmed instruction material. So that data analysis ideally is done by the computer, the AI system itself, but sometimes it can be done by humans, and we call those rule-based systems. They're much more manually intensive because the computer's not doing it all itself, and they tend to be much more limited, and we'll talk about some of those limitations as we go. But the fully automated systems that learn from the interactions, that's where the power of AI and machine learning is revolutionizing a whole range of industries, not just education, but it could be optimizing processes for flying a plane in terms of autopilots, or optimizing processes for selling goods via online stores, and which prompts to provide to customers, which color schemes and all the rest best meet the needs of particular customers. And where it's successful, where a sale is achieved, those particular properties are reinforced. And where it's unsuccessful, where a sale is not achieved, the particular properties that were tried out are reduced. So it's less likely to try that approach again. And through thousands and thousands of interactions, it refines itself, it learns, and becomes better at selling. Just one example of many, many different applications of artificial intelligence. It could be around garbage collection. It could be around being able to translate words correctly and become more efficient in voice translation. Lots of different processes use these fundamental mechanics. We're interested in and focused more on the educational application. Same mechanics as being used in an autopilot or a voice translation system, but we're applying it to a tutoring process, a teaching process of improving the learning of a student interacting with the AI system. And collectively, this becomes what's called the open learner model, which is a set of processes that provide instructions and advice to students to support their learning. But it can also help inform teachers. We don't just have to use AI systems on their own. They can be used in conjunction with traditional teaching practices, and they can provide us advice and understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of our students, and how we can go about improving their learning interactions. So we shouldn't just think of AI as a replacement for other processes, in our case teaching. Very often it can be used as a way of augmenting the processes. Now, of course, the concern is often that that augmentation will eventually migrate to replacement, and that is true. Many systems that can be replaced by computers will be. But in the meantime, certainly over the next decade or so, there will be a transition process whereby we will work with AI systems to improve various processes, and in our case, the processes of teaching. So go through the document and it will explain some of the nuances of these terms and processes in a little bit more detail. But what we're really interested in is how we can now use these AIs for education, how we can apply it. So again, on the website, you'll see a number of other documents in terms of how AI is used in education. And have a look at some of those and make a suggestion on how you feel that artificial intelligence is and will be used in education, and post that response to Teams. And we'll discuss that further in the tutorials. But have a look at the different applications for artificial intelligence. This is a summary. So first off, artificial intelligence can be used for the basic processes we have in education. Say role taking. Using image recognition, we can have a camera set up and that will automatically detect the students that are in our class and determine who's there and who's not. And that will save a lot of time. Make role taking, which normally takes about 10 minutes of a lesson, much more efficient and effective. But other things can also be applied around that. Grading is one that a lot of effort's being put into. We've had systems to automate marking for, say, multiple choice questions for a long time. They haven't really required any AI because they were very simple processes. But automatically marking an essay or a scientific experiment or computer program starts becoming more complex and difficult, but not impossible, particularly when we introduce machine learning processes where the AI can become more experienced and better at doing things over time through practice, just as humans learn. So systems for automatic grading are in place now, and many of them are exceeding what human graders can achieve in terms of the accuracy in the marking of student work. Now that's a little bit confronting because it used to be something that we thought humans would be dominant with, and that's a fundamental experience with artificial intelligence applications. There's always things that we think that we just done by humans, and over time we find ways for computers and AI systems to achieve the same processes and often exceed them. Now, the key aspect at the moment is around what we call outliers, where there are things that we haven't thought about. Now, inexperienced humans also have that same problem. When things come up that we haven't thought about, we make mistakes and fail in achieving things. We do well with things that we're practiced and trained and taught how to do, but strange things we have difficulty with. And so does AI systems. And machine learning allows the AI to make educated guesses. That's where it's different to rule-based AI, where in a rule-based system, we have to have programmed in the responses. And if we haven't programmed in a response, then the AI really doesn't know what to do. But with machine learning processes, and we use words such as neural networks and things like that, which we'll talk a little bit about, the AI can go through a series of probability comparisons and make a reasoned, educated guess at what a good response would be. And over time, as it makes those guesses and it identifies which of those guesses are successful versus which are unsuccessful, its ability to make correct guesses improves, just as a human being would do so. So some other applications. We talked a little bit about having adaptive learning tools, and that's a really big focus area for AI tutorials, because one of the holy grails of education is to have one-to-one tutorials where you can have a close interaction with a student and guide them through in their learning by really understanding in detail all of their strengths and weaknesses and interests, and being able to tailor how they learn and what they learn to their specific needs. But of course, in the real world, when you've got 20 or 30 students, that becomes very, very, very difficult, simply because you just don't have enough time to provide that level of attention to each student. AI systems, though, because of the ability for computerized systems to be easily replicated, so if we have an effective AI model that can be used for teaching an individual student based upon their strengths and weaknesses and so forth, we can very simply copy that model and have 20 of these models working, one for each individual student. So we can get around that difficulty we've always had in education around individualizing instruction. And that's a really powerful potential for artificial intelligence. It can be used to point out where we need to improve. And as I said, the diagnostic capabilities of artificial intelligence are built into the processes of its learning and improvement. So we can use that diagnostic processes then to also help inform our students how they can improve. Whereas good teachers do that as well. But again, it's the capacity of a teacher to work with a large number of students and to provide that feedback in an effective, continuous way. And while it can be done certainly by a human, it's simply time consuming. But an AI system is not so limited, and it can provide detailed feedback to students on where they've gone well, where they've had difficulty, where they need to improve, and provide that more in-depth support. And that leads to the next one around just that ongoing support. But that support is not just limited to their instruction. We might have a support system that helps them with their behavior, with their emotional support, with their career planning, a whole range of systems. Particularly in tertiary, we're developing a lot of these systems to build their students' resilience, to ensure that they don't drop out of courses. a lot of that doesn't have anything to do with the actual instruction of the course, but it's around them coping with completing assessment tasks, managing their time, managing their finances, a whole range of other complexities that can be added to our AI models and support students in a whole wide variety of different aspects of their educational experiences. As I said, that can also be very useful in providing students with feedback, and that's one of their key strengths. Also in looking at how we find and access information. Now, you all would have found that with Google searches. Google searches are not necessarily AI driven, but they are increasingly having aspects of AI built into them to try to improve the quality of the searches and the responses that are returned. But we now access a lot of information through online search engines. But increasingly now, we're also using very much AI applications that relate to voice recognition. Many homes now have smart devices and smart terminals and smart speakers and so forth, where you can ask questions and receive valid responses because the AI system in the voice recognition processes have been able to interpret what you need or what you meant by the question and provide you with what you need in terms of a response. Now, they're not perfect yet, but they are certainly far better than they were 5 years, 10 years ago, and they will be far better into the future because the systems are learning. And there are millions of people using them, so there are millions of interactions occurring every day that are all used to train the model and improve it. Likewise, there are now systems around image recognition. The most common ones we're seeing at the moment being popularized in self-driving vehicles, where the image recognitions are set up to a level of quality whereby they can make decisions around how to steer and brake and drive automobiles. But they're also being used in facial recognition, particularly for surveillance. But in education, we're now starting to look at the idea of picking up cues on how students are learning based upon their facial features. Now, again, as a teacher, we can see when students are frowning and looking frustrated or looking confused. So AI systems can also do that now. And as they start seeing that body language, they can then adjust the instructional processes that are occurring, the pedagogical model, in terms of how students are presented with information, maybe reducing the complexity of it or increasing the complexity of it, the pacing of the information, based upon how the student's experience is occurring. Now, we're not just limited to visual processes in that respect. I also do some work with brainwave analysis, looking at how students' thought processes are occurring and how their brainwaves are changing during a learning interaction. And that's helping form various AI models as well. But there are lots of other processes. Another one that's being worked on a fair bit is around galvanic response, which is essentially how much we're sweating. But by wearing a simple wristband, we can detect that quite easily, and that can help measure students' stress levels. And so again, we can adjust the content based upon students' physical emotional responses to the learning experiences that they're engaged with. Other processes are looking at their voice in terms of measuring their stress levels and their interest levels and engagement through voice analysis. So lots of different ways of trying to build a better student model so that it can inform the pedagogical model and the content model to better craft the learning experience for the student. And so you can start to see how all of this combined starts getting a much more detailed understanding of the student and how they learn best and the content that they'll engage with and interact with than a teacher could hope to be able to replicate. So a few other things. That then starts changing the role of teachers. If all that information is now available to us, maybe we can then utilize that information ourselves as teachers to better understand our students and to then cater various activities and interactions that supplement what the AI system is doing, but allow us to have that personal interaction, that human touch to the educational experience that many people value highly. Not everyone though. I do a fair bit of work with robotics and AI systems, and how robotics can replace that human interaction aspect for some students. And there's been a great amount of success done with autistic students, where the human interaction is actually one of the limiting factors in their learning. And the variability and confusing nature of human interactions can disrupt their learning. Whereas an AI-enabled robot, which is much more predictable for the student, and they are able to relate to it and interact with it much more effectively, it's proving to be very useful for their instruction. Likewise for young children. Again, it was one of the areas that some educators thought, oh, AI will never be used to teach young children because they need that human interaction and human engagement. But we're actually finding that they actually have no problems at all thinking of a robot as a real teacher and interacting with it as they would with a human being. And indeed, they can have really great human relationship interactions with a robotic device. Of course, most of their toys are robotic devices. And their imagination easily allows them to conceive of the robot as something that they can interact with as though it was real. And for them, it is real. It's providing them with support with their learning. It's looking after their interests and emotions. It's responding to them in a positive, supportive way. And this idea of human interactions is really being upturned with various robotic devices. There's robot seals that we're deploying in nursing homes, where elderly people can interact with this robot seal, and it comforts them and it engages them, talks with them, and they can interact with it. And it's much more patient with them when they have difficulty communicating and engaging with human staff. So the idea of the emotional aspect of AI and of robotics has certainly been challenged in recent years. So a few other things. AI, as I said, is not just limited to providing educational support, but also around the behavioral and emotional support, particularly around trial and error. Of course, AI systems can be infinitely patient, and a student can keep trying and keep working at something and being supported by the AI far beyond the patience level of most human teachers to do similar things. And then again, as we said before, the data that's being collected by AI can be used for lots of other purposes, certainly to teach, but also to support students, and also to help them with their career development and a whole range of other aspects. Of course, that level of data does open up potential misuse of that data, and there needs to be checks and balances brought into place around that, particularly when we have AI systems that can influence students at least as or more so than teachers do. We know that teachers strongly influence students in their behavior and their beliefs and understanding about a whole range of concepts. And if we can make that process much more effective, that does open up potential problems. So there are a range of ethical issues around AI, and we're going to be talking about those in later weeks. And finally, AI systems are much more flexible. They can be very portable, so students can learn and engage wherever they have a device. And many of these systems can be done through a smartphone and things of that nature. So students can be effectively learning, and their learning can be monitored and modified and engaged with by an AI system on a bus or on a beach, or wherever they might happen to be. AI systems can be much more deployable. So we can have AI systems developed from experts all over the place. And as with any computer system or computer tutorial system. They're easily replicated and transferred. And so we can have the best AI instructors from around the world available to individual students wherever they are in the world. So lots of different aspects around AI in education and its future potential. So have a look at those readings and think if you can come up with your own contributions of how AI can support teaching and learning. So again, here's a narrowing down now as we start thinking about a particular AI application, which is the conversation bots or tutorial bots, or essentially AI applications where we have a conversation with them. Now, they can be through text, they can be now through voice, and so there's a range of ways of interacting with these. But the four or five main processes are providing an evaluation to students in terms of feedback, but also to teachers in terms of feedback on how students are going in various activities and tasks. So again, lots of data is being collected by AI systems. AI systems rely upon data, and that data can then be formatted and presented in ways that is useful for teachers and also for students. So not just used by the AI, but also used by others. Students can ask fact-based questions and receive answers. And that's a very common application of chatbots. They can be used as a medium for communication. So you can set questions like you would for a quiz and have the chatbot present the quiz to students and have them go through and provide answers. Or it can be done as a test or as an instructional activity, guiding them through a process whereby they have to work through a series of stages. So there can be a range of communication processes through chatbots. And then there's just the processes of having a natural conversation. Just as there's a benefit for students talking to their teachers and having that social conversational interaction to practice their own language skills, their own grammar, their own questioning ability, so too that they can do that with more advanced AI chatbot systems, where they can pose questions in a range of different ways and see the responses, then evaluate the responses, and refine their questions and carry out an ongoing conversational process. But all up, this is part generally of a tutorial system, which is designed to help students learn various concepts and processes and have a we call didactic or conversational support to those processes, just as a teacher would provide that conversational support to students in various learning instances, as I am doing now. But you can imagine that I could be replaced quite easily here with a chatbot that could have been either pre-programmed or trained by a machine learning process, and over time it's improved itself based upon your responses to various assessment tasks and quizzes and things like that. And with our ability to generate avatars now, my talking head could very easily be a computer generated talking head, and you would have difficulty in discerning the differences between myself as a human instructor and an AI instructor. So these are the areas where education is progressing very rapidly. It's not just education, of course. Every industry is facing disruption, as we call it, through the advent of artificial intelligence and the effectiveness it's proving around machine learning. But we are, of course, focused on what's happening in education. So it also opens up a range of opportunities. Now, yes, things will be different. AIs are going to replace many of the more traditional processes that have occurred in education. But as we find with all industries, except the few that really are destroyed and die out, they transform based upon the impact of new technologies. And education will transform, and the role of teachers and the processes that occur in education will adjust to take advantage of the new technology, in this case AI, and adopt new ways of doing things. So here is a range of problems that are common in education and some of the AI solutions to these problems. So one is the standardized curriculum. Teaching everyone in a class the same thing has always been a problem, so it doesn't cater for their individual needs. And personalized learning is an AI-based solution to that. Likewise, having individualized instruction and one-to-one tutor time, because of the large number of students generally, has been difficult, but having personal virtual tutors is a way of addressing that. Same sort of concept of personalized learning. Grading and assessment is often time consuming, and we tend to rely then upon multiple choice as a time effective way of doing assessment. But with AI systems, we can have much more open-ended, nuanced questions, and the marking and feedback can be provided around those in real time. Often in a classroom environment, students may have questions, but either are too shy or the teacher doesn't have time to address all the questions that students might wish to ask. But with AI virtual classroom assistants, they can ask the questions of the AI and receive responses that support their learning, whereby in a normal classroom environment, the questions would often be disruptive to that process. Personalized communication can now be done at scale, so we can have individual answers made to student queries and questions that they might submit by email or might be submitted by parents or other things. So that's a way of addressing these, again, specific needs of the learner without having to rely upon generic responses that are suitable for everyone, simply because we don't have time to address specific responses to each individual. AI systems can be used for selection processes, whereas at the moment we use a lot of our assessment, particularly in the senior years in secondary education, is around selecting students for restrictive places at tertiary education, giving them a score that allows them to then apply to university to get into particular courses based upon their interests and so forth. AI systems can be used to improve that selection process, because now we can have AI systems that look at a whole lot of data about students. But it doesn't need to just be done for tertiary entrance. We might be wanting to select students who is going to be on the debating team or a sporting team, or any process whereby we need to make complex selections. And the advantage of this is that if the AI system doesn't have any bias, and we're going to be talking about bias in later weeks, then it's a much fairer process. It can be made much more transparent in some cases, but everyone is then subject to the same computerized model. So individual human biases can often be reduced. But there are some other biases that can creep in from AI systems, and we'll talk about those in later weeks. We can do also what's called sentiment analysis, which is trying to determine students' their mood, essentially, how they're liking a course or disliking a course, or liking their degree program. Are they likely to drop out? Are they likely to disengage or not attend school? A whole range of different analysis that can be put into place to better understand students and provide responses and feedback and supportive mechanisms to reduce the possible negative consequences of their sentiment. And finally, another area, particularly in tertiary, is using AI to address systemic cheating, particularly with online cheating and plagiarism. That's becoming supported by various educational technologies that are negative to some people's perceptions in education. We can also use AI systems to try to combat that, whereby we can identify patterns and repeated use of particular assessment items or assessment responses, and a whole range of other processes, down to looking at how students type. There's a whole lot of typing analysis that's done for online testing. So over a course, there'll be various instances where students have typed responses in, and they've developed a particular pattern of how long they spend typing certain keystrokes, and a whole lot of, it's like a fingerprint based upon how you type. And so once that model has been developed for a student, we can then have them do an online exam. And if their model of how they type is significantly different to how they've demonstrated that they type elsewhere in the course, that can flag the possibility that there's someone else doing that exam other than the student. So again, there's lots of different techniques being applied to combat cheating. The most common is around plagiarism detection, trying to analyze students' work and to see if it matches other students' work. But it can also be used to see if their assignments match previous work of that same student that they've done in class or through the discussion forums or through previously submitted assignments, and a whole lot of other processes that build up a better model of what the student is, again, that student model, and then apply it to understanding if there are any variances or discrepancies in that model that might indicate that something is askew. Okay, so for your portfolio item for this module, you're going to be developing a chatbot. Now, it is going to be what we call a rules-based chatbot. There are a range of chatbots that are available. Now, the easiest is what we call a closed domain, retrieval-based, rule-based chatbot. So what we mean by closed domain is that there is a set number of responses. We've thought about all the questions that the student might ask, and we've developed a response to each of those questions. Now, it's not then open domain. So if a student asks a question that we haven't thought about, then the AI chatbot will not have a response to that, or it will have a generic, I don't know how to answer that response. So with a retrieval-based, rule-based chatbot system, we can't respond to every possible question that students ask. There's just too many possibilities. So then we have what are called generative-based systems. This is the machine learning systems. Now, these generate a response based upon the information provided. And it can draw upon things such as Wikipedia or online encyclopedias, and it can draw upon a whole lot of other previous responses that have been done by students. And it develops a response based upon a whole lot of information, but it's not one set response. And it also tends to then have probabilities associated with those. So it might say, we're 70% sure that this is the right response, but there's a 30% chance it might be this other response. And it will randomize that, and 70% of the time it'll give the most likely response, but sometimes it'll give another response. And there might be 100 other responses. So you can never be sure exactly what response you'll get. But over time, through thousands and thousands of interactions, it will narrow down those probabilities to a set of responses that have proven to be effective in the past. And that's really effective for closed domain systems such as language translation, where there's a set number of words and things like that, and we can generate that relatively easily and effectively nowadays. It's hard, it takes a fair bit of work, but we've got systems now that do that really well. Making such a generative system, though, that can answer any question, that's what the real potential of AI as we're currently working on, so that you can have an ongoing conversation and it will respond just as a human would respond, and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. And we're pretty much there now. Not for everything. There's still ways of tricking it and identifying the AI in most cases, although certainly they're working close towards that. But as these systems will be developed, we'll be able to ask any question or have any conversation, and it will have a natural feel and provide effective responses during our conversation. And that's the general AI model that is being worked on. So for your assignment, of course, we're not asking you to create a general AI. You're going to be creating the rules-based, closed domain, retrieval-based responses where you identify a range of possible questions that the student will ask, and then you'll provide set responses to those questions. So chatbots can be used for a range of things, as we've said before. They can help improve students' learning. They can collect feedback and data effectively. They can be used to educate students, and the response is instantaneous. But there are other benefits. They can be a personalized environment tailored to a specific student's needs and interests. They can generally be a comfortable and confident environment. Students can ask really dumb questions as they perceive them without fear of reproachment and being embarrassed. Of course, the AI system, unless it's been programmed to, which generally they're not, won't make any judgments and snarky comments and criticisms of the student. Over time, AI systems will learn how the student thinks, how they phrase things, how they word different questions, and it will adapt to that. They can introduce slang and difficult sayings. They can also introduce responses to various languages. As these models develop, AI systems can respond to students in their own home languages, and that can be thousands of languages. And so that provides an advantage over current systems, learning systems, which generally are predominantly in English or in a couple of languages. It's now quite, well, it's not quite simple yet, but we're moving towards where we'll be able to have AI interactions in any language. And of course, they can be available 24/7. So really complex interactions where students are struggling with a question and struggling to understand an idea and need to talk it through can be done whenever students need to do that. Okay, so the AI system you're going to be developing, it will be that closed chat system, and we're going to be using a tool called BotLibra. Now, BotLibra is quite a powerful tool, and it's an open source environment, and it can be used for making much more generalized hard AI systems. But we're going to use it in its simplest formats to make a closed AI rule-based system. So you're going to be creating this, and I've provided you with resources on the course website in terms of instructional guides and videos and so forth to assist you in understanding the BotLibra tool. On the website, you'll find an embedded BotLibra where you can ask questions of it and see how it works. The one I've set up, you can also ask questions with your voice. If you open it up into its, you can't do it through the web, to the HTML, you can't do it through the course website. You have to open the BotLibra website to do the voice interactions. But then you can talk to it and it will respond, and you can also hear its responses. And it also has an avatar, so you can actually get facial feedback cues as well. So also on the course website, there's a range of example BotLibra educational chatbots, and you can try those out and explore them and get some ideas for your own educational application. So again, we'll talk through the processes in the tutorials. Hopefully, if you engage with the tutorials and explore your ideas about the educational application you wish to create. But you do need to have your chatbot teach something. So it's not just having a conversation. It does actually have to be an instructional process whereby the students are learning something through the chatbot conversation. Okay, so some of the advantages, as I said, chatbots and AI systems allow us to look at the data in great detail. So you'll be able to look at the conversation logs. So you can have your friends try out conversing with your chatbot, and you can have conversations with your chatbot, and you can see which interactions, which questions provided a good response and which provided a generic or an incorrect response. And then you can adjust your chatbot based upon the data that you're seeing there. And that's how we train our chatbot. You can also include greetings and different ways it can sort of interact in a sort of conversational way with your students, and also have default responses. So where it can't give a valid response, what can it say in a more generic way that then prompts students to continue with the conversation and explore things in a way that the chatbot can respond effectively. And again, you can look at all the phrases that you've incorporated and the words that trigger responses. So look at BotLibra, look at the tutorials and instructional guides that teach you how to create it. You don't have to create a very complex chatbot, but you do need to think about how it's going to teach students something through that interaction. So think about how you might have taught someone through a conversation or through explaining something to them, and how an AI system, in this case a chatbot, could do a similar process. Okay, so the chatbots that you're going to be creating are rule-based. So there are set rules, there are set keywords that will trigger set responses. And next week, we're going to look at non-rule-based systems that go through deep learning and use what we call neural networks, which is how we have our brain wired up with various neurons between synapses and so forth, and how that these systems can develop responses on their own. But that's it for this week. There's some readings to do, and the BotLibra application to explore, and to try creating your own small chatbot just to get started, or at least have a look at a range of existing chatbots so you can start getting an understanding of what might be achievable when you create your own chatbot in response to your own portfolio assessment.
This episode was pre-recorded as part of a live continuing education webinar. On-demand CEUs are still available for this presentation through All CEUs. Register at allceus.com/counselor toolbox. I'd like to welcome everybody to today's class, 50 Mindful Steps to Self-Esteem. The book was written by Janetti Marotta, and obviously I am just presenting information found in the book. What we're going to really look at here, we're not going to go through the book in depth, step by step, because obviously if this is something that sounds like it's a really good fit for you, you're going to want to read the book. But I am going to hit the highlights and talk about how self-esteem is developed and how mindfulness activities can really be used to help enhance self-esteem. One of the things in this book that I didn't like as much was the fact that that connection really wasn't made between why are we doing this particular activity and how does it build self-esteem. So that's really going to be my goal throughout this presentation, is to connect the dots for us. We'll explore how physical sensations give clues to what's important and whether you're living in harmony with your values, whether it's your head saying this is good, your gut saying and your heart, and whether that's telling you that it feels like it's something you should do. So we're going to talk about head, heart, and gut honesty. We'll identify and address thinking errors that may keep you stuck. We'll evaluate how emotions and the heart contribute to the development of self-esteem. And we'll examine how the environment impacts your self-esteem. So with the nature of self-esteem, what is it? How you feel about yourself is in contrast to who you think you should be, is really what we talk about when we're talking about self-esteem. So it's sort of a loosey-goosey concept, if you will. It's not something you're going to find in the DSM. It's just a concept or a construct that we are trying to help people understand more about themselves. The more rejecting you are of yourself, the more distress you experience. So if somebody is constantly telling themselves they're not good enough, or they're stupid, or they're fat, or they're ugly, or they're lazy, well, yeah, they're not going to feel too good about themselves. Imagine how you would feel if somebody was constantly telling you that. So whether the rejection is coming from within your own head or from someone else, it's still creating a negative impact on the self-esteem. And the more rejecting a person is of themselves, they're telling themselves they're not good enough, then they seek other people to tell them they are okay and say, no, honey, you're fine. So it's important that people have their own self-esteem and their own ability to tell themselves, I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like me. In order to develop healthy relationships, you need to feel good about yourself. Self-esteem is basically your relationship with yourself. It's you telling yourself you're okay. It's you being your own best friend. So before you can have a healthy relationship that's based on mutual respect and not just forming relationships to find somebody to validate you, you have to have good self-esteem. In order to develop healthy relationships, you also need to get in touch with yourself and your true values. When you're forming relationships with someone, you don't have to agree on everything. You may only agree on one or two things, but if those one or two things are very salient in your life, then you may end up being fast friends. So understanding what's important to you, because, like attracts like. We're not like magnets. We like to be around people who share similar values and similar interests. And we also need to choose actions that are in harmony with our true self. So if we're doing things that really don't fit our personality, maybe if I think back when I was in college, for a little while I was in a sorority, and that just isn't who I am. I'm not somebody who goes out to parties 4 nights a week. I am not somebody who is exceedingly social all the time. That's just not my temperament. That's not who I am. So choosing actions that are in harmony with myself ended up meaning leaving the sorority. Not because it was a bad thing, it just wasn't for me. But if I should have stayed in that, or if I would have stayed in that situation, then I would have been kind of going against my own internal tendencies, and I would have always been sort of fighting myself. And self-esteem means feeling okay about who you are, the way you are, without having to fight yourself. So where does mindfulness fit in here? Mindfulness teaches people to live in the moment, so they're not stuck in guilt or resentment of the past. Things have happened in the past, and a lot of my clients will, when they present for treatment, whether it's for depression or anxiety or anger or addiction, I can't remember a client, and I'm sure it may have happened at some point or another, but I can't remember a client who's ever gotten to the point of presenting for treatment who had just a rockin' self-esteem. Generally there were some self-esteem issues going on there, whether they had developed over time or whether the person really had never had a strong self-esteem. It didn't really matter. When they were in my office, their self-esteem was pretty low. So helping them focus on the fact that you felt that way back then. That's how you felt, not going to take that away from you. Let's talk about how you're feeling right now. Not being paralyzed by fear of the future. People who have low self-esteem often have a lot of anxiety because they fear rejection, they fear failure, they fear isolation. So anything that changes may cause them to have a lot of high anxiety. So mindfulness helps them learn to put one foot in front of the other, focus on how they're feeling at the moment, and realize that they can tolerate a little bit of ambiguity. They can tolerate forward movement. The cornerstone of mindfulness is acceptance. So when we're teaching people to be mindful, we're teaching them to accept how they feel non-judgmentally, letting it be, not saying I shouldn't feel this way, and being patient with themselves and with the situation. So when we think about self-esteem, again, if we're experiencing a situation, we experience it non-judgmentally. It's just it is. You went to work, you got your evaluation, it wasn't what you had hoped it was. It is. It doesn't mean you're a bad employee. It doesn't mean that the world is going to come to an end. It is. letting the feelings of frustration or guilt or resentment or anger or disappointment be. That's just where you are at that point, and not judging yourself harshly, because self-esteem is something that's always evolving. We aren't perfect. Oh my gosh, none of us is perfect. So even if you think of yourself as a relatively intelligent person, occasionally you're going to do some things that are really kind of silly. Are you going to let that negatively impact your self-esteem? Or are you just going to accept that, you know what, sometimes I goof? Hopefully we can get to that point with our clients where they can accept lack of perfection. They can just be non-judgmental about it and see it as it is, and maybe find some positives in it eventually. Mindfulness teaches that when you trust yourself and act with awareness and purpose, you become more self-reliant. When some of my clients are in early recovery, they've spent so much time minimizing, denying, blaming, justifying, rationalizing, that when they start getting honest and doing the next right thing, it's really scary. And they know what they're supposed to do, but their addicted mind says, nah, you really don't want to do that, or that's going to be hard, or you're going to fail. But they trust themselves, and they do the next right thing, the acting with awareness and purpose, because they want to start living that recovery lifestyle. And lo and behold, they realize that they were able to do it. So they increased their sense of self-reliance. And sometimes that'll happen, and whatever they did, they acted with awareness and purpose, and it fell flat. Well, they can realize from that they can also tolerate failure. They don't need somebody else to pick them up. They can exist even if it's imperfect. So let's switch gears a little bit to mindlessness and talk about how that impacts self-esteem. When we ignore or invalidate how we feel, we're telling ourselves that our feelings are not important. Think about how that would make you feel if your significant other or your best friend came up to you and said, you know what, I don't really care how you feel, and went on about their business. It would impact your self-esteem a little bit. It would hurt. It would say, really? You don't care about me enough to pay attention to how I feel. Now, as a therapist, I'm going to say, if your best friend came up and said that to you, that probably means there's something going on with him or her. But when you're saying that to yourself, you got to say, all right, if I'm constantly ignoring and invalidating how I feel, then I'm telling myself I'm wrong or I'm not justified. So moving from that, how can I start paying attention and validating how I feel? One of the things that we talk about in mindfulness is just accepting that you feel the way you feel. It's not good or not bad, but once you acknowledge it, then you can do something about it. Mindlessness also encourages us to fail to integrate feelings, thoughts, sensations, and urges. How many times, and I think we're all guilty of it, have you had a feeling and you didn't even really notice the feeling? You just went to a drop back behavior to sort of numb it. I'm guilty of stress eating. And occasionally I will, be wandering around in the kitchen and just randomly eating. And my husband will be like, what's wrong? You're stress eating. You need to go out into the garden or do something because you're going to be miserable later. And he knows. After 20 years, he knows. But it's important to be mindful of how you're feeling. So when we talk about mindful eating, for example, we talk about paying attention to why you're eating. Before you eat, say, okay, am I hungry or am I stressed? But mindlessness causes us to just basically stuff our feelings or ignore them. When we're running on autopilot and not making time for things that are important, which is getting us closer to where we want to be, how does that impact our self-esteem? After, a day or two, it's not probably a huge big deal. But at the end of a week or a month, when you look back and go, well, I really wanted to get all this other stuff accomplished that was important to me, but I never found time for it. I just kind of got up, went to work, came home, took a shower, went to bed, repeat. So when we're running on autopilot, we're forgetting the things that are important, that we are assigning meaning to. Another impact of mindlessness on self-esteem is blindly adopting mainstream messages of who we are and what we should be, which may not be in harmony of who we really want to be. If we think back into the 70s, I think it was, when I was little, and they wanted to have everything gender neutral because they didn't want to communicate messages to children about what they should like or what they should play with. Today, there is so much mainstream media between Snapchat and Instagram and Facebook and Google and television, and I could go on and on. We are bombarded by messages telling us what we should wear, what we should look like, what our thoughts should be, what our opinions should be. And if we follow those blindly without checking in and going, is this something that's important to me? And or is this how I really feel about it? We can get caught up and then look back later and not feel so good about some of our choices. We can also adopt mainstream messages that are not achievable or realistic. One of the things that always flabbergasts me is the models that are used in some of the fitness magazines that are stick thin. I mean, the camera adds some weight and they look stick thin in there. I'm like, there is no way she is running 25 miles a day because she's just so thin. She doesn't have the musculature to sort of support that. But if that message is coming from the advertiser, coming from the media saying, you need to look like this. If you are going to be considered fit, you need to have this body type. That may not be achievable or realistic for the majority of people. So what does that do to their self-esteem if they keep trying to achieve that goal and not meeting it? Mindfulness will encourage us to look at how we feel and validate ourselves, telling us it's okay to feel this way. Integrate feelings, thoughts, sensations, and urges so we don't act just randomly. We're actually paying attention to what is motivating or supporting our feelings, thoughts, sensations, and urges. And we're adopting messages and values that are consistent with who we want to be. Breathing in the body. Breathing is one of the first techniques in mindfulness that we can teach to just about anybody. And it's can be challenging with certain groups, but depending on how you present it, it can be, a relatively easy activity to do. By developing mindfulness and self-awareness, you can quiet your thoughts. Our constant noise in our head, I've got to do this, I've got to do that, oh, I shouldn't forget this, I need to remember to call that person. It often prohibits us from addressing the underlying issues of any emotional turmoil. There's just constantly chatter. So life becomes focused on just treading water. You're not dealing with any of the underlying issues. You're just trying not to drown in the day-to-day activities. So forward goals are exchanged for just surviving. Then when you look back over, like I said, when you look back over 2 months, 3 months, a year, and you had all these goals that you wanted to accomplish and you accomplished none of them, what happens to the self-esteem? By making contact with the present moment, you can find your strength, learn to grow, and choose how you wish to respond. So what does breathing have to do with all this? Well, the first thing you do when you're born is breathe and then cry. But it's one of our most primal basic instincts. When we breathe slowly, our heart rate slows down. When we breathe rapidly, our heart rate speeds up. When we breathe slowly, not only are we slowing down our heart rate, but we're also sending out the relaxation response to the body, which helps quiet the chatter. One of the activities is just taking a deep, full breath. Abdominal breathing signals the brain to slow down and relax. She calls it the rest and digest. By simply paying attention to your breath, you can often cause it to slow down. If I'm running or right after I finish running, I intentionally pay attention to slowing my breath down. When you go on a diet and you start paying attention and completing a food diary, and you're paying attention to how much you're eating, for most people, they automatically cut down on how much they're eating. When we start paying attention, things kind of slow down. Another activity she has in there is called feeling the loving touch, which is the breath. Life begins and ends with breath. Breathing helps relax the body and move the chi around. And it wasn't really discussed a lot in the book as far as moving chi, but remembering that our energy comes from getting this oxygen throughout our body to the organs, to the muscles, to everything else. As we breathe, when we breathe deeply, it gets more oxygen in there. It helps us relax and helps the oxygen gets to where it needs to be. In order to encourage people to stay in touch with their breathing, a lot of Americans tend to breathe poorly. We breathe shallowly and through our chest because we're stressed. We're clenching our teeth. We're tightening our back muscles. We're just like little stress balls. So if you put visual and auditory breathing reminders around, it will help you stop and take a breath and get that relaxation response periodically throughout the day. I have a activity monitor, and it goes off periodically, reminding me that I haven't moved often enough. But I also use that activity reminder to remind me to take a deep breath or 3 before I get up and start moving around, and then I usually take another couple when I'm sitting back down again. That's an auditory reminder for me because I tend to habituate to visual reminders. I'll see it for the first 2 or 3 days, and then I'll just totally not even notice it's there anymore. In and out. Inhale and take in positive affirmations. Exhale and let go of the stress and negativity. Now, this sounds pretty easy to do. When you're working with adolescents or you're working with people with cognitive disabilities, you may need to break it down a little bit less abstractly. Have them list a bunch of different positive affirmations. One of my favorite is Hakuna Matata. So we'll put that up on the board and we'll start listing different positive affirmations. And it's amazing how many of them actually come from Disney movies, but I digress. As people figure out a positive affirmation that they want to hold on to, when they start to get stressed, you want to just remind them to breathe in and tell themselves that. And when they breathe out, feel the stress kind of leaving their body, because stress is a lot of heat and energy. Taking another step further, imagine inhaling a cooling, calming blue air and exhaling the stresses, which could be red, black, or gray. So if somebody is more visual in nature, obviously the second one that talks about the blue versus the red can give them something to really visualize when they're doing this activity. Read the inscription. Pay attention to what your body is trying to tell you. Last year, this actually has been a little more than a year now, I was having a lot of heart problems, and I would start feeling a tightness in my chest, and it just kind of wouldn't go away. And I ended up naming it Lenny from Of Mice and Men. And Lenny would just sit on my chest, and I couldn't get rid of him. So what was my body trying to tell me at that point in time? Was it a physiological heart issue? Was it stress? Was it panic? What was going on that I needed to read on the inscription to figure it out? Because it was a symptom. When you pay attention to what your body's telling you, you're going to be living more in harmony with your values. You're going to be getting closer to where you want to go, and or You may be able to tell yourself, I feel really stressed about this right now. Positive affirmation, I can get through this, or this is what I need to do to cope with it. It's important to practice noticing points of tension, tightness, or heaviness and feel them relax or loosen as you exhale. So these are all still breathing exercises, but we want to encourage people to become more in tune with their bodies. As Americans, especially, we tend to somaticize a lot of our stress and anger and anxiety and dysphoria. So if we pay attention to what our body is telling us, we can identify when we are starting to have emotional turmoil and address it from there. If we're having emotional turmoil, then we want to go back to the self-esteem and say, I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like me, and what is it that is this burr under my saddle right now? Because as you feel strong, as you feel capable, as you feel more resilient, you're able to handle life's stresses as they come along. Thinking in the mind. One activity that I kind of like is the fly on the wall or an impartial witness. If you were sitting in a situation that was, maybe you were in a meeting and it wasn't going so well, and you took a break from the meeting, and generally what we're thinking at that point is what we are thinking, what we are feeling. Oftentimes when we're in an emotionally charged situation or state, it's hard for us to take multiple perspectives and take a time out and go, okay, what might be going on? So this activity can kind of help sometimes, because you can say, what would that fly on the wall tell me was happening? If that fly had to describe what they're seeing, what would they see? Stop sorting things into good and bad. Go through the day just to kind of get a clue about how often we do it, because, everybody does it. Some people do it more or less. Instead of sorting things into good and bad, they just are. It was raining today. Is that good or is that bad? Well, why do you need to put that into a pile? I didn't go to the gym today. Is that good or is that bad? You can argue both sides of the coin, but why argue about it? That's what happened. Too many times people spend so much time sorting and they focus or pay more attention to the bad stuff. A lot of times they'll artificially elevate the number of bad things. So we want to have people just stop it. Instead of looking at things as bad or good, they just are. Encourage them to see the whole elephant. Back to Lenny again. We want them to look at the issue. What's going on at that point in time? But what are the strengths? Because every situation has good and bad. So what are the problems and what are the strengths? If the person is not feeling very good about themselves because they lost their job, they may feel like they failed. They may feel like a failure. And we want to say, are you a failure at everything? Because that's kind of a global statement. So you got fired from your job. Good or bad, it's what it is. So what are the strengths that you have that can help you overcome this? And what are the positives of this situation? Maybe they didn't like that job. Maybe they can find another job. Encouraging people to not take one situation or one event and take it in and have it reflect who they are as a whole person. If they're walking down the street and they trip and they wipe out and fall on their face, and gosh knows I've done that. I am not the most graceful person in the world, but does that mean I am a complete klutz? No, it just was not one of my better days. I didn't take it as a stable, global, internal attribution. Spin the wheel of paradox. What is the opposite? If you're feeling like something is going against you, then encourage yourself to look for all the positives in it. So maybe you hate your job, and because obviously if you loved your job, you wouldn't be trying to have an intervention. But if you hated your job, it's like, okay, I really hate my job. I don't want to go to work today. Let's spin the wheel of paradox and say, what are the positives I can get out of this? Why are we looking for positives, and what does that have to do with self-esteem? Because as we find successes, as we find peace, we will feel more confident in our own abilities to handle distress. You're driving to work and traffic. Oh my gosh, traffic is backed up. You're going to be 45 minutes late. Well, yeah, that may kind of stink. What are the positives? Well, you weren't the one that was in the accident that caused the traffic jam. Maybe you can start making phone calls or checking your email if you're at a complete standstill. Finding both sides is basically where thinking in the mind comes. And in one of our prior classes, we talked about walking the middle ground and finding where both things can happen. Yes, we can be in a traffic jam and it can really suck, but we can also make use of that time doing other things. And it may just be doing breathing exercises, but okay, so cool. You have time to do some of your breathing exercises. And encouraging the no blame game. Yeah, not the blame game, but the no blame game. Not blaming yourself for everything, not blaming other people for everything, because generally everybody has a little part in it. So instead of using the energy to blame anybody, figure out how to fix it. Figure out what the positives are, figure out what the issues are, figure out how you got to this point, and figure out how to make it not happen again. When people experience successes, when they're able to fix things that go wrong, when they're able to see things as not catastrophic, they will start seeing themselves as stronger people. Emotions in the heart. You know, I told you we were going to talk about head, heart, and gut honesty. Now we're moving on to the heart. And our heart's kind of small. It's about the size of our fist, but it's bigger on the inside. Encouraging people to recognize all the emotions contained within their heart. There's love, there's empathy, there's compassion, there's curiosity. There are a lot of emotions that are contained within the heart. And no matter how much you love somebody, there's always room to love somebody else. It's not like there's a finite amount of love you have to give. And encourage people to cultivate warm-heartedness, not just towards others, but again, we're talking about self-esteem here, toward themselves. What would they tell themselves or tell other people? And whatever they would tell other people, they need to turn around and tell themselves. Plant your garden. And I like this one. Around my house, when we first moved in, I ripped out the majority of the shrubbery because my feeling, whether it's right or wrong, it just is, if I'm going to put that much effort into taking care of something, it darn well better produce something for me. So I replaced everything with edibles. When you plant your garden, you've got to choose. You only have so much time to cultivate a good garden. You can't just plant 150 things and tend to 6 of them. So when you plant it, choose what you're going to care about. There are a ton of things you would love to do, but what is going to be your focus? When we focus on too many things, a lot of things tend to wither and die. So encourage your clients to figure out which plants they're going to cultivate. And sometimes, you know, you can take this metaphor out and talk about companion planting and all kinds of stuff if gardening's your thing. But sometimes it's helpful to actually do sort of a visual representation of the garden so they can see what they want to care about, but then they can also focus on, are they giving it water? Are they making sure it's getting sunlight? Are they taking care of it? Tend and befriend themselves. They need to tend to their own needs. They need to become aware of what's important to them, and then they need to be their own best friend. You know, some days you wake up and you're like, you know, I would really, well, I do. I would really love to just sit around in my jammies all morning and drink hot chocolate and watch cartoons because that's where I am today. And that's okay. I'm like, all right, well, let's do it. So myself and my dog and cats and whoever else wants to does. But being kind to yourself and not saying, well, you shouldn't, you're almost 50 years old, you shouldn't be watching cartoons. Well, the heck with that. I will be my own best friend. People don't need someone else to take them out to dinner. People don't need someone else to constantly provide rewards. We need to learn how to provide rewards for ourselves. Now, is it cool to have somebody else to take us out every once in a while? Sure. But it's important that people can provide their own rewards. Encourage them to count their blessings, or do a gratitude list, however they want to phrase it. What is going right in your life? And what part did you have in that? Because guess what? You probably had a big part in that. Life doesn't just happen, and especially if everything is going, relatively well, that means there was probably some hard work and dedication, and it wasn't just luck. So let's look at what's going really good and how you've cultivated that. And delight for others. Sometimes we can get the greatest amount of joy in being happy for someone else instead of being jealous or envious and thinking, well, I should have that. We can be happy for them. Yeah, they have it. Wonderful. Awesome. Does it make us any less worthy or any less of a person because we don't have that? No. Looking at other people's successes in terms of great for them is a lot better on our self-esteem than looking at their successes and going, well, I should have been able to do that. And being in the world. Claim your emotional baggage, please. Don't let it stay on the conveyor belt. How many times have we been guilty, or have we had clients come in who've had the same baggage that just keeps coming back? Maybe it's the same basic dysfunctional relationship that comes over and over and over again. A part of that as clinicians is for us to say, okay, clearly there's something that's not getting resolved here, so we need to do something a little bit different. But as clients or people who have baggage on the conveyor belt, it's also up to that person to go, I need to figure out how to get this baggage off. And don't give it to somebody else when you take it off. Don't say, okay, this is your problem now. Don't blame other people for your situation. It's important to claim it and go, this is my stuff. I'm sorry. I'm having a really bad day today. I'm not going to blame you for making me feel X, Y, and Z. It gives people a sense of personal power to go, yeah, it's my stuff. But you know what happens when we say that, yeah, that's my stuff? We can say, and I am going to let it go. If we give it to somebody else, then we've got to wait to figure out what they're going to do with it. So when we claim it, we take power over it, and we can choose what to do with it. Listen, just listen. Listen to hear and understand, but that means listen to yourself as well as others. We talk a lot in counseling about how we spend too much time talking and not enough time listening. When the other person's talking, we're already formulating our response. Well, that's true for ourselves too. So we need to stop and be quiet and tell ourselves to just hush and listen to what is it we need and what is it we want. That also means silencing, going back to the very beginning, silencing all that chatter. You've got to get up and make dinner. You've got to do laundry. You've got to do this. You've got to make sure this gets, hush all that so you can listen to yourself. It's kind of like the difference between trying to have a conversation in a noisy restaurant versus on a park bench. We need to be in the world on the park bench. Speak with compassion to yourself and others. Try to take the compassionate viewpoint of what's going on with that person right now that might be contributing to them feeling angry, feeling hostile, feeling down, being just grumpy. Went to get chicken feed at the feed store the other day, And the young man who was at the desk is usually just all kinds of bubbly and all about customer service. And he was so flat that day. And, I didn't take it personally because we all have bad days. But I felt that it was important to go the extra mile to make sure that I smiled and spoke with compassion, because he was clearly having a bad day. But we need to do that with ourselves when we're having a bad day. Say, you know what? I'm just going to do what I can do today and be okay with that. I love this next activity. Write your job description. What is your job description for being you? What are your goals and what are your duties? At work, every year we write our job goals and whatever else in our performance plan. I don't remember what I used to call it when I was supervising people. And then at the end of the year, you had a performance evaluation based on the goals that you set forth and the duties you were expected to accomplish. So why don't you sit down and write those out and figure out what's important to you to get a good job evaluation on being you. This is the time when, as you start writing it down, you start realizing, maybe I'm putting too many goals here. Maybe I'm putting too many duties here. I wouldn't do this if it were my actual job because I know there's no way I can accomplish it. Once you start writing it down and seeing it visually, you're like, yeah, maybe I'm being a little too demanding. So writing your job description is an excellent activity. And adolescents tend to do this pretty well too. They haven't had as much experience with performance appraisals and things like that, but they can get an idea about how to write a job description, especially if you give them a template. So ultimately, the goal is to realize that self-esteem begins in childhood. And we want to start teaching children to be mindful. We want to teach them to stay in contact with how they're feeling and learn how to calm their breath from the very early age. When they start feeling all hyped up, when they start feeling tense, help them figure out how to diffuse that. We want to help them figure out what their values are and what's important to them. We want to help them be aware of themselves so they can identify their strengths and develop their me identity. So, who are you as an individual? In our society, we tend to want to be part of a group. We want to be interdependent, and that's great. But interdependent does not mean having the same identity as everybody else. We're not the Borg. Interdependent means taking our own individual identities and strengths and combining them to make sort of a greater good. Part of self-esteem development includes values identification, and this can start early. We can talk about honesty, we can talk about compassion, we can talk about trustworthiness. Kids get that. They know some of the basic values, and they can start learning why those are important and making decisions about some of the other ones, about what's important in their life. What do they see as an important value? We can help them start separating their wants versus their needs. A need is something that's going to keep their body, mind, and spirit going. A want is something that, they may really want in their heart, like a new bike for Christmas, but is it something that they need? And we can also start helping them address those cognitive distortions, the all or none thinking. We can start helping them address the sorting into the good or bad piles and learn how to accept that some things just are. And we can encourage them to be aware of sensations, feelings, and thoughts. Why? Because it helps choose behaviors which are in unison with your values. Not all of us notice sensations first. Not all of us notice feelings first, and not all of us notice thoughts first. That depends on you. I may notice that I'm being a negative Nelly as my first clue that I might be under stress. On the other hand, other people may feel a knot in their stomach and go, "Oh, I think something's going on." or I've got food poisoning. But I digress. Probably something's going on. And still other people may hone in on those feelings, and they know they're angry. They don't know what they're angry about right now, but they know there is something that is ticking them off. Whatever it is that they're most in tune to, helping them integrate those will help them figure out how they're feeling, thinking, and choose behaviors that can help them feel happy. Being aware of these sensations can help support people through the difficult moments. Knowing that this tightness in your stomach before you go out and do a speech in front of 100 people, this is your anxiety. Strong self-esteem and a sense of self-awareness, acknowledging that anxiety and saying, all right, it is what it is, can help people learn that they can move through the difficult moments. They can experience distress and succeed. Being aware of all these things also silences the critics, because a lot of times the critics are the ones that are bringing on some of these thoughts and sensations. They're heckling you. Silencing the critics, you can say, no, that's not how I feel about that, or that's really not how I think, if the critic is saying you should feel this way. And it helps you clarify who you are and what you want, because ultimately self-esteem is feeling good about you, not what your mother thinks about you, not what the woman down the street thinks about you, not what your boss thinks about you, but how you feel about you. Because once you have that, then you are going to start attracting other people who have a strong sense of self and can say, you know what, we can have differences, but we can be friends. We can have different experiences, but we can share those to make something that's a stronger something. So kind of to tie it all up in a bow, mindfulness is really just a tool to help people get in touch with what's important to them and to silence the critics and the negativity that often dashes a lot of self-esteem. So people realize and become more aware when they're being unjustly negative and critical of themselves, and holding them to a standard that they wouldn't hold their child or their best friend, or for that matter, anybody else to. We want people to feel good about themselves. Until they do, they're going to experience dysphoria at some point or another. If you enjoy this podcast, please like and subscribe either in your podcast player or on YouTube. You can attend and participate in our live webinars with Dr. Snipes by subscribing at allceus.com/counselor toolbox. This episode has been brought to you in part by allceus.com, providing 24/7 multimedia continuing education and pre-certification training to counselors, therapists, and nurses since 2006. Use coupon code Counselor Toolbox.
All right. Well, I want to thank you all for coming here. My name is Mike Anderson. Here's my particulars. My company, the PTR Group, I've been a speaker here at Embedded Linux Conference and many of the other OSS shows for about 20 years now. And we have been, my particular company, PTR Group, we're a consulting house, and we do a fair amount of work with different customers in the embedded space mostly, although we also build space robots for NASA. We handle all the software that's done in the space refueling mission for Restore-L at NASA and for RSGS at DARPA. So we've been in the business quite a while. I sold the company. I was one of the founders. I sold the company last year, the end of 2018, or excuse me, beginning of 2018. And then in February of this year, we got bought. The company who bought us got bought. And so I go from a 24-person consulting shop to a 40,000-person industry. If you want to have, for instance, a nuclear submarine or an aircraft carrier, hit me up. I can put you in contact with the right guys. That's what Huntington Ingalls does. All right, so let's move on here. So we're going to do a quick overview of the C group interface. We'll then talk about enabling and using C groups and what we can actually control with C groups. We'll talk about I'll show you a couple of example usages, and we'll get into a quick summary here. This is a very short session. It's only 35 minutes, I think. So we'll have to move through things pretty quickly. So there's not a whole lot of depth I can really get into in the short time, but we'll do the best we can. All right, so what is a C group? It stands for control group. It was actually added to the kernel in the 2624 timeframe. So it's been in the kernel a long time, but it didn't get really significant enhancement until the 3.15, 3.16 kernel timeframe. So it is a mechanism that's basically focused on trying to kind of hierarchically organize resources across multiple platforms, or across multiple applications. And it applies to any schedulable entity. So this means that it works on containers, it works on VMs, it works on threads, it works on processes. So any schedulable entity inside of the kernel can be subject to C groups. Now, this becomes particularly interesting when we start dealing with multi-tenancy inside of large VM environments, where I need to be able to significantly limit the amount of resources that are assigned to a particular tenant or to a particular set of VMs. So we'll get into the details of that here in a moment. So exactly what does it do? Well, a lot of times we're interested in trying to place restrictions on applications. If we're doing safety critical applications, we need to make sure that no particular application hogs all of the CPU or hogs all of the memory or consumes all the I/O bandwidth or all of the network bandwidth. So we need to be able to control that, and that's exactly what C groups does. Now, as a mechanism, it manifests itself in sysfs. It is a file system, so it's a virtual file system, a lot like procfs. You do have to mount it. Depending on which version of the kernel you have, it may be automatically mounted, or you may have to mount it manually. I'll show you how to do that in a moment. But the key thing here is, let's assume that I have a couple of processes that I want to be able to guarantee that no single process consumes all of the CPU. I want to be able to guarantee that both processes get exactly 50% of the CPU. With C groups, I can do that. In any other mechanism, if I just let them run, then I'm not going to be able to control them that way. More importantly, I can also do things like lock them to specific CPU cores. So I can do CPU pinning and a few other things. We'll talk about all the stuff we can do with C groups in a moment. There are two parts to C group. Now, is it C group or is it C groups? It's C group if you're referring to the components in the kernel. It's C groups if you have groups of C group. So it's kind of weird the way they define it, but that's okay. As far as the core is concerned, it's really responsible for establishing that hierarchy inside of the kernel. Now, the core is integrated in with eBPF. So if you're into Berkeley packet filters and all the things that BPF can do, then you'll find that C groups is integrated quite nicely into that whole environment and can actually be controlled and provide additional information for you. The other piece of C group is the controller hierarchy, and the controllers themselves are the things that we're going to focus most of our effort on, because those are the things that manifest down in user space. So the C group hierarchy is actually manifest inside of sysfs, excuse me, by default. You can mount it other places. You can have multiple different mounts of the same C group interface in multiple locations in the file system. So the reason we might do something like that is a case in a multi-tenancy environment where I have individual companies in their own separate disk areas. So I may mount a C group interface inside of their particular disk area because I want to control that particular VM or set of containers separately from other VMs or sets of containers. So in the normal mechanism, if we're going to use mount, we'd use mount-t C group 2, none, and then whatever mount point we wanted. Now, if you've got a C group 2, it implies there's a C group 1 someplace, and there is in fact a C group 1. C group 1 has now been deprecated, but you'll still find a lot of systems that still use it. You can actually mount C group 1 and C group 2 simultaneously on the same system. So that makes for some really confusing times. I don't recommend that you do that. Just use C Group 2. The major reason they came out with C Group 2 was to make it more compatible with Kubernetes and other similar sorts of mechanisms. So they actually saw, hey, yeah, C Group 1, the hierarchies are kind of weird and it gets a little difficult to manage. So they simplified it considerably by simply saying, okay, let's just use C Group 2 and we'll clear a lot of this stuff up. Now, not all distributions enable C groups. And even if they do enable C group, they may not necessarily enable everything inside of C group. So here's a quick little snapshot out of my 5.2.1 kernel. Obviously, it's an eye chart. You can't really see it very well, but there is a thing that says C group support. And when you enable C group support, there's a whole bunch of options that show up, which are all the individual C group mechanisms, the controllers themselves. So we'll talk about what the controllers are, but just understand that if you go to use C groups in your distribution, you may not necessarily have the C group mechanism turned on in your kernel, which may mean you have to go back and rebuild the kernel. Now, most of the major distros, Ubuntu, Red Hat, SUSE, most of those distros have C group turned on. Whether they turn on everything in C group remains to be seen. You have to kind of look at it and see which ones are which, but at least you'll have a likely case that the C group will be turned on in most of the major distros. Now, there are some user space interfaces that you also have to have. In particular, libcgroup, cgroupbin, cgrouptools, and cgroupfsmount. Now, depending on your distribution, that's what they're called in the Debian world. If you're using one of the Red Hat or SUSE distributions, then your names may differ. But these are all user space tools that are focused on being able to manipulate and control the C group. So once I have the C group file system mounted, I can look at it here in the hierarchy, and you'll notice there's a whole bunch of things that are put together on this. We have, and we'll go through most of these functions here. So whether it's block IO, the CPU sets, the funky one is freezer. Oh, that's an interesting one. We'll talk about that one. And some of these others. We'll go through most of these just so that you understand exactly what they're supposed to be doing. And remember, this is a virtual file system. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a C group and then add processes to the C group. And then once we've added them to the C group, we can then associate these controllers to them. So what sorts of things can we actually control? Well, the first one is block IO. We're interested in making sure that no particular application takes the lion's share of all the disk IO. So for block IO, we're trying to limit it based on block IO performance. We want to make sure that this particular application gets no more than 35% of the disk IO. This is, of course, part of this, if you've never been in the service carrier or the service provider business, we have these things called SLAs. And an SLA is a service level agreement. So that's a contract between the service provider and the customer, where the service provider guarantees to the customer through the SLA certain percentages of performance. So they will guarantee that you will get X number of CPU cycles per second or X amount of disk IO per second. And in order for them to be able to guarantee that those numbers are met, they'll typically use C group in order to enforce that. And this also gives us the ability to do some accounting on that. So if somebody comes along and says, hey, you're not meeting my SLA, if the service provider can't meet the SLA, the customer gets money back. And no service provider wants to do that. So they're going to be able, they're going to focus on whatever tools they can get in order to be able to demonstrate to the customer that they've actually met the details of the SLA. So the first one there is the block IO. We just talked about that one. The next one is CPU. CPU deals with what percentage of the CPU you get for a particular application. Now, each application has at most 1,024 units of CPU time. And we can then adjust the units accordingly to limit the amount of CPU time a particular process gets. I'll show you an example of that here in just a moment. CPU sets is an interesting one because If you're familiar with the hardware, of course, when we're dealing with hardware, we have the L1 and L2 caches, potentially a tertiary cache if we're dealing with the x86, and then we have physical memory that we're trying to pull applications out of. So when I get ready to fetch something from the processor, and if it's in the L1 cache, then I can usually fetch it at the speed of the processor. So I'm really not losing any time if I'm running out of the L1 cache. However, the L1 cache is limited in size. Even on the big x86 platforms, having 32 kbytes of L1 cache, that's a big cache. And that's because the L1 cache is oftentimes implemented with like a 64-way set associative memory. It's extremely expensive from a silicon real estate perspective on the die. So we'll have 32 kbytes of L1 cache, but maybe 6 megabytes of L2 cache. So the L1 cache is made up oftentimes of static memory, whereas the L2 cache is typically dynamic memory. So if I have an L1 cache miss and it's in the L2, it's probably going to cost me anywhere from 5 to 10 clock cycles to pull something out of the L2. If I have an L2 cache miss and I have to go to the tertiary cache, then it's going to cost me 20 to 25 clock cycles. But if I have to go all the way out to memory to fetch that instruction or fetch that piece of data, that's going to cost me anywhere from 200 to 300 clock cycles. Now, understand in a processor like the x86 is a superscalar processor. A lot of processors these days are, which means that I'm executing more than one instruction per cycle. So let's assume that I'm running 10 instructions per cycle, which is one of the older x86 platforms, but let's just do that for the math. If I have to reach out to physical memory and it costs me 200 clock cycles to retrieve something from physical memory, well, that's 200 clock cycles times 10 instructions per cycle. That's 2,000 instructions that I've lost for one fetch out of physical memory. And I will never get that back. So how does that impact us with CPU sets? One of the things that we want to do with CPU sets is we want to lock processes to particular processor cores. And by locking, they call it CPU pinning. And when you pin a process to a processor core, you lock it into the cache. So when you allow an application to migrate from one processor core to another, it's coming into a cold cache. And therefore, all subsequent accesses for the first several thousand will be cache misses and force you to go out to the either to RAM or to the L3. So allowing an application to move back and forth is a significant problem if you're trying to guarantee performance. So what the CPU set C group does is it allows us to specify a number, a collection of processor cores that we're going to allow this application to run on. And by setting that collection of processor cores, we can then say, all right, I want to make sure that everything that's health and status monitoring runs on processor cores 1 and 2, and everything that's customer focused is going to run on the other processor cores. And I may in fact lock particular customers to particular processor cores, again to optimize the use of the cache and guarantee that I can meet my SLA. So those are something that we would typically do through C groups. There's another mechanism to do this. This is called the task set mechanism in Linux. And task set allows me to lock applications to particular CPU cores from the command line. So you can also do this from the command line. You can do this with CPU sets. You can do it from the command line, or you can do it from within a GUI like virt-manager. CPU accounting just gives me information about the accounting usage. This might be something we would want to do in order to be able to guarantee and prove to a customer that we've met their SLA. We have devices that allows me to set which devices a particular environment or particular process can get access to. This is important. How many of you have ever heard of network function virtualization? Anybody? A couple of you. All right, so network function virtualization has to do with how I can take, say, an Ethernet card and dedicate 5 of the 32 channels off the Ethernet card to a particular VM or to a particular container. I can do this with containers as well. So they have some low-level stuff they do. They call it SRIOV, single root IO virtualization. They also have, Intel has their version called VMDQ. It's part of the VTC virtualization, the vPro virtualization is part of that particular architecture. But oftentimes what we want to be able to do is we want to be able to say to a particular application or container or VM, no, I'm sorry, you cannot open the modem. Or you cannot open the card reader, the smart card reader. Or the smart card reader is dedicated to you so that nobody else can get it. So that's what the devices option does for us. The freezer, we'll come back to that one in just a second. Huge TLB for translation look-aside buffers. This is an option we can turn on in the kernel. You've got your machine that's got 64 gigabytes of RAM. How do you take advantage of those 64 gigabytes of RAM? One of the mechanisms is called huge TLB. If you turn on huge TLB support, some of the virtualization layers will automatically take advantage of it. If you have a virtualization layer that understands huge TLBs, you'll get about a 10 to 15% improvement in performance for that particular VM. So it's a significant piece, but huge TLB allows me to control which applications have access to the huge TLB facility. Memory, that one's pretty straightforward. That is how much memory I'm going to give to a particular application. And then I can deal with both user space memory, kernel space memory, and swap usage. So I can track it, I can limit it, I can make sure that I can account for it. All of that sort of stuff can be done through the memory functions. NetCLS, this is the classification interface. This one is particularly interesting for those of you who have quality of service requirements. So the Linux quality of service code has both classless and classful queuing disciplines inside of it. And when we're using the net classification option, we can then put tags on network traffic that will then force them down particular paths inside of the quality of service code. So I can guarantee that video, for instance, is going to be treated in one way, whereas bulk transfers like FTP would be transferred in a different way. So I could do traffic shaping, I could do traffic scheduling, I can do traffic policing using the net classification option. One that's similar, somewhat related, but because it has to do with networking, is the network priority code. Now the network priority option then says, oh, well, I want to prioritize this user's application over this other user's application as far as network traffic is concerned. So if both of them are generating network traffic, I'm going to take this one first and then deal with this one. So I'm going to be able to set priorities on traffic. Now, I talked about the freezer. Let's talk about specifically what freezer does. Freezer is like putting your laptop to sleep. So with freezer, I can say all of the applications, all the processes that are part of this process group, part of this C group, go to sleep now, shuts them off. Now, I can then move them to another application, to another processor, and wake them back up again. So it's like process checkpoint restart kind of things you can do with the freezer interface. And it can also be used for, some of the virtualization layers actually take advantage of it. So for instance, KVM knows what to do with the freezer interface when it gets ready to migrate VMs from one place to another. Perf event, this is going to give me per CPU a mechanism basically to monitor threads that are given in a particular C group. I have the PIDS interface, which then allows me to keep track of parents and children when you get forked. So when you fork something off, who does it belong to? RDMA is the regulation of the DMA mechanism. So if I'm going to be doing high-speed DMA from kernel space to user space, this is a way I can control that. And then Unified actually splits out the control interface not by process, but by user. So I can then get to the point where I go, okay, well, let's say user A has 4 processes, user B has 20 processes. Well, in the grand scheme of things, user A is getting 1/4 of the CPU that user B is getting, because user B's got more processes that are all looking for CPU time. Well, what I'd like to be able to do is I'd like to be able to say that user A and user B are equally important. So give user A 50% of the CPU, so his 4 applications get 50% of the CPU, and user B's application, their 20 applications, get 50% of the CPU. So I can then do balancing at that level as well. which is really handy, again, for service level agreements where I have multi-tenancy that I have to deal with. So kind of the good and bad about the C-scope interface, or C-group interface rather, is that there are a lot of knobs that you can twist. And so many adjustments that sometimes it's kind of mind-boggling. Here's an example of just one of the C-group mechanisms, one of the controllers. This is the memory controller. And you'll notice here that we have kernel memory, we have memory usage limits. This is in user space. We have maximum usages in bytes. We have swapping. We have control for NUMA interfaces. We'll talk about that in a moment, which is becoming an increasingly important interface in a lot of the larger systems. And then I happen to have LXC and LXD installed on my platform. So when I took this screenshot, we saw a couple of extra things that were out there specific to LXC and LXD. So here's an example of manual C-group interface. I've got this test script here, and all it does is it prints a message and then goes to sleep. And it does that forever. So what I would like to do is I would like to then create a C-group. So I'm going to do, and this is going to be doing it by hand. We'll show you in just a minute how you can do it automatically as well. So we'll do a make dir inside of the C-group hierarchy. In the memory controller, we're going to create a new object called foo. And so this is just a directory is all we're doing here, but now we're going to add things to that directory. So we're going to echo 50 megabytes here into the limit in bytes option. So this will then set the maximum limit for the foo group. Anything that's in the foo group will have this maximum amount of memory associated with it. If you did around and did a CAD on that, it turns out that the way these things work is they always round up to the next available page size. So on the x86, those page sizes are 4096 byte pages. And if you look at 50 million divided by 4096, you get these numbers. All right. So let's go ahead and we'll create an application, we'll launch it, and we'll get its process ID. Now, we need to get its process ID because that's the major mechanism that we use to add things to a C group. So now I know the process ID is 31344. So I'm going to then echo 31344 into the foo memory group cgroup.procs. So that's going to add it to that particular process tag inside a C group. We will then take a look at this using the PS command. We'll say, show me the C groups associated with process ID 31344. And this shows me that I have memory is associated with the foo group that I created. So that's the only one that's actually specific to foo. So now I can run the application, because I'm running the application at this moment, I can take a look at how much memory it's actually using. So I can take a look at its current usage in bytes and see that it's using only about 262 kbytes worth of RAM. So I can limit it, I can monitor it, but I can also control it in the way that it dies. So let's assume that I have a memory leak. I can then set up the killer in such a way that it understands that this application, when it exhausts all the memory, is supposed to be killed and restarted automatically. So obviously I've got a memory leak. I need to report that and fix that. But I need to be able to also keep the system running while the DevOps folks are out there trying to figure out what's wrong. So I can then use the C group interface to be able to control that and make that happen. Now, here's an example of using this using libcgroup. And libcgroup has with it the C group tools. And these tools include applications like CG create and CG exec and CG get. So we'll see how those all work. So CG create allows me to create a group. So I'm going to create a group in the CPU controller called group A. I'm going to do the same thing for group B. Now, this is the CPU controller, so this is controlling what percentage of CPU time each one of these applications gets whenever they're a member of that particular group. So I'm going to use the CG get command. I will get the number of CPU shares for group A, and it comes back as 1,024, which is the maximum number of CPU time slots for that particular application. And that's the default. We have the same sort of thing for group B. So now, What I'd like to do is I'd like to test this out. So let's create a couple of applications. We're going to do a CG exec into group A, and we're just going to do a DD. And we're just going to grab lots of nulls and send them off to the bit bucket. So we're just going to burn a lot of CPU time. Basically, I didn't want anything that would incorporate any disk I/O or network I/O or anything else. Just measure CPU performance. Do the same thing for CPU group B. Now, because both of those were both given the 1024 chunk slots, you will notice that they actually end up eating 50% of the CPU for each one of those two applications. Now, if that's not what I want, I can then go in and adjust it. So I can say that the CPU shares for group A are 768, or 3/4 of the actual full value. And for CPU group B, I'm 256, or 1/4 of the total value. And sure enough, when we take a look down here at the percentage of CPU time being used, I've now got 75% of the CPU going to group A and 25% of the CPU going to group B. So, and the dot, the actual decimal point out there had to do with the startup code and a few other things, so it ate up a little bit more than it should have. But once it gets to steady state, then it settles down and locks in at 25%. So we have effectively here a mechanism that allows us to control what's going on in our system. We can control memory, we can control network I/O, we can control disk I/O, we can control the assignment of CPU cores, groups of CPU cores. We can do all of that through the use of the C group interface. Where this really starts to become important is when we're using either containers or VMs in a multi-tenant environment. If we're just running on-prem and we're just running our own code, then it's not really all that important. But it's when you're a service provider and you have to guarantee service to particular customers, or you're writing a mission-critical application that has to have a particular percentage of the overall CPU, then this starts to become important. Some of the container solutions like LXC and LXD have an automatic interface to C group. We saw that when we did the little screenshot there. Others, you have to do it by hand. There's a monitoring tool. Actually, Kubernetes has a mechanism to go in and dork around with us as well. So we can either do it manually or we can allow things to happen automatically, depending on the policies that we set. Now, C group mechanism is tied to namespaces. So if we have a particular namespace defined, then we can add the namespace to the C group. And everything that's a member of the namespace then becomes controlled by that C group, whatever controller we added to it. We can have multiple controllers associated with a particular group. So I can limit not just memory or CPU time, I can limit everything on a per group basis. So if I have a namespace that I've got applications that are a member of that namespace, I can then drop the whole namespace into the C group interface and then control the namespace from there. So that's another capability that we have with this. And so that with namespaces and C groups, although they're not the same thing, they are closely related to each other. So we can actually take advantage of both interfaces if we need them for whatever application we're trying to do. So I got a couple minutes for questions. Anybody got any questions? Yes.
So on the slide number 17, where you showed this.
Yeah.
I was wondering what would happen if there was another process, not in a C group, that was also during CPU. What would we see?
Yeah. So in fact, this was just a snapshot of the top two. And it has to do with whether I've allocated them to specific CPU cores. So if you have multiple applications that are running on the same processor, and you typically do, then they're going to get in your way. So I can guarantee that these particular groups are well behaved, but anything else that's running on the platform may not necessarily be well behaved. So this is where the CPU sets C group comes into play, because now I'm going to assign C groups in such a way that the ones that are important are locked to their own CPU core and nobody else plays on that CPU core. So the scheduler will continue to run, and it will schedule things as it normally would, but it will not allow anything that's not a member of this particular C group to execute on those CPU cores. So I can then basically restrict the access to particular resources using this mechanism and taking advantage of the CPU set mechanism.
So as soon as you affect one C group to, or one core to one C group, the scheduler will keep the other ones, everybody else.
Well, there's another thing that you have to do. It gets a little bit more complicated than that. I wish it was that simple. But you do basically have to then tell the scheduler, don't schedule anything else on these particular CPU cores. So that's a little bit more complicated than that, but that's essentially what you're doing, is you're saying these CPU cores or core, and this, because of the way the CPU set mechanism works, inside of a virtual machine, say VMware, I have virtual CPUs. Each one of those virtual CPUs is a process. So I can then set my C group restrictions on a per process basis for the virtual CPUs and control everything that happens inside of the VM. They do the same thing for containers, but it's a little more visible when you're controlling the virtual CPU. Yeah. Yes. Now, so they do in fact inherit the C group settings from their parents. If you're in a hierarchy, you cannot subvert the hierarchy. So you can't have a child process down here that's in a C group that only gets 25% of the CPU, suddenly say, I want 75% of the CPU. So you can't subvert the hierarchy. That's locked in. Yeah, go ahead. But they will only get 25% of the CPU. The whole group will only get 25% of the CPU. So yes, you had a question back there.
Yeah, so let's say we've done all the allocations per C group for networking, CPU shares. Is there like alerting or thresholding that can be done through EPF?
Yes. Yes, you can. So you can have it not only tell you that something is not looking right, but you can also have it reach in and start controlling things. And this can also be done as a script, by the way. So we can have it all basically set up so that it just starts up and just runs this way, and we don't have to sit there and interact with it in any way. Yeah, your question.
Can I, the system administrator, subvert the hierarchy? If I have an application in a C group that gets 25%,
yes, you can migrate it to another C group. So yes, you can, if you're the system administrator and you know where the hell you're moving it to, then yes, you can in fact do that. But it's no longer under the control of that C group. It's now moved someplace else.
The C group hierarchy doesn't necessarily follow the process.
Well, it does when you normally spawn it, but yes, you can in fact subvert it. It's like all Linux. There's always a way around it, right? Yeah.
Is there a good way to, after I've done all this work to set up these C groups, is there a good way to, instead of going back and manually writing these scripts, like pull my current C group?
Yes, that's inside of the C group tools. There's a mechanism to do that. And then if you're using things like Virt Manager will automatically be able to do it as well. There was a question over here. Yeah. Yes, CPU share. The question is, are the CPU shares relative to 1024? Yes, they are. That's a full CPU. That's correct. Yep. And it's real powers of 2, not bogus powers of 2, like 1,000. Yeah.
But by default, both of those processes got 1024. So didn't it add their shares together and then figure out their
perspective? So so when you do 1,024, it's unlimited CPU time. And all we're doing is we're simply restricting it from the unlimited CPU time. And so the same thing applies to bandwidth, disk I/O, network I/O. 1,024 is unlimited, and you're basically restricting it from there.
If you only had those two groups, you probably could have D was 256, and then the other one would have gotten arrested.
Yep, that's correct. Yeah, just like we got another one here. Yeah. No. No. So if I restricted it to 75%, then it wouldn't matter what else was running, it would still only get 75%. Yes?
In this exact example, what would have happened if you tried to set these CPU shares higher so that the sum exceeded 2024?
Then it would have jumped them to different CPU cores. And this is again where we get into the CPU set stuff. Because what's going to happen here is understand how the completely fair scheduler works. The completely fair scheduler tries to be completely fair. And that means it's got this red-black tree that's implemented that then keeps track of what CPU time you should have gotten in the perfect multitasking environment. So it's actually tracking what CPU time you should have gotten, and the one that's on the left-hand side of the red-black tree, the one that gets dispatched next, is the one with the gravest need. And so when we're tinkering around with these kinds of things, now we have to understand how the completely fair scheduler works. And of course, we can completely subvert that by moving its priority to a higher priority than 0. And it also has, you can still mess around with the soft priorities as well. So the things from -19 to +20. So you can still do that as well. Yeah?
So the CPU shares in all these examples are of one core or overall in the system?
By default, it's overall in the system. So mine's a hexacore. If I look at it across the system, it's across all 12 cores because I got cores plus threads.
So if I have a multi-threaded process and I set it to 512, it'll get 3 cores under 6 core?
If you did that in the, well, what will happen in the CPU set, you actually assign a flag for each CPU core you want it to run on.
I don't set any CPU flags, but I just put the CPU shares.
Well, most people are only productive when they come to the office in the morning and after lunch, because then they've had breaks. And after that, productivity massively declines. You see that most workers report only about 3 hours actual productivity per day.
Welcome to the Siemland podcast. I'm your host Siem Lund, and our guest today is Menno Henselmans. Menno is an online physique coach, researcher, entrepreneur, and bodybuilder. This is a 2-part podcast, and this is the second part in which we talk about Menno's new book called The Science of Self-Control. This episode is sponsored by Magic Spoon. Magic Spoon is a healthy version of all the unhealthy cereal you loved as a child. It's very high in protein, low carbs, 0 grams of sugar, gluten-free, grain-free, soy-free, and with only natural flavors. The main ingredient is actually whey protein. There are many different versions of the nostalgic flavors such as frosted, fruity, cocoa, and peanut butter. My favorite one is the cocoa. They actually taste better than the original formulations with more crunchiness. Magic Spoon cereal gives you 0 grams of sugar, 13 to 14 grams of protein, and only 4 net grams of carbs in each serving. If you want to try out Magic Spoon, then head over to magicspoon.com/Siem and use the code SIIM to get $5 off any order. Magic Spoon is so confident in the product that it's backed with a 100% happiness guarantee. So if you don't like it for any reason, they're gonna refund your money, no questions asked. So head over to magicspoon.com/Siem and use the code SIIM to save $5 off your order.
So your new book, The Science of Self-Control. So, given I think most people would expect like a more bodybuilding type book about, like training per se. So you actually came out with more like a mindset or mental side book. What made you decide that?
Yeah, actually, I studied behavioral economics, which is in large part behavioral psychology. So that's something I'd always been interested in, and I have a strong academic background in. And I always found it difficult to implement these things for a few reasons into my writings, especially on Facebook and Instagram. Because for many of these things, you first need to lay a foundation of how the human mind works. And if you don't have that in place, then it's very difficult to discuss anything, especially on social media. And this book basically made me get all of the things that I accumulated for a very long time, put them together, and then mix them with more new information and publish that. So that's, I think, the main drive of how it's gone. It's just a much better way to tell the whole story without confusing people. And there's also research, by the way, from psychology. Psychology is one of those things, just like nutrition, that everybody has a strong opinion about, even if they have very little knowledge on the topic and no formal training or no
no actual research on the topic, because it seems so intuitive. And there's an actual effect that's also been studied in psychology, which says or shows that when people are told the outcome of a psychological study, they almost always go like, oh yeah, duh, yeah, that makes perfect sense. And when you ask them in advance to predict what people would do in a study, then people really cannot tell well. So that was also why I've been hesitant to publish much about psychology and stuff, because it's like people always think, oh yeah, of course. And people always also think that because it's a more soft science, psychology, compared to a beta, harder science, like exercise physiology, people think it's subjective, but it is an empirical science. So there are a lot of things where you say, sure, for example, beauty standards. Beauty is subjective, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. There's no such thing as objective beauty. Well, there are actually a few indicators that are consistent across cultures, lifespans, decades of research, such as waist to hip ratio in women. These things, have an evolutionary basis. And even though, of course, they vary per individual, it's not like it's just up for grabs. Everyone has their own opinion, and there's no trend to be found. There's actually a very strong trend, and we can predict quite well. For example, if we show a picture of a certain person, then science could predict quite well what the average rating of various bodily features of that person would be with reasonable accuracy, at least on a group level. So yeah, that's a lot of reasons why I chose to keep the psychology to myself until I got it all out.
Nice. Yeah, you mentioned that there's this misconception about willpower being a muscle. So can you clarify that? I think that's about the main most often people have idea of as willpower.
Yes, many people think that because of the original Roy Baumeister model, willpower is sort of like a fat. It's like in your brain, this is the willpower fat, and when you use it, you use some, and then when it's empty, you are screwed. And it seems to work a bit like that, because like I said, the anterior cingulate cortex is actually monitoring your happiness. So the fat is sort of your happiness level. But the crucial difference is that when you know that it's happiness that's driving or that's the limitation, that means A, there is no actual physical limitation. So if you're motivated to do something, and everyone can experience this for themselves, when they're doing something they love, you can keep doing it for a very long time, much longer than if you're filing your taxes. I mean, allegedly there are people that make taxes their employment and they like it, but I think for most people they don't like filing taxes. So you're gonna have a hard time sticking to that and keeping your concentration, right? And that is a general finding that basically means that the Baumeister model is wrong, that motivation strongly modulates the effect of task fatigue. And there appears to be essentially no task fatigue when people are highly motivated to do something. And there are a few more findings like that. And like I said, the carb rinsing studies are also a strong line of evidence showing that, because in the Baumeister model, they thought it was glucose that was sort of the willpower fat. And then they showed, well, you do get the replenishment, but without the actual glucose consumption. So it's probably not a metabolic effect.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people, like if they're super motivated to do something, then it doesn't feel tiring. Or if you love what you do, like work or other things, then you can do it for hours without getting tired. Whereas, like if you do something that you hate, like even in school, like I remember when I was in like high school or whatever, then reading was super boring or super difficult. But then now, if I'm reading like papers, I can read papers for like hours and hours about any kind of study. So it does. Yeah, like that's very depends on like the motivation level and like that kind of thing.
Definitely. And another big finding, which also has strong practical implications, is that fatigue is incredibly task specific. So when you're reading a certain book that you don't like, then you get really fed up with that, and your brain is essentially seeking for things that provide more instant gratification. Like it's literally, if you put someone in cognitive neuroscientific scanners for this, and even, well, let's leave that for now. Let's say you scan someone's brain, you can actually see that it lights up the reward pathways more when you show them things like a dollar sign or food. Like the brain is literally sensitized. It's like looking for something, anything that makes us feel better right now, because what we're doing now is not doing the job. And that means that you can also prevent willpower failure very effectively by switching up your tasks and taking breaks. It's probably one of the biggest overall recommendations of my book is that most people work too much. They take too few breaks and they just try to keep pushing on. And that's very much ingrained in our society with the 8-hour workday. And you really see the effect of that, where most people are only productive when they come to the office in the morning and after lunch, because then they've had breaks. And after that, productivity massively declines. You see that most workers report only about 3 hours actual productivity per day. In some surveys, I think it's 2 hours, 2 hours and 30 minutes or something. So if you have your average employee, you pay them 8 hours a day, but they only work 2.5 actual hours. And that's because you keep them locked up in a cubicle, forcing them to work. Whereas if you give them more freedom, you allow them to switch their tasks, they can actually get the same job done or even more, much more efficiently with less time investment.
Right. So the key is to initially find what you like to do, but if you can't, if you aren't able to do that, like you're supposed to do your taxes or whatever that you hate or something else, or studying in school that you need to do, like what are some of the tips to increase self-control and willpower there?
A few things you can do are to get familiar with the feeling of mental fatigue and stop working when you get that feeling, and then implement some pleasurable break activity. Anything that makes you feel better. Research has found that prayer, cold showers, watching a series, like literally pretty much anything that just makes you feel better or that takes your mind off things. And I found that video games are actually incredibly effective because they are designed to be very immersive. They're a bit like meditation in the sense that they're even more effective than meditation, because with meditation you have to actively sort of empty your mind yourself by focusing. The video game does it for you. It's designed to get your full maximum attention. You don't even notice there are other people in the room and stuff. And then just in 20 minutes, if you stop, you don't need, very important, you don't need a non-addictive kind of video game. Then you stop and you can get to work again, and it's like your mind is reset, like you've cleaned your cache in the computer analogy.
Right. Yeah. Well, I think that's like a slippery slope as well, that you can get stuck into the other end, that you like watch an entire like season of a TV series or play like 3 hours or whatever. So
you need delineated breaks.
Yeah, you need to know your weaknesses as well, and maybe put in some like structure or boundaries to those activities as well.
Yes, and select them so that, for example, you watch a series that's only 20 minutes. You can use alarms like that. Then there is still some willpower involved. Of course, there's no magic. There's no magic trick. But in my book, I do go into a lot of actual practical things that work and have been found in scientific research to work, that make things easier, and at the minimum can get you the same work done in a lot less time.
Given we're still on the topic of nutrition and things, so dieting actually is very difficult for a lot of people from the mental side, especially like even not from the physical side. So like avoiding temptations and having the self-control to not eat the cookie and things like that. So how do you go about that?
Yeah, I go into that in a lot of detail as well. And avoiding temptations is a big one. And you already basically touch on the key principle here, and that's to avoid them. Research has found that the people with the most self-control actually use it the least. And being successful for most people is not a matter of relying on your self-control and discipline. And I think that's a crucial failure of the idea that willpower is like a muscle. The implication of that would be that you need to train it. Well, look at anyone that's dieted and just look at how successful they become over time. If willpower was like a muscle, you should get better at it over time. People do not get better at dieting if they do not receive the proper instructions. They relapse, they regain all the weight, and over time they just get fatter most of the time. So if you compare that with what happens when you train a muscle, it gets stronger, stronger, stronger. Even if you don't do it well, at least you get some results. But that's not at all what happens. In reality, you should do the opposite. You should know that even if you have strong willpower, you should rely on it as little as possible. Because even if you can rely on it, it's unpleasant. Relying on willpower is inherently an unpleasant thing. It literally makes your brain reduce your level of positive affect. So you should avoid temptation as much as possible, like not having food visible, not buying things that you don't want to eat. There are loads of ways that you can make your diet, staying very satiated. That's not a big part of the book, like how you optimize your appetite control. It's just really important not to have to use it too much, basically.
Right. Yeah. And does that mean, like, how do you not use it? Let's say if you're sitting in front of a cake, then you can't not use it. You have to use it to not eat the cake.
So if you're sitting in front of a cake, there are actually a few things that you can still do. The research has looked at. You can implement what's called episodic future thinking. That means that you're imagining what your next meal is going to be. And that basically makes the comparison more salient in your brain. So it makes you realize, okay, now I could eat the cake. Another thing that you can do, and you can combine it with this, is thinking of the energy density of whatever you're going to eat. That's a good habit to get for doing. Like, how many calories per 100 grams does this have? With a cake, it's probably 400 to 600. And you think, okay, I could have one slice of the cake. I still won't be full. And that's, say, 400 to 600 calories. Or I could wait a bit now, and in 2 hours, I'm home, and then I have this nice pasta dish or whatever ketogenic bowl with meat and veggies prepared. And it's low calorie, allows me to stick to my diet. It's healthy. I also like eating that. I just wait 2 hours. And when you think of it that way, you can make a much more rational choice. Effectively, what it does is it engages your system too, a more rational part of your brain. And that allows you to make the decision much more consciously. Another few things you can do are you can literally push the cake away. This serves as a psychological affirmation of rejection, and actually can help you not consume it. You can also verbally commit to not eating it, because in social groups in particular, many people are hesitant, and that doesn't work. You have to be firm with your beliefs, and even if you're not necessarily convincing others, which you can, which is also very effective, then you have to very firmly show that these are your beliefs. I'm not a person that eats cake. Because if you're like, yeah, no, or you make up some lame excuse like, yeah, no, I'm feeling a bit nauseous, then they're gonna be like, have a piece, have a piece.
Yeah.
And at some point you're gonna succumb, and then other people also know you're weak, and if they keep pushing, then you're gonna eat the cake, and it makes them feel better about themselves for also eating the cake. So you're gonna be in this vicious cycle where a lot of people actually don't want to eat the cake, but everyone's doing it because it makes everyone feel less bad.
Yeah.
Whereas if there was one person that stood up and said, look, guys, why do we have all this crap in the office? Shall we just eat a little healthier? Or about we have some options, for people that want to eat healthier. Then you can actually convince others to maybe join you in living a healthier lifestyle.
Yeah. It's like, these different social dynamics at play in a group setting where usually there's this, like collective, let's say, group decision of, that's we do eat cake or we don't, or we're like a healthy group. And what determines that is, like someone has to take the initiative, or a lot of times people, like just succumb to the standards of the collective, thinking that this is what this group is representing. But if there is someone who raises or changes those standards, then the entire group will change as well, their behavior too. So it's a very social dynamics.
It's interesting that a fun tangent fact about this. In current political discussions, research shows that nobody, not a single political group, feels confident about voicing their beliefs publicly, except the far left.
Okay. Nice. Yeah.
And that's, I think, very visible. But the result of that is that a lot of people actually even voice opinions that they don't fully agree with, or just you never hear from them, and you only hear from a tiny minority of people that are very vocal about political issues. And is often also leads to bipartisanship with the far right and far left, and makes it think like those are the only people in the world, where in reality there's a big center. And it's the same with nutrition and dieting at the office. You're not the only person. If you're like in the middle, wants to eat a bit healthier, but also
Yeah.
maybe not be super strict, then there are a lot of people like you. But if everyone's silent because there's one person that's like, everyone cake, what are you, fat shaming? Then it's going to result in a lot of people actually doing something they don't like, even though that might be the majority opinion.
Yeah. I want to ask a question, like, what is, from a self-control perspective, like, which is more difficult, to say no to the entire cake, or just eat one piece and not eat the rest of it, or or take one bite even just out of the cake and not take any more? So what do you think is more difficult from the self-control perspective?
I think stopping is actually more difficult.
Right.
So for most people, it's easier not to eat it at all, because once you've had the taste, you want more. And it doesn't satiate. That's the issue. Like, if you eat something that won't satiate you, it's like you're just tormenting yourself, because now you know how good it tastes and you started eating. And it's also easy, if you don't have clear boundaries for yourself, you're constantly having to rely on will control. Whereas if you do have clear boundaries, then you can also make it a habit, right? At some point, if I get offered a cake, there's very little self-control required, because I'm not even actually considering eating the cake. Like, I just automatically reject.
Yeah.
And when you get to that level, you can, with that habit formation, then there is no self-control anymore at all, ideally. And if you're always deciding whether you're going to have 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites, then you always have to rely on self-control. And every bite you have to reevaluate. And every bite you get weaker, because you get more and more depleted. And at some point you get the screw bit effect, where you're just like, I'll have the whole cake, whatever.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah, like, just avoiding is actually much easier, because you're like, once you are in the role, or like the momentum is on your side, then it's very easy to like stick to the diet. Is more often than not, people go off the rails completely if they like have an accidental cheat meal or whatever, and then they go off like the rails completely, like rebounding from that. But it's very relatively easy if you get into the groove of it after a while. Any tips on like getting back on track, like if you lost your self-control completely, and how do you get back on track?
The most important thing is to not to think of yourself as a failure. It's a skill. So you messed up, and that's normal, because dieting is a skill that you need to learn. It takes a lot of experience. You need to think of failure as a learning experience, as feedback. It's like it's information. Like, this allows you to get better. And the most important thing is just to reflect, think, why did I mess up? Why did I overeat? Why did I have that cake? And then, for example, you may think, because I skipped lunch. Okay, lesson learned. Don't go into scenarios where you're going to be tempted with social eating events when you're hungry. And then reflect on that. Okay, make sure that doesn't happen again. And the next day, you just continue as planned. For most people, research finds it's better to just get back on track. Don't try to compensate for anything. Reflect, learn, continue as planned, as if it didn't happen.
Yeah, like some people may like fast for, let's say, another day and not eat anything, and then when they break the fast, then they break the cycle again and lose it. So it's dangerous.
In excess, that essentially turns into binge purge cycles.
Yeah, that's right. But is there like any specific macros, like a lot of there's this saying that sugar is like super addictive, and you can't control yourself when you eat it. As well, what does the science say about it actually?
About sugar addiction?
I mean, like sugar and self-control. Like, is it more likely to lose the self-control when you're eating carbs and sugar compared to, let's say, protein or fat?
Not inherently. There's no such thing as addictive food. You can only be addicted to eating itself, but not to any particular food, even chocolate. And even research on pregnant women, and actually very conclusively, I have a whole section on pregnancy in the book. You can see that there are massive cross-cultural effects, and it's all restricted to idea of, especially American culture, what American culture has led us to believe about what you should eat when you're pregnant, and what a common food aversion happens to be, blah, blah,
blah. Sorry, I'm losing the audio a little bit. I think the internet was hacking a bit.
Where did it drop off?
The pregnant women.
Right. let me see. Yeah, there's a lot of research also on pregnancy. For example, I have a whole section in the book on what pregnant women eat and what kind of food aversions they have. There you can see it's all cultural, and we are so strongly influenced by what, especially American culture, like United States American culture, has led us to believe about what's normal and what are common food aversions and the like. That said, any food that is highly palatable, which most high carb foods are, is going to activate your brain's reward pathways more than other foods, which are generally not as palatable, such as typically protein. So in practice, it is the case that many high carb foods, in particular starches, because fruit and veggies definitely do not fulfill this category, but bread, rice, potatoes are kind of in the middle, but especially like fried potatoes, they are just very easy to overeat on, and they are generally relatively well liked, or just very easy to eat for most people. So many people do have greater difficulties restricting those when they're eating them, compared to, say, high protein foods, vegetables, fibrous fruits, and even high fat foods. It depends on whether they're processed for the most part, because you won't find many people overeating on avocado or olives, but you'll definitely have difficulty with like full fat pork sausages.
Yeah.
Because those are, again, also super easy to overeat on.
Yeah, like this, I think like it's the ultra processed foods, which is like the new term, that these hyper palatable engineered foods that with all these different ingredients, that's like the main cause, not like specifically like carbs or sugar or whatever. It's the ultra processing that kind of makes them super hyper palatable, and that generally, even if on them being a part of a diet, increases the total calories you consume on a daily basis, because they're generally higher in calories as well.
Yes, definitely.
Any, like, how long does it take to, let's say, build or develop self-control? Like, because there is some aspects of neuroplasticity still at play that your brain does change to a certain extent. So like, how long does it take, and to what degree does it change?
Well, your actual level of self-control is basically fixed. There's very little you can do to improve it. However, you can reduce your reliance on it majorly, and that's much more effective. And it generally takes, like, if we're talking time frames, I think one of the only time frames that might provide some use is the time frame that it typically takes to build a habit, which is about 3 months. It depends a lot on the habit, though, and the number of repetitions. But in 3 months, you can make major changes to how you engage with your own discipline level, because you can replace a lot of things with habits. You can learn to use implementation intentions in the meantime to effectively form quick habits in your brain, like if-then rules, that decide your actions. And you can learn a lot of psychological tricks in a relatively short period that make a very big, notable difference in your life.
But what is going on is, let's say, if a person, let's say, I don't know, in the past they used to be, maybe like very, like, they say things out loud immediately what they think, for example, but nowadays maybe they're like more, reserved, or they're not saying out loud. Let's say they're not I don't know, insulting people, or they don't get angry as much. Like, what's going on there if a person doesn't get angry, let's say, in traffic as much as they used to in the past, or vice versa, like they now get angry but they didn't in the past? Like, if those kind of changes happen, like, what is going on there?
Yeah, I'm not sure how much that relies to self. That's a big mixture of self-control, habits, social norms, like anger management is in large part probably also about your own level of happiness, how you deal with other people, your social norms, experience, just having a lot of feedback that your anger outburst didn't help at all, or they just made people worse off, or maybe you even hurt someone. So I think it becomes a lot more difficult when you get to a social phenomenon like that. But it's definitely not going to be because your self-control itself got better. Like maybe you learned how to, I think that's probably one of the big ones also, how you learned you learned your own boundaries, basically. I think that's much more important than trying to improve your boundaries, because most people really don't need, for most things, you don't need super high levels of self-discipline. You just need to be smart about doing them so that you don't need extreme discipline.
Yeah. Yeah, well, eventually it's gonna break, or if you have to, yeah, like it's so true that what you said, that the people who have the most self-control actually don't use it that much, and with discipline as well, people who seem that they're like super disciplined, then they may not actually be like literally using their discipline all the time, because they have like these routines and habits that still allow them to do those things, but they're not like actively every day, like, you know, doing things against their will to get it done. So because it's not like sustainable, so that's why they have to create these systems and routines that put this like almost on autopilot, that they do it still regardless.
Definitely. It's like the more disorganized you are, the more you should structure your life to compensate for that. And if you're a naturally super organized person, then you won't need to organize your life as much. But you can compensate for lack of being inherently organized by providing more structure to your life intentionally.
Yeah, so it's like a conscientiousness
Exactly.
is a good trait. Is there a way to build that or increase it?
No, that's pretty much also fixed. That's and conscientiousness is strongly correlated with self-control ability.
Nice. That's so. What can you change then? You can only change your habits and routines then.
Yeah, but you don't need to, because self-control is not, really limited in the first place. Like it's not physically limited. It's just related to your happiness. So it all comes down to ways to set your life up smarter and be happier in the process. And then you'll find that your actual self-control ability might, as a result of that, improve a bit. But that should not be the goal. It should be to not use it most of the time. And replace it with habits, structures, etc.
Yeah. Is there like any studies looking at whether the belief of whether or not you have self-control, or whether or not you have like this unlimited willpower or it's limited, looking at, does that affect the results? So that if a person has the belief that they have this finite willpower, does it actually change their behavior or make them less self-controlled, for example, or have less willpower?
I have a hard stop in 1 minute, by the way.
Okay.
But yes, there are actually studies by Veronica Job et al. I believe her first name is Veronica, which really conclusively show about, to make it full circle, about carbohydrates specifically, for example, that people that think that self-control is a limited ability, they actually benefit from consuming carbohydrates. Whereas people that don't think this, they don't benefit from consuming carbohydrates. Okay. So that really goes back to the original idea of a large part of it being mental, and this idea that you can't succeed is already a very big obstacle to your success in the first place.
Gotcha. Well, all right, we'll finish there. The book is on Amazon, right?
Yep, on Amazon, my website is available as an audiobook, an ebook, and on Amazon you can buy a paperback or a hardcover.
All right. Well, it was great talking with you, and I'm gonna let you go.
Hey, it's Mark Podolsky, the Land Geek, with your favorite niche real estate website, thelandgeek.com. And the team is off for July, but because I was traveling in Southeast Asia, I'm not taking July off. I already took my June off. So it is a total pleasure for me to interview one-on-one. I don't know if anyone else is going to jump on. They might, with Michelle Bridger, whom started her journey in land investing. And these are always my favorite podcasts, is we get to hear a case study about someone who's just a little farther ahead in their land business than you, and how they have proceeded and what their journey was like. So Michelle Bridger, welcome. How are you?
Mark, I'm wonderful. I'm so happy to be here. It's an honor and a pleasure.
The honor and pleasure is all mine, as it will be for the listeners. But let's just rewind the tape, Michelle, and let us know, what were you doing before land investing, and how did you find me, and then how did you start your journey?
Okay, great. So I've owned my own business for 9 years, and it's an advertising agency. I had been praying for a while that I would find an additional business that had passive income, that was a good plan B, that would be additional revenue, something if something really went wrong with the first business, I would have this great backup. It would also then lead me into retirement years so that I had ongoing income. So this was my dream about what I was looking for. And in December 2020, two things happened. One, there was huge disruption in my industry, a tech issue that really affected us, not my business, but much broader in scope. Anyone that was doing a similar type of business, it was, oh my gosh. And that was, again, a real wake-up call about the instability. And my clients are great. They come, they stay for a long time. But when they leave, the income stops. And so the other thing that happened was I had a great vacation planned, and last minute that got canceled. But my team knew that I was off. I was already off. I'm like, this is my week. I'm going to figure this out. In my mind, I had all these well, what about this? And what about this kind of business? And would this be viable? And I just said, no, this is my week. I am going to figure it out and walk away at the end of this week with a plan. And I'm going to enact that plan. So it was going to be a busy, but it was a very productive week. And I really dug deep. I researched all these different ideas that I had about, well, what about this? What about that? And during that week, I came across this podcast and listened diligently. During that podcast was someone giving their testimonial. They had been doing the business part-time in addition to their corporate job, and they had built the land business up through 2 years, and then he wanted to retire his third year. And so he looked at his numbers and he said, if I just do more of this mailing, then I can see that it's going to do this to the business. And I want to finish at the end of year 3 at 25,000. And I got it. I saw that, he knew his numbers, that it was a numbers-based business. I get it. My other business is data run. And so I'm like, if you can do it, I can do it. Because then at that $25,000 mark, when his first child was born, he would retire from his corporate job. So that made sense to me. And then I listened to Dirt Rich, your book, Mark, and I got it. It's not a complex business. It's just the same thing with systems. And it made sense to me. And then I had a sales call with your team and thoroughly looked at the business and prayed like crazy. And I was all in. December 31st, I was all in, and started January 13th in flight school. And I've been all in all the time. Now it's been part-time in addition to the long hours that I put in with my other business. Then I've been doing this business, but I'm super happy with the results.
Okay, so when you started flight school, you've got this full-time business you're running.
Yes.
How did you feel? I mean, how was your energy level? Because a lot of people ask us like, hey, I've got this going on. I've got a big life. Well, I have actually enough time to do this business alongside with either my high stress corporate job or my full-time business. How was that for you?
So I knew that I was very motivated to make it work. I decided to do flight school rather than the do-it-yourself toolkit just on my own time, because I knew that I needed the accountability and I needed the hand-holding to be able to walk me through the process. Or I would still be saying, oh, I really still want to do that land business. Now, that motivation caused me to just make time. And so I'm an early riser anyway, 5 a.m. every morning on the nose. But that time now I set aside like, okay, so I set aside an hour. I'm going to make sure that my team has what they need, or I'm doing the most important thing during that hour. And then I work in the middle of the day. I'm doing X at the end of the day. I'm spending a couple hours on it. So it was long hours, no doubt, but I am happy with the results, and I made it work because I'm still making it work because I still run both businesses. I'm still making it work just simply because I want to. I'm passionate about building the land business and have made the time for it.
Now, what were your results in flight school?
In flight school itself, I kind of think I wasn't ready for that question, Mark. Like in terms of, I was buying property. I was selling property. So by February, we'd already been, I don't know, maybe 3 weeks, but we're required to buy a property. So I bought a property and I sold that one. I also, during those 16 weeks, I also was buying and selling other properties. So as to how much, I don't remember how many I bought and sold, but I was actively buying and I was actively selling. I had property on terms. I don't think I sold any for cash during that time, but I was on the move. I was doing it.
You're executing. And so why did you join the one-on-one coaching program? What convinced you, do you think?
So the one-on-one coaching program, again, I don't want to stagnate in the business. The business is too good that I don't want to stagnate. And there's so much that I still don't know. Flight school to me was amazing, and there's so much more to learn. So there was flight school, and then I took about 3 months off so that I could, I just took about 3 months, not off of the business, but off of the training so that I could get certain pieces in place and then be ready for one-on-one coaching. But I wanted that accountability. I wanted the personal look at my business. I wanted the community. I wanted to know what I don't even know what I don't know, being so new in real estate. I'd never done real estate before, never done this. So I'm, been really, really happy with all the coaching, all the training. It's been just what I needed.
So what do you love most about the business? And what was the first thing you wanted to outsource? You're like, I can't wait to get this off my plate.
Okay, good question. So I already know to delegate. So before I ever started flight school, I had hired virtual assistants. So because I knew I would need them, and I knew that I absolutely could not do this business on my own. You really can't. Like there's just so many steps that you have to outsource it. So what did I knew right away, like the list, pulling the list, scrubbing the list, looking at comps. So I oversee that, but then the detailed work, like especially the scrubbing the list and things like that, that I outsourced right away, creating the agreements, the contracts, the deeds. the using LG Pass, that was outsourced right away. Then it was probably 9 months in that I had brought on an intake manager to manage when we buy property. So again, I still oversee that process. I know what's going on, but she's handling the details of that, of reaching out to the sellers, etc. I actually love working with the people who are buying. I think that's really fun, but it's also getting tiresome. So soon that will be off my plate as well. So yeah, I hate the very detailed work. I love working with the people who are buying the land, but I also know that it's time to let that go.
Okay. And then as far as from the very beginning of flight school to now, which you're almost at the end of coaching, how many hours a week are you working in your business?
I would say I'm working about 15 hours per week in my business, in my land business.
So about 2 to 3 hours a day?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's common that I'll put in about a half a Saturday in as well. And Saturdays are for systems. S is for systems. So my Saturdays, if I'm going to be working any part of it, it's about how are my systems, what needs to be a new system, what system needs refined, what holes did we find in the systems this week, what needs fixed. So high level stuff.
Okay. And is most of your time now on selling, or what's left for you to do in your business?
What's left for me to do? It's more and more marketing. It's refining the marketing process. So I have people who are posting ads. I have people, I have a copywriter, bringing on another copywriter. So it's doing more. I would say it's doing more better, and constantly looking at how we can do more marketing better. Right now I have 27 properties in inventory, which is a good number for me right now. And so we have plenty of land to sell, but it has been selling really fast. And so gotta, keep bringing in more. We sold a property today. So it's just buy land, sell land, buy land, sell land. Very simple and very systematizable.
Yeah, I love it. So I know, like in Grill the Geeks at boot camp, everyone asks the same question. How much do you spend a month on your team and tools?
That's a number that I should know, Mark. So you gotta warn me on these tough questions.
Would it be $1,000 a month? $1,500 a month?
It would be. Let me give me just a second to think about that. I would say it's $1,700 per month would be a guess. And that's a great question. I have a bookkeeper, but I haven't looked at that in a while. So that would be a good question. But I bet it's around $1,700 per month.
Okay, let's talk about some fun numbers.
Let's do.
So what have you been able to accomplish since you've started the business?
So look up here because I have my little numbers.
Okay.
So my business is based on retail, but I have sold 5 properties for wholesale. I've sold 21 properties for cash, which was $162,000 in cash. I have 47 properties under contract. And this is the fun number. It's right now, currently, I have $8,125 per month coming in passive income.
Okay, so $8,125 a month in passive income.
Yes.
So let's just do some math. So that's, if we multiply that by 12, that's $97,500 a year in passive income, just mailbox money. And how does that make a difference in your life?
It's just so cool when you see money, you did the work once and now it keeps coming in. So I'm just so pleased with that because I see that this business it works, but I knew that before I ever started, that I can continue to scale it, that I have the skills right now and the knowledge base to continue to grow that more and more and more, and to carry me into retirement as a solid base for that. And then I'm just eager to know how to do more better. So to learn more and to keep growing it. So it's a wonderful number, because I mean, I don't know another business that's as clear, and I don't know of another business where you can bring in a 6-figure income in less than 18 months. I mean, that's a sweet deal. Like,
I don't either. I mean, everyone starves their first year in real estate. This is the only niche I know where you can ramp up really quickly.
Yeah, in passive income, so 6 figures in passive income per year, and growing it with that in 18 months is just, I'm happy.
I love it.
A great training system, Mark.
Thank you. Do you know what's an interesting number about that? Is that if you went to the bank and said, okay, I'm going to deposit this much money in the bank to earn an aggressive 2% interest per year, you would, to generate the passive income that you're generating right now, you'd have to deposit $4.875 million.
Wow.
And so would it take you longer than 18 months to save up that kind of money?
Oh, yeah, you better believe it.
That's insane.
Oh, longer. Yeah, isn't that fun? Yeah.
It is so amazing. So if you're listening to this, so for someone listening to this, what would be your advice to them if they're just getting started and if they want to replicate the results that you've been able to do in the last 18 months?
I think the reason why I've been successful at this is because I've been all in. So having been in business, or I don't know that that's the key, but I could see that this was a simple business, and that it's what you were doing was you had a business model that was simple, and it was, you taught the systems, like that's so big in what you guys do. And the product happens to be land. That all made sense to me. And so it's what I could see was that all of this made sense, that it worked for you, it worked for so many others, that it's a great product, which I love land anyway. And so I've just been all in. Like, I haven't done it perfectly. I still have some systems to put in place and more people to plug in, but I get it. And I've just been all in from the start to make this work. And I would just say, if you're considering it, just do it. Just be all in. The training is amazing. Do flight school. Don't just dip your toe in the water. It's not a business to me that if you just dip your toe in the water and just see, well, can I buy one property? Can I make it work? Well, I don't know. It really is best because of the cost of the software, because of the cost of having a team, because of seeing your results and getting traction and going. It really, to me, has made all the difference to be all in.
I think that's almost the blueprint for success in life, in any aspect of life. If you're just dipping your toe in the water with your relationship or your job or a hobby, and you're not fully committed to really being the best version of yourself in that area of life, you won't get the results you want. I think that combination of commitment, we talk about burning the ships, and grit is so important to success in any endeavor in life. So before we get to the tip of the week, I do want to ask you about your grit, because it can't all be butterflies and rainbows in the land business. Tell us a story about a time where things didn't go well and you had to pick yourself up, and how that went.
Grit. So in hiring, I don't know if this is a great story, Mark, but I would say that I've just grit, just do it. But I spent time to create a job description for someone who was going to be the marketing manager. She sounded really good. I thought that I had the systems in place to train her and explain it to her. But she, like, apparently either she wasn't a fit and she didn't get the systems, but she felt like she didn't have enough training. And so she just quit on me. And I was like, she had sounded really good. So I don't know whether it was truly, my systems could have been better. They really could have. I expected her to know more coming in than I should have. My system should have been better. But I was so busy and I was really sorry to lose her. And I cried and then I moved on. It was a Friday afternoon. I met with her. She said goodbye. And she had only been with me for like 10 days, but her communication was poor, but my systems were poor. And so it just simply wasn't a match, but it just was like, oh, darn. And but after a good cry, I picked myself back up, and Monday I was back at it again. And now I have two great people in my marketing team, and they're well-trained. They're just singing along. I'm super happy with them. One of them gets a bonus every time we sell a property, and that's super motivating for her. And so I'm happy with how things are in marketing right now, but that just took grit. Just create better systems, move on, put the right people in place, and next.
Wow, it's so inspiring. Okay, last question before tip of the week, because I forgot to ask this. What's your favorite deal that you've done?
Favorite deal. It's just like how fast land can move. So property was just closing. I had bought it for $2,700. It was 5 acres for $2,700. And just before, like, he just closed it. And then I just, like, within that same day, I had it sold. So it wasn't like I resold it for cash for $7,500, but that was sweet. Like, that's a lot of money. That's to make instantaneously, like, sells it same day. But the fact that you can just move things so fast and the pace of this business, I just love that. I just love, it's just fun. I just have a lot of fun with it. Like, let's see how fast we can sell this puppy. So it's fun.
Yeah. And we don't talk about the joy of it enough, because, so many people want to solve a money problem and their time problem. And in that process, they're only looking out the horizon of, like, accomplishing their goal. But there's so much joy in between during that journey. As you get more confident, as you start putting your systems in place, there's all these little wins, and the business can be so joyful if you just look at, where you started and how far you've come. Don't you think?
Oh, absolutely. I do. And people will ask me, like, are you holding him for an investment? Nope. I don't have any property right now that I would not sell. And so we're moving them really fast. Like, we're selling a lot. It's just been a great quarter, and it's not slowing down. And so just buy property. How quickly can we sell it? That is just fun. It's a lot of fun.
I love it. All right. Well, Michelle Bridger, we're at that point now in the podcast where I'm going to put you on the spot one more time and ask you for your tip of the week, a website, a resource, a book, something else actionable for the Art of Passive Income listeners to go improve their businesses, improve their lives. But before you do that, I have to give a shout out to our sponsor, which is Flight School. All I'm going to say is, if you want to replicate the results of Michelle Bridger, go into Flight School. Schedule a call with the team. Just go to thelandgeek.com/training. Oh, and by the way, that Flight School tuition ain't going to cost you nothing. Guaranteed you're going to make it back 180 days or less. So You got nothing to lose. Just show us your work. thelandgeek.com/training. Michelle Bridger, what is your tip of the week?
So my resource is a book called Tapping into Wealth. This is by Margaret M. Lynch. It teaches a technique called emotional freedom technique. It's also called tapping. So many people teach this technique, but this is a great book. I recommend the technique and I recommend this book, Tapping into Wealth. So it's how emotional freedom techniques can help you clear the path to making more money. So it's a simple, scientifically validated process that clears inner blocks and limiting beliefs that keep you stuck. So give it a try.
I remember reading this book about the tapping technique years ago, and for whatever reason, I didn't have the self-discipline to keep up with it. But I do remember, just for my own experiment, doing it, and I do remember feeling better. And yes, for whatever reason, because I have like self-development ADD, I went into something else, probably like meditation. I don't even know. But now that you have that book, I am going to buy the book, and then I'm going to see you in San Antonio at boot camp.
You bet. I'll be there.
August 12th through the 14th.
Yep.
So for those of you listening, come to boot camp, August 12th to 14th. Go to thelandgeek.com/boot camp, and let's start our own tapping group and see what the results are. So after you listen to this podcast, get the book. Let's all tap together and just compare notes at boot camp and see what amazing stories we can just compare notes and see. My tip of the week is learn more about Michelle Bridger and her land business. All you have to do is go to bridgerlandcompany.com, bridgerlandcompany.com. Michelle Bridger, this has been so inspirational, so motivating, and what a treat for myself, the team, the listeners. You are just a land gem and such a valuable member of our community. I cannot thank you enough. I hope you feel the gratitude.
Thank you. Such an honor, Mark. I really appreciate all your training and all that you do. And it was just wonderful to be here.
Well, thank you. If you're listening and you got value out of this podcast and hearing Michelle's journey, do us 3 little favors. Follow, rate, review the podcast. Send us a screenshot of your review. support@thelandgeek.com. I'm going to send you for free a signed copy of Dirt Rich. So please do it. Michelle, are you ready to do this?
Yes.
1, 2, 3. Let's freedom ring. All right. Thanks, Michelle. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks for listening to the Art of Passive Income podcast. Are you ready to learn how you can start building a passive income without renters, rehabs, renovations, or rodents? Schedule a free consultation at thelandgeek.com/training.
Hello and welcome to Shelley Carney Life Coach. It's our Friday happy hour chat, and I'm your host, Shelley Carney, along with my bestie, Toby Younis. Today, we're going to talk about active listening. How does it make you feel when somebody really listens to you? I believe you cannot move forward in any relationship unless both people feel they've been heard.
Toby and I want to provide value to our community, and we hope you enjoy the videos we create. We appreciate you being here to engage with us. To help us in return, you can share your ideas and appreciation by clicking on the thumbs up like button, subscribing, clicking on the bell to receive notifications, and writing a positive comment. Then share our videos with your family and friends so we can grow the channel and reach more wonderful people in the future. Thanks.
All right. Thanks for joining us today. Again, I'm Shelley Carney. I'm a podcasting and live streaming host, coach, and consultant, personal development expert, an interviewer, an author, a presenter, an introvert, and a 9 on the Enneagram. I always include that because it can kind of sometimes inform you about a person's personality traits. And we're going to focus a little bit today on interviewer, what it takes to be a good interviewer and to actively listen. Are you paying attention or actively listening? And what's the difference? Do you know the difference?
So I'd like to believe that actively listening ensures that you're engaged in the conversation, as opposed to sometimes like you're sitting in class.
Mm-hmm.
When you're sitting in class and you have a recorder with you, digital recorder, that's participating in a kind of non-committed sense. You may not be ready to engage in the conversation. So if you get called upon, for example, the professor says, hey, Toby, what exactly do I mean by a composite? And if you weren't actively listening, you were just kind of,
there.
You may not get it, but if you're actively listening, you're engaged in your side of the conversation. So every once in a while, somebody will ask me, what do you find most interesting? What do you find most attractive about a woman? And my response has always been, I like the idea that she can hold up her end of the conversation. And part of that holding up your end of the conversation is actively listening.
Yes. Now, another way of looking at that, when you brought up taking classes, is if, for instance, I'm taking a training with somebody, if I am actively taking notes, even if it's just a recorded video, if I'm actively taking notes and planning on putting things into action that they're explaining to me, then I believe that's a more active listening rather than a passive listening of just, hearing what they say, but not planning to take action on it. But why should we listen? What's in it for me if I listen to other people? We can build our relationships and deepen that bond. We can increase our empathy for others when we hear their side of the story. We enhance our own understanding and people understand us better. And we can learn and develop knowledge. So if they tell me something and I don't know anything about, for instance, when Toby tells his stories about Vietnam, that is not in any way anything that ever happened to me in my life. It's totally new. So listening to his stories informs me, educates me. I get to understand and learn about what it was like for a young man to be in Vietnam during the conflict there. Helps us to solve problems. If we go in already knowing that guy's an idiot and he doesn't know what he's talking about, we're not going to listen to him. We're not going to be able to solve the problem between us. If we come in with an open mind and truly actively listen, then we actually have a chance of solving that problem. And then we inspire positive feelings. When I am listened to, I feel like I'm validated. I feel appreciated. I feel heard and acknowledged. And we can do that for the other person, and we back and forth raise our vibration together.
So is this a good time to interject my sentient sales course?
The whole course?
No, just to talk about what it was.
Sure, go ahead.
So there was a period in time.
If you want to go to full screen when you're talking, that would be good too.
Okay, let me do that. So there was a period in time where, when I was in Washington, D.C., I was helping other contractors learn how to sell to the federal government. And over a period of about 3 or 4 years, I developed something called a sentient sales course and sentient sales technique. And basically, the sentient sales technique said that when you went in to make a sale, that you did as little talking as possible, that you asked open-ended questions and allowed your prospective customer to speak. And not only did it work as a sales technique, I discovered, quite accidentally actually, that it worked as a relationship development technique. So you could meet someone in a train station. You'd start talking. The more you listen to them, the more attached they become to you in kind of a pseudo-emotional way, right? They just want to hear more of your stories, yet you haven't told any of your stories. You've just asked questions about them. So that's why I called it sentient sales, because it works on that side of the individual. The more you listen to an individual, the more they become kind of connected to you. And you don't have to do anything. You don't have to tell your war stories. You don't have to tell your success stories. You don't have to do anything. You just have to ask them about them. And the more you do that, the more connected they become to you.
That's right. People's favorite subject is themselves.
Yeah.
And that's what Dale Carnegie said in his book, How to Win Friends and Influence People.
Mhm.
Is the most popular person at the party that everybody likes so much is the one who just went around and asked everybody questions
Mhm.
about themselves and
Yeah.
then listened.
So Dale Carnegie and I are like that. actually.
Yeah. So next slide. Are you actively listening? Robert Baden-Powell said, if you make listening and observation your occupation, you will gain much more than you can by talk.
That's a great quote.
Yeah, I thought so.
If you make listening and observation your occupation rather than sales or live streaming, it's an interest. That's a good quote. I like it.
That's right. You can learn a lot. How to listen. So we're going to go over these one by one, but this is what's coming up. We're going to talk about how to eliminate distractions, physical engagement, how to be physically engaged in the conversation, how to give reflective feedback, how to put aside judgment so you can have an open conversation, and how to share similar experiences and why we want to do those things.
So this picture that you selected from Pexels,
Mhm.
It's interesting because I've seen that young woman a lot.
A lot, yeah.
Yeah. So whoever that photographer is,
Her
that's like,
friend is a photographer.
yeah, apparently. But the other thing I just noticed is they're wearing exactly the same coat, reflecting one another.
It's
I wonder
true.
if that was intentional.
Yeah. Are you actively listening? Malcolm Forbes said the art of conversation lies in listening. And if Malcolm Forbes says that, then it's pretty
Good enough for
important.
me. Yeah. I'll take it.
Yeah.
It's pretty. These are people who are highly regarded in their respective industries.
Mhm.
So you have to accept the fact that they probably do a lot more listening and talking as part of what made them successful.
Exactly. Well, and a big part of leadership is being able to listen to the people around you and
Mhm.
take that information and put it to use.
Mm.
First, eliminate distractions. So as you can see, this young woman sitting at a table waiting to have that conversation. She doesn't have a phone or device out, so she's put away all her devices, cleared her mind. She isn't trying to read the paper or study or look out the window, and she's cleared her mind. She's ready for a conversation. She has allowed the time necessary. When somebody wants to talk to you, make sure you ask them, how long of a conversation would you like to have, or how much time do you need? And then set that time aside so that you're not in a rush to get away, or you're distracted because you have another appointment coming up. Find a quiet space so that you don't have a lot of noise interrupting your conversation, and get comfortable. Use the bathroom, make sure you're not super hungry or super thirsty. Be ready to be present.
I was. I'm going to do this because I thought that was a good idea. I was having a meeting with my good friend Janet, and we were going to meet at a local restaurant, one that's in Corrales, which is where we often meet. It's not a formal place; it's a very informal, casual restaurant, and they've implemented social distancing things, so you can't. The tables are not close to one another, so it really wasn't noisy. As you actually, in comparison to how it usually is, right? Pre-pandemic and hopefully post-pandemic. I look forward to going back to when it's just a noisy place, And as usual, I got there a little bit earlier, and she was walking up, and I saw her. And usually, what I do is I ask her if she'd like some coffee or something to eat. So I put away my stuff, and the last thing that I was doing was I was putting away my phone. And she said, "Oh, you don't have to put that away." And I said, "Yes, I do. This is your time." And she just smiled and said, "Thank you." Because we all know that the phone or the mobile phone has changed the manner in which we interact with others because we put it right there in front of us.
Right.
My phone has a setting that enables me to turn it over on its face, and it interprets that as "Don't bug me," don't leave me alone. I don't want to hear from you. Do not disturb. Yeah. And I find that very handy because the last thing I want to do, I think it was Frank Sinatra that when asked once, what I can't remember the question, but what is it that you don't do on a date? And his response was, "You don't look at your watch and you don't yawn." That was his thing.
Right.
I added to that, and you don't pick up your phone.
Right.
And if necessary, you put your phone in your pocket. So don't look at your watch, don't yawn, and leave your phone alone.
Right.
So it doesn't even have to be a date, just a conversation.
And that's just showing respect and caring for the other person.
Yeah.
Are you actively listening? M. Scott Peck said, "You cannot truly listen to anyone and do anything else at the same time." So, good thing to remember. Especially sometimes for parents, we need to think about that because our kids pick up cues from what we're doing. And if we're trying to be on the computer or play with our phones or a tablet or doing something else, and they have something important to talk about, then it's time to put that to the side, at least for a few minutes, and just look at them and let them talk, because that's training them to do the same thing if you want to talk to them. If they grow up seeing you looking at a device or doing another job while they're trying to talk to you, then they'll get the idea that, oh, that's what humans do. That's what people do. That's what I should do. And then when they're a teenager and they won't listen to you because they're playing with their phone, you can remember that you helped to teach them that.
Yeah, it's kind of your fault.
Well, and and I don't blame people because these things happen, but just keep it in mind.
Slides.
Yeah. Next is physical engagement. You want to face the speaker. This is really helpful to engage your body in whatever primary activity you are engaged in. Is face the speaker. That's going to put your body into the conversation. Eye contact. Look into their eyes as they're talking whenever possible. Lean in. When you're listening closely, sometimes I even turn my head if I'm not hearing them well. I turn my head to make sure that my ears can pick up all the sounds that are coming my way. Nod and smile to let them know you are listening and paying attention to what they're saying, and that you are encouraging them to continue with their talking. If you disengage suddenly, they might stop talking and wonder what's happening. Why did you look away? Or if you stopped nodding and smiling, they might think, did I say something that upset you? So continue to nod and smile if you want them to continue to talk. Voice your agreement by just to let them know you're there, especially if you're on the phone. You're going to want to do that because they might think nobody's there. Did my phone cut out? If you're not making any sounds. also just that extra little bit of encouragement to keep them going. And then touch people when appropriate, mostly on the arm and shoulder like this. Would be good if you are having a conversation where you're giving them support. They're feeling sad or down in any way. That extra little physical touch can help them to feel more comfortable sharing more openly. Peter Drucker said the most important thing in communication is hearing what isn't said. Body language makes up more than 80% of our communication. So that's one of the reasons you want to be very focused in looking at the person, so you can even subconsciously pick up those facial cues that you might otherwise miss if you're looking away. Putting something in between you. It's like, for instance, if you're watching a television program, but you're also scrolling at the same time, you're going to miss a lot of the nuance of the program. I know that I've done that. You know, if I'm watching a program and suddenly I get a text and I start messing around with the text, I've totally forgotten everything that I just saw presented. So the same thing happens when we're having an interaction. You want to be looking at the person and in the moment so that you can pick up those cues that you might not have otherwise noticed if you were looking away.
In one of the schools that I attended in my career, there was a whole section on, do you want me to open up the screen here? Don't mind me. There was a whole section on how to use a conversation with an individual as a complete exercise in intelligence gathering, from recalling making notes afterwards, recalling the clothes they wore, how they were sitting, how their face looked, what their expressions were, not just what they were saying, how they were moving their hands, whether or not they kept their hands in their pockets, right? Whether they smoked at the time, right? So it literally was an exercise in collecting intelligence on the individual. And I brought that into the sentient sales technique as a method. I didn't call it collecting intelligence, basically analyzing the individual, going beyond just what you're hearing and using what you're seeing or even smelling. You could always, you know, when you walked into the office of someone who was a smoker, you could smell that, you know, and you wanted to make sure you didn't say anything offensive, even though you weren't a smoker. So it was a complete analysis of the individual and an important part of this listening process, because it's absorbing a lot of other things, but not just what you're hearing. So, and you have 5 senses, you know, so you might as well use as many of them as you can. You mentioned touch, right? I don't expect that you're going to go up and taste them, but maybe they could offer you a Tootsie Roll Pop or something. I don't know.
Reflective feedback is next. This is basically, you're not listening to somebody so that you can formulate your reply or what you would do in that situation or give advice. You're listening to understand. You're listening to learn. You're listening to get their information. And in doing that, one of the things we can do is offer that reflective feedback of repeating back what they've said, paraphrasing, saying it in a different way. So what I'm hearing you say is this, is that correct? Check for clarification. Ask for those clarifying questions like, I didn't understand what you said there. You said you started work when you were 21, and what year was that? You can do those clarifying questions just to help you get that information straight in your mind, what they're talking about. Additionally, it's a great opportunity to empathize with somebody, and you could give them feedback such as, that must have been really hard, or I see what you're saying. I hear that. I can understand what you're talking about. Just that
empathy without saying, I know exactly how you feel, because of course nobody knows exactly how anybody feels except for themselves. But to empathize is just to give them that support that they're looking for so that they'll continue to speak.
So one of the techniques that I've used in that case is when I can't empathize, if I don't have a similar experience and I'm not able to empathize with the individual, I want to reflect back to them that although I can't empathize, you're telling your story in such a way that I can feel, you're making me feel something, right? And it's not quite empathy, but it is like, that's such a good story. You touched in something inside of me. And I think that's a good way to reflect when they've had an experience that you can't even imagine. You've just never had that kind of thing. I've noticed on Clubhouse where people get up to tell their stories, some of them, I can't empathize. I didn't lead that kind of life. But you think to yourself that that story is so well told that you can see how it changed them, how it made them better, and how they seem to have recovered from it. Then, and that creates a good feeling. A sense of good feeling.
Ralph Nichols said, the most basic of all human needs is to understand and be understood. The best way to understand people is to listen to them.
Wow. Another great quote.
Yeah.
You want to go next one?
Next, we want to talk about putting aside judgment. When you come into a conversation already judging the situation, judging the person, judging their character, judging what they will probably say and what you will probably say, if you've got that mapped out in your mind, then you're not open to having an honest exchange of information. You don't want to come into a conversation judging the person. And this happens a lot with parents and kids. I remember as my son got to be an adult, we had a conversation one day, and I was he was trying to make me feel guilty about something in sort of a passive aggressive way. And I said, I tell you what, from now on, when we have a conversation, I won't judge you and you don't judge me. And let's just go from here. And that really freed some things up for us, that when he wasn't feeling judged, he didn't feel the need to then judge other people. So judge not lest you be judged. And when you come to a conversation without judging somebody or judging what they're going to say, or maybe some action they took that was a mistake. Well, if you can say, well, we all make mistakes, and this is where we go from here. Trust can grow when you allow them to be themselves without feeling judged. Your relationships can deepen. Your happiness increases because you're open to receiving happiness, and you're open to having a better relationship, and they are happier that they're not being judged. And then honesty comes easier when when you know that you can come to that person and say, this and this and this happened, and they just listen to you, and then they say, okay, and then what? Or I see, and they're very neutral or even open to receiving what you're saying. Then you feel like, okay, I can be really honest with this person, and it improves your relationship.
Very nice.
Bryant H. McGill said, one of the most sincere forms of respect is actually listening to what another has to say. And I agree. Respect is super important, especially in marriage and partnerships. And that means, again, putting things aside and focusing on your partner when they're talking, and giving them that respect.
Do you feel like I listened to you enough?
Yeah. I'd let you know.
Yeah, you would.
Share similar experience. You don't want to do this like too quickly.
let that person explain their entire experience before you jump in and say, oh, well, that happened to me, or that happened to my brother, because then you're sort of jumping into their story and taking it over. You don't want to hijack somebody's conversation, somebody's story. You want them to be able to tell their whole story, and then you can show understanding and empathy by saying, oh, I hear what you're saying, and something similar happened to me when I was that age, and I made a mistake, and I didn't do it any better than you did. So that would reduce their shame and guilt, knowing that you accept them as they are. You're not judging them. You also had a similar experience and made similar decisions and similar mistakes. Then they feel like they are being understood, and it strengthens that bond and reinforces the learning. So for instance, this perhaps is a mother and daughter, or grandmother and granddaughter. If the younger one came to the older one and said, I had this bad thing happen, maybe the boyfriend broke up with her or whatever happened, something bad happened, and the mother or grandmother listened to her and then said, when I was your age, something similar happened, and here's how I handled it, and here's what I thought and felt and did, then the younger one can learn from that and see maybe a path forward, whereas before they may have felt like, life will never be better again. And when they hear, oh, they went through the same thing, and look at them now, they're doing great. So we can have that reinforcement of learning and hope for the future.
So I actually have mixed emotions about this one.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason is I feel like social media has had an impact on that kind of structure, I'm not a big fan of bearing your soul on social media. And I know people who do, and it upsets me that they do. Not upsets, I'm not gonna, there's part of me that wants to say, don't talk about that on social media. But one of the reasons is, one of the things that I've noticed about social media is when we're not together like this, where if I'm telling you something, you start empathizing, or at least being aware of what I'm talking about, you can respond to it without respond to it in a way that enables you to say, you know what, I went through that same experience. And not saying, oh, well, here's what happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I think
one up you.
Right. I think that's what happens on social media. And because it's on social media, no one says, I went through a similar experience. Here's what I did.
Right.
Right. Hoping that they could reinforce that. And sometimes it doesn't do any good to do that. But and it's a lot easier to do when you're face to face. On social media, it's easier to say, really? Well, here's what happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
And then what did you call it? One up your story, do a one up your story, level up your story, so that now your story becomes more important than whatever pain the person is experiencing.
Right.
Now, again, I'm not a big fan of bearing your soul on social media.
Right.
If you have a problem, call me.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it. And I promise you, what's not going to happen is I'm not going to one up you.
Yeah.
I'm going to suggest that I had a similar experience, and here's what I did if you're open to that advice.
Right.
So social media has an impact on this.
Yeah, I would save things like technical things, like I was trying to learn how to do such and such, and I bought this piece of software and it's not working, and I need some help. That's great. That's great. Share that stuff on social media, because people can honestly help you with things of that nature. But if it's something personal, like I'm going through a divorce, or my kid's on drugs, or things of that nature, then you're going to want to talk one-on-one with somebody that's a coach or a therapist or a best friend or a parent or a sibling or whatever. You're going to want to talk that through one-on-one. Putting things out on social media is good if you want advice. If you don't want advice, don't put it out there.
Yeah, that's it basically.
Yeah.
So back 2 slides.
Active listening marks you as a leader. As you saw, Malcolm Forbes and some of the other names that we discussed, Peter Drucker, and they focus a lot on listening, because when you listen to the people around you, you can take all their ideas and all their stories, combine them into universal truths, and that can inform the way you live. It attracts others to you, right? We talked about Dale Carnegie, go to a party and ask everybody about themselves, and they get to talk about themselves. They remember you as the person they like the most. It attracts people. Creates authority. When you listen to people, it gives you this status of perhaps a coach or a mentor or a parent, or, the person who is the one that everybody comes to when they have problems. You are the guru, right? Gives you that authority. It demonstrates a growth mindset when you are open to listening without judging. You say, well, I don't know anything about that. Why don't you share your experience with me? And you just let the person talk. That demonstrates that you're ready to listen and learn. It encourages others to share their story with you. When you don't interrupt them, when you let them speak and you continue to encourage them with your body language, they will continue to flow with their story, and you'll get to learn a lot more about them. And it offers that opportunity to learn. Again, they may have some bits of information that you didn't know anything about, and it could spark something in your mind that helps you in the future to grow your business or have better relationships or whatever it is.
So I am actively listening to your presentation, but I regret the fact that we're not going to get the opportunity to discuss how well drawn that paramecium on the whiteboard is.
Well, as you can see, that teacher is listening to that student. So I have a free gift for you for watching today's video. It's all about conducting interviews. Since we're talking today about being an active listener and working on your listening skills, one of the great ways to practice listening is by interviewing others. So this is an excellent companion to this presentation. It's an ebook. It's your free gift, and it teaches you to master the art of successful interviewing. And that link for this ebook is in the description box of the video.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
That was, I got to tell you that this is the result of the fact that Shelley and I did a presentation on interviewing top 10 interview tips on Tuesday. And between Tuesday and today, Shelley took that and transcribed it. It's not an exact transcription, but took the best out of that presentation and turned it into a download. So I strongly recommend that you download this. And I know at the end, she probably put a link to that presentation.
I did not.
Oh, okay.
I put a different link.
Oh, you did?
Put a link for them to contact us.
Oh, okay.
So that they can learn more.
No, that makes sense. So yeah, that link is in the description box below.
Yeah. Active listeners are great podcast hosts. So if you want to be a great podcast host, you want to practice your listening skills and your interview skills. They're dynamic interviewers, meaning they hold up their end of the conversation so that it's not just the interview guest who's doing all the talking. They are giving that extra fulfilling material that keeps it flowing like a conversation. They're inspired writers because when you listen to others, you're able to write from different viewpoints. You can be much more creative in your writing. They're productive team members because they listen to what their role is and what their goals are, and they act on that information because they've listened well. And they're highly paid coaches because a coach is very much about listening and asking questions and getting more information and getting that person to talk so that they can pull out the answers themselves. And that conversation is the tool for doing that.
So I'm going to leave this slide up rather than opening up because I have a comment to make on it. And that is, when I was in my career in Washington, one of the things that people would hire me to do is write white papers and case studies for them, because white papers and case studies were the marketing tools that some of these high-tech companies that were marketing to the government required. And everyone perceived them as really difficult to do. Like it would take them months to do it. And the reputation I had was that I could go from zero to having a completely published white paper in 30 days, which may sound like a lot, but when you're talking about the technical level white papers that the government expected. And my routine for that was to ask them to give me 10 people that worked on the project team. And make it a variety of people, from leaders to line workers to implementers, etc. And basically, I would interview them as if they were on my podcast. Not that there were podcasts back then, but it was that conversation, because I'd record every one of them. I would have them transcribed, and it was my conversation with them, the interaction between them and me, and the transcript, that was the basis for creating the white paper. And the white paper wasn't just a set of quotes from them. It was actually a storyline that came from the transcript, and I would add where I needed to. But the important thing about that was you could not do that if you were not actively listening to the individual and what they were talking about, not only for the purpose, because I knew the 10 questions that I would want to ask each of these individuals, but I also knew that they were going to say something that was going to cause me to ask another question. And the reason I recorded them, and usually if I could, I'd record them on a video camera. And this was back in the days where we used tape, videotape, because what it enabled me to do was not worry about making notes. And the less time I can spend making notes and paying attention to them, the more valuable that is to me. So if they allowed me to record them, and literally, I don't ever recall somebody saying, no, I don't, are we going to do this on camera? Yes, we're going to do this on camera. It's for my purposes, right? It just makes my job easier. I'll say yes. But it was so that I could see them, not just hear them, and not interrupt myself making notes. I literally have, me in my notebooks. That was a period in time where I did not fill notebooks with these conversations. I just watched and listened and asked questions. And it was an amazing experience. And it's something that became a skill, that you can take into whatever you're doing in the future. So, like us now.
Yeah. That's right. So I invite you to connect with us and schedule a free consulting call to define your social media goals, assess your specific needs, clarify your best options. These are our links, which are also in the description box below the video: messagesandmethods.com, shellycarney.com, tunis.com. Those have all of our links. Those are just our pages with our links, so that you can choose what you want to do or what method you want to use to reach out when you get there. If you want to email, or if you want to call or text or write to us, or whatever it is you prefer to do, reach out on social media, however you like to connect. And we hope that you'll do that.
And as we mentioned earlier, you've got that ebook that Shelly's offering you. Make sure you go pull that down. And then once you've gone through the ebook, go back and follow the links that Shelly has set up for you in that ebook to get more information. So here's something nice for you, Brian says.
Well, thank you, Brian, for being here. And please do share with your family and friends.
So, okay. And
thank you all for being here today. We appreciate you, and we hope that you got something valuable from this conversation. And we will be back tonight at 7 o'clock for AGK Gaming. And again next week for the podcasting and live streaming channel. And if you missed last Tuesday, go back and watch that, because we do give those 10 interviewing tips through video. So check that out as well. Thanks for being here. And for Shelley Carney Life Coach, happy hour on Friday. I am your host, Shelley Carney.
And we'll see you guys. My name is Toby Younis. I'm her co-host. I'm her button pusher. I handle all the technology here, folks. But we will see you tonight on EGK Gaming. We look forward to that. We'll have a lot of fun. We'll start with some Drawful and end up in Among Us.
Yeah.